In Grimm's version of the fairy tale, apparently my sister and I weren't even worth naming. But at least we were rightly described as beautiful. In Disney's version, our names are mentioned, but can you recall them? No. I bet all you can remember are two pug-nosed sisters with terrible hair, the nasolabial fold of a 70-year-old, annoying voices, and very big feet. The thing is, we really weren't ugly, especially me. Honestly, I was kind of a looker from the right angle. No, move to the left. That side is prettier. Like, sure, I could have benefited from a nose job if it was a thing back then, but I've got great hair, a bangin' body, and deep eyes that look like dark pools you could drown in. Or so I've been told. No, the problem wasn't us. The problem was her. Because next to her, anyone would look like a gnarly potato. You know how one day you feel you're looking really good? The skin is skinning, the hair is hairing, the outfit's outfitting. And then you see some celebrity on Instagram and feel like you two can't even be creatures from the same planet? Yeah, that's what the Cinderella effect was. Making everyone around her look like E.T. And you know what the biggest joke is? She was never a victim or forced to be our maid. She was very OCD, so scrubbing everything like a maniac all the time is entirely on her. No one asked her to do that. I guess she didn't love being a nobody, because slowly, very slowly, she started spinning her story. And before we knew it, we were the villains. She was the poor, mistreated servant girl, and I was the bitter hag trying to steal her man. But he was my man first. My name is Drizella, and I'm here from the dead to tell you the true story of how Cinderella pulled off one of the greatest cons in history. She got the name, the ball, the prince, the animated pigeons, the march, the eternal adoration. And it's built on lies, all of it. Well, except for the part about me having really big feet. Like, I was told most of my life to shop from the men's section of the shoe store. I bet that's half the reason I've ended up being a villain in every version. Because how dare I imagine myself as a worthy princess with my US size 11 feet? I digress. I must stay on track. And even though my version of events is no charming fairy tale, I must begin the story the right way. Once upon a time, there was a man with a family, a fortune, and a functioning household. So naturally, he had a midlife crisis and ran for the hills.
Gone to figure myself out. Don't wait for me. And tell your mother, it's not me, it's her.
I hope you figure out you suck big time. Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Because honestly, we'd be idiots if we hadn't seen this coming.
I crave adventure. This provincial family life is suffocating my soul. Someday I'll leave to seek my higher purpose. Marriage and fatherhood can't be it. I have to find myself, and I really don't think I can do it, while married to you specifically.
But Mother was still blindsided, shocked, bamboozled. Why had he left? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or young enough, or hadn't plucked her eyebrows properly since 1823? Maybe her elbows were too pointy. Maybe her eyes lacked emotional depth. I tried to explain that it was more about him being a spineless lizard running away from adult responsibility, but she just kept sinking in the depths of her despair, and the couch. And without a husband around, she went into full damsel in distress mode.
Oh, how I crave pickles. If only I had a man with strong arms to open this jar for me.
Never mind that she had servants to open all the jars in the world and two perfectly decent daughters. Okay, fine. She had one decent daughter, because the other one was Anastasia. Let's just say that we didn't know back then that excessive glue sniffing causes brain damage. And that kid always had her head stuck in a pot of glue. Anastasia, focus! With Father gone and Mother officially losing her mind, you and I have to run this household. Mother has plenty of money, but we need to start budgeting.
Why? Mother is always telling me to stop budgeting when I'm around horses because it makes them nervous. Like, hello, lady, I'm the nervous one here. I'm the one who got kicked by a horse in the head.
No, she's telling you to stop fidgeting. Those are two completely unrelated things.
Are you sure? They sound a little related.
They're not. Look, budgeting just means that we need to keep track of our expenses. For instance, how much do we spend on candles per week?
Oh, candles? At least 11.
11 what?
Candles.
I meant money.
What about it?
How much money do we spend on candles?
We spend money on them?
No, Anastasia. They just grow on trees and we pluck them like fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Candles are free. What's the next item on your fidgeting list?
Yep. This was my partner in responsibility. Her loyalty was unwavering, as was her misunderstanding of absolutely everything. She had a heart of gold and the usefulness of a fork in a soup bowl. Okay. I'll stop roasting my poor sister now. Despite all her flaws, she was my rock. Heavy, useless, and mostly in the way. Ha ha ha, bazinga. But we soon had a much bigger problem at hand. Mother was dying for attention from men, and word of her wealth and desperation spread fast, sending every gold-digging bachelor within 100 miles our way. And I figured out how to get rid of them fast. Of course, my sister slowed me down. Okay, Anastasia, are we ready for afternoon tea?
Absolutely. I ordered those fancy pastries Mother loves, fresh lilacs, lemon curd.
No, Anastasia, not the actual tea. The plan. Are we ready for the plan?
Oh, the plan. Right. Let me just quickly cancel the musicians.
You ordered musicians? This isn't an actual date. It's an ambush. Do you remember the strategy or not?
Not really, but I'll think of something on the spot. You know I'm very quick on my.
Did you just forget the word feet?
Quick on my feet? No, that doesn't make sense. You know I run slower than a duck. I have yet to beat a duck in a race.
Oh my God. Focus on the tea.
Fine. I'll spill tea on his thighs.
No, that's not what we... Actually, you know what? You do that. Leave the rest to me.
Great. And afterwards, we can eat the pastries?
Yes, we can eat the pastries.
And the lemon curd?
Yes, fine. The lemon curd, too. I had discovered that the fastest method to drive off unwanted suitors was to casually mention Dad, and then watch Mother spiral into all 5 stages of grief. Well, 4. Acceptance was off the table. Mother, you look lovely today. Isn't this the dress you were wearing the day Father left?
No, that was the lavender one.
Oh, yes. The one Father said made you look washed out.
He said what?
Madam, you look absolutely radiant today. I cannot understand why any man would leave you.
Of course he didn't leave me. He just relocated temporarily. I'm sure at this very moment he's thinking about how much he misses me, and he's making his way back home.
Oh, I didn't think this was something temporary.
You're right. I'm such a fool. Because honestly, what is there to miss? Just the woman who gave him the best years of her life. I held this family together. I cooked. I cleaned.
When? You ironed a napkin. Once.
And I'm the one who holds anything together.
But if he'd just communicated properly, I could have changed. I could have sent my daughters to finishing school and gone with him to find himself and slept under the stars. I could have been free-spirited and spontaneous. Do you think if he knew this, he'd come back?
I really can't say, madam.
Oh, there's no point thinking about it. He's gone now. But you're here to mend the pieces of my broken heart, right? You have good, strong shoulders to cry on. I'm going to cry on them so much.
It's getting kind of late for my horse's dinner. This has been lovely.
Are you running away from me too?
No, I mean, yes, but it's not you, it's me. Oh!
He was leaving anyway, genius. Tea is expensive.
You're all crazy.
As he ran off and Mother sobbed into the tablecloth, We high-fived. I thought I was so smart, chasing off mom's suitors and taking charge of the household. But then I made the biggest mistake of my life. Yeah, bigger than letting Anastasia give me a haircut once. I hired a gardener.
Ma'am, thank you for the position. If it pleases you, my daughter Ella will also be staying with me in the servants' quarters. I'm sure she can make herself useful to you.
A girl my age emerged from behind him, and I will never forget the first time I saw her. Her hair was like honey catching sunlight, her skin like porcelain, and her patched-up linen dress looked better than any silk I owned. Her eyes were the kind of blue that would make painters cry into their palettes trying to replicate it. Every feature on her face was in perfect harmony, and then she smiled. We didn't know it yet, but the entire trajectory of our lives was rewritten at that moment.
Oh my, just look at you, child, like something out of a dream. You're perfect.
You're too kind, ma'am. I'm so grateful to you for letting me stay.
She's glowing. Should people glow? Do you use some kind of special shampoo made from unicorn tears and fairy dust?
You're funny. I like you.
Did you hear that, Gisela? She likes me.
As Mother led her father away to show him their living quarters, and, I don't know, Anastasia went after a butterfly, Cinderella stayed back and looked directly at me.
Drizella, isn't it?
Yes. And you're Ella?
Yes, but my late mother nicknamed me Cinderella because I'd always sleep by the fireplace and get covered in ashes. You know how nicknames stick. You don't have one?
No, but you can call me Miss.
You hired my father, Miss. That means you changed my life, and I'll be sure to return the favor.
I felt a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. As she walked away, I just knew I disliked her intensely. Part of me thought it was because I was jealous, and yeah, of course I was. But I just had a feeling that beneath that flawless facade was someone calculating and dangerous. And oh, how I wish I wasn't right for once. At first, she just helped. She polished the silver, dusted the bookshelves, organized the pantry, but then she started having ideas for everything. She rearranged the furniture, suggested new colors for the curtains, and started embroidering tablecloths and crocheting bedspreads.
It's like watching angels knit.
Even I couldn't deny her taste was impeccable. And soon, Mother wanted her opinion on everything. And then she was suddenly instructing all the maids, the butlers, and even the cook. The cook! That toad never listened to anything I said. The house sparkled, the cutlery gleamed, the food actually had flavor, and I could see my reflection in the floors now. How could I complain about that? But I couldn't help being bothered by how she had Mother and Anastasia wrapped around her little finger. She would make them face masks and hair oils, play the piano for them like she was Mozart's daughter, and sing like a nightingale. And then there was the dancing. There was a celebration, as always, at the end of the harvest season. And as the servants gathered to dance, Cinderella joined them. She didn't dance like a girl raised in servant quarters. She danced like the air was conspiring to hold her up, like the music was written just for her, like she'd spent her whole life rehearsing her steps to perfection. Everyone was mesmerized.
She's so graceful. Not like my girls.
That was the first time I heard her say it. Not like my girls. But it wasn't the last. Soon, Mother was drawing comparisons between her and us all the time, telling us how we could try to be more like her. And I swear, I would have given up and accepted her perfection and superiority if it wasn't for the bird incident.
Come here, Gisela, look! A robin's nest right outside Ella's window. Isn't it sweet? It's going to have babies soon.
Yes, lovely. But I bet it won't be so sweet when they're all screeching at dawn. The two of them continued to look utterly enchanted, and I lost interest soon and left. But the next morning, I ran outside to Anastasia screaming. I found her standing under the tree, and the nest lay on the ground, completely destroyed. The eggs and the robin were gone. Anastasia cried half the day, wondering if it was the work of an evil squirrel, or an evil raccoon, or an evil eagle. Later that evening, Cinderella walked into the living room, holding something behind her back.
Mother, I made you a gift.
Mother? Since when did she... Then I saw the gift, and my blood ran cold. It was a delicate comb, woven with tiny blue-gray feathers twisted through gold thread.
Oh, my dear, it's exquisite.
Mother kissed her on the cheek. Anastasia clapped, while I just stared, stunned. This couldn't just be my imagination running away with me, right? Still feeling uneasy, I was going up to my room for the night when I found Cinderella polishing the stairs banister vigorously. Still cleaning? You really love it, don't you?
Oh, yes. It really helps me think, and all the work makes me sleep soundly at night.
You should be sleeping well tonight anyway. You know, without all that chirping right outside your window.
Yes, such a noisy little thing that robin was.
I wonder what happened to it. And we both know it wasn't an evil squirrel. Cinderella straightened and met my gaze, smiling.
Please, Drizella, do I look like the kind of girl who murders birds?
No, but looks can be very deceiving.
People only see what they want to see. Luckily for me, they always want to see an angel.
Without a shadow of a doubt then, I knew. This girl was a psychopath. I just stayed away from her as much as possible. I was also glad that Mother was spending less time with her since she'd recently found gardening and spent hours outside taking interest in dirt and compost. I was happy she had a healthy hobby. Until I walked into the living room one afternoon to find her and Cinderella's father sipping tea and holding hands. What's going on here?
What does it look like?
I'm hoping he's about to flip your palm over and read your future because no other explanation will make much sense.
Drizella, I know it's been hard on you since your father left and you miss him.
Nope, not even a little, not even at all. Speak for yourself.
Honey, a woman needs a man in her life. His companionship, his strong hands, his opinions. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Rivers and I, we're...
No. If your next words are in love, I'm throwing myself out the window.
Will you just let me finish?
Fine.
In love.
Great. Fantastic. Open the window with your strong hands, Mr. Rivers, so I can throw myself out.
Why would you be so upset, Drizella?
And then, to always make things worse, Cinderella walked in.
It's a beautiful thing for two lonely widowers to find love again.
My father isn't dead.
We don't know that.
Oh my God. Had she found a way to get rid of him too? No, she was just saying things to irk me. Cinderella put her hand on my arm.
We're like family already. This just feels like it was meant to be.
I really thought I might gouge Cinderella's blue eyes out with a fork. So I stormed off, grabbed a horse, and rode furiously, not even sure where I was headed. I just had to get away. I remembered an old estate on the hill that had burned down decades ago. It had never been rebuilt, but the library had survived. I'd sneaked in there a few times before, and I definitely needed abandoned ruins to rage in right now. I pushed open the creaky library door, grabbed a book randomly from the shelves, and plopped myself onto the couch next to a pile of dusty blankets. But then, the pile moved. I turned around, terrified, to see a boy emerge from under the blankets.
Oh, wow, it's just one girl. I thought an army of banshees had descended upon me.
Are you a ghost?
No, but that scream should have woken all dead people within a 5-mile radius. Ow! What was that for?
If it had passed through you, it would have meant you're a ghost. I was just checking.
Did you miss the part where I specifically said no to that question?
Why would I expect a ghost to tell the truth?
Then why even ask?
Okay, fair point. What are you doing here, blending into the furniture?
Exactly that. I just wanted to disappear for a while. What about yourself? This isn't the most obvious hangout spot for a girl like you.
A girl like me?
Well, you don't look homeless in your silk gown.
You're not exactly some local goat farmer yourself.
How dare you? I'll have you know I milked a goat. Once. It ran away crying, but still. My name's Henry.
Henry what?
Just Henry. First name Just.
Okay then. Just Henry? Countess Dracula.
Charmed to make your acquaintance. Now, is there any chance we could both disappear here together for a while? We don't have to talk about what we're running away from.
I like the sound of that. And somehow, after that, Henry and I started meeting at the old estate. Not often, maybe once every week. We didn't ask why the other was there. We didn't even ask real names. Of course, a part of me was growing curious, but not knowing also felt weirdly nice. Like we were two fugitives, hiding out here and talking about books, ideas, the world, anything but ourselves. But one afternoon, as I rode back home after meeting him, I came upon a scene of chaos. Mother was wailing like someone had died. Anastasia was blocking out the sound with pastries, and Cinderella was on the floor at Mother's feet, a picture of despair. It turned out that Mr. Rivers was a greasy rat who had run off with Mother's jewels, and he'd left Cinderella behind. Man, I would have given him the jewels myself if he'd just taken her.
He took advantage of me. He played with my heart and threw dirt in my eyes. I will never forgive him. I will tear out every flower he planted with my bare hands.
For a moment, I felt hope. Surely Mother would toss Cinderella out after this. She would be a constant reminder of his betrayal.
Please don't send me away. Please don't send me away. This is the only place I've ever felt safe. I will do whatever you ask of me. Please, I love you. I love our home, Mother.
Ugh.
Oh, my poor precious child. How could I hate you? You're betrayed and abandoned just like me. Of course you will stay here and we will heal together.
Anastasia and I were abandoned too, and Mother never paid attention to our healing. As Cinderella sobbed into Mother's lap, she shot me a sideways glance that clearly said, "Checkmate." Mr. Rivers' betrayal just cemented Cinderella's place in our home more firmly. Now she wasn't just beautiful, she was tragic too. She needed love and care, and everyone from the servants to the house cat wanted to give it to her. Mother now referred to her as my precious girl, while Anastasia and I were quietly downgraded to the other two. And I just found being around Cinderella unbearable. It's not like I was even needed around the house anymore. So I started slipping away more often to Henry. One afternoon, we decided to explore the woods near the estate. And barely 20 minutes in, there was a loud snap, a startled yelp, and I turned around to see Henry dangling upside down from a tree in a hunter's trap. I couldn't help laughing as he flailed around, trying to reach up and unhook himself.
A little help before I pass out, maybe?
I was just waiting for you to ask. I started tugging at the trap rope, but Henry kept giving me instructions nonstop.
You're doing it wrong. Step to your left. Pull tighter. Then twist. No, not like that. Oh, you'll break it.
Do you think I'm a helpless little girl who can't possibly figure out a rope trap for herself?
Have you ever seen a rope trap before in your life?
Of course not, because all I do is embroider cushions and sigh dramatically.
I bet you don't even know how to embroider.
You're right. I hate it. My threads get so tangled up that I want to poke someone in the eye with my needle.
Violent and unladylike. You're a real catch.
I yanked hard at the rope, and his face swung towards mine. Suddenly, we were too close, and his lashes were longer than any boy's had a right to be.
Ooh, your eyes are really pretty.
Flattery isn't going to make me help you faster.
No, really. They're dark and deep, like pools one could drown in.
That's just the blood rushing to your head. I quickly moved to brace the rope again, when suddenly I noticed his shirt had slipped to reveal his belt, which had a silver crest. The royal crest. Wait, are you From the palace?
Define from.
Define it before I drop you straight on your head.
Technically, yes.
Are you the court jester? The guy who polishes the king's shoes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need better answers before I help you. I pushed him hard and sent him swinging like a pendulum.
Oh, come on, Lady Dracula, just let me down.
That's when I heard boots thundering through the woods. And before I could react, a pair of soldiers in armor grabbed me roughly by the arms. Another two swooped in, expertly cutting Henry down and catching him before he face-planted into the dirt.
Endangering the crown prince is a punishable offense, girl.
Endangering the who now?
Stand down, and she's harmless, unless she has a needle and thread in her hands.
I just gaped at him. You're the crown prince?
Yes, first name, Crown, second name, Prince.
You told me just Henry.
Well, I am just Henry sometimes. You never asked follow-up questions. You will say nothing of this to anyone, men. Same as you. Keep quiet about my visits here. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
Your Highness? Your Highness?
You look like you're both spiraling and want to murder me.
No, that's just my normal expression.
Now, since we're being honest and going for full disclosure...
You're a liar who got forced into telling the truth.
How about you tell me your real name, too?
Drizella.
That's pretty. Dracula suits you better.
Lots of names are coming to my mind for you, but I shall refrain from using them since I know who you are now. Good day, Your Highness.
Hey, don't let this change things between us.
But I kept walking without turning to reply. How could it not change things between us? The boy I'd been sneaking off to meet, regularly insulted, hit a couple of times, and maybe, possibly, definitely liked, was the freaking crown prince. I didn't go back to the estate for days, still finding the truth about him too overwhelming. But eventually, I cracked, so I rode back to the old estate one afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat to find him already there, throwing pebbles into a broken fountain.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was beginning to think you died. Or got married.
Sorry to disappoint you, but still alive and unwed.
You know, I was this close to going around town and knocking on random doors to inquire after a girl with violent tendencies and great hair.
I just rolled my eyes, but inside, I was smiling stupidly. We just sat in silence for a while.
I come here sometimes because it's all just too much. The title, the expectations, the spotlight. I don't even get along with my father mostly. I know I'm going to sound like an ungrateful brat, but sometimes I just don't want to be the prince.
I come here for quite the opposite reason, I suppose. I feel invisible in my own house, completely replaced by my stepsister. My pride wouldn't let me say the gardener's daughter. She's perfect. Everyone admires and adores her. It's not hard to see why.
Come on, no one's perfect.
Oh no, she really is. I'm sure this sounds like some petty sister jealousy, and it doesn't compare to your royal problems. But honestly, they don't sound so bad. No one expects anything from me. Well, except maybe being more ladylike so I can marry some stuffy lord one day. But you could do so much with your life, Henry. And people expect things from you because you're important, because you matter. Henry reached across the space between us and slipped his fingers through mine.
You matter to me.
As my heart tripped over itself, he leaned in and kissed me. It was clumsy at first. Our noses bumped, my hair got stuck in his stupid jacket, and we started laughing. But it was so sweet and real. And for a while, I forgot Cinderella. I forgot he was royalty. I forgot about everything. It was just me and Henry. I floated through the next few weeks like some lovesick idiot. Of course, like any self-respecting lady, I didn't show it.
You're grinning like you've got a clothes hanger stuck in your mouth. What is so funny about my art?
I wasn't grinning. And what art?
The one you're staring at, my masterpiece. I made this cat sculpture from old socks and glue.
Ah, that art. The one cleverly disguised as garbage. It's the loveliest duck I've ever seen.
Cat. It's a cat.
Yes, that's what I said. It was the happiest I'd ever felt in my entire stupid life, which naturally meant the universe had to kick me in the teeth soon. One afternoon at the estate, Henry sat me down with a serious look I didn't like one bit.
I have to leave for a while.
What, running away to join the circus?
No. Father's sending me across the sea for an official royal delegation. It could be months, even a year, maybe.
I forgot how to breathe for a few seconds.
Drizella, you made me realize that I need to take my position and privilege more seriously instead of whining about it. So, yeah, I'm really trying.
I'm really proud of you, Henry, and I just know you're gonna be brilliant. But a small, selfish part of me wanted to scream, "Don't go. Just stay." We promised to write regularly, no matter what, and for a while, his letters were the only thing keeping me sane. Of course, I always picked them up from the post office. I didn't want to draw anyone's attention to our correspondence.
Dearest Countess Dracula, you will be thrilled to know that the local delicacy here is fermented fish eyeballs. Guess who had to eat 3? Smiling all the while. I cannot sleep at night because I keep imagining those eyeballs swimming around my gut, winking at each other. Send help.
Dearest one-time goat milker, I regret to inform you that my life is way more exciting than yours. Just today, Cinderella invented chamomile soap and taught our cat to fetch her ribbons. Anastasia lost an intense staring match to a goat. Mother tried flirting with the milkman, and he fled on the aforementioned goat. I am so close to faking my own death.
P.S. I miss your face and your insults. Mostly your insults. Fine, also your face.
P.S. I miss insulting you too. I'm forced to practice my skills on vendors at the market, but it's not the same. They cry too easily. Of course, it wasn't ideal, but every letter kept him close, and for now, it was enough. But then, the letters stopped coming. At first, I told myself it was all fine. There could be a million reasons for delays. But when 2 months passed by with no word, I started to feel a bit crazy.
Still nothing for you, same as earlier this afternoon. You want me to save you a trip and scream no at you from across the street every morning? You might consider picking up a hobby. How about embroidery?
I wasn't getting any letters, but I didn't stop sending them. Pages filled with jokes, questions, news, bad drawings. But weeks and weeks went by, and still there was no reply. By now, my heart was filled with dread. What if something had happened to him? But if that was the case, the news would be everywhere. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella,
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure, let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, Remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off.
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU in my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her! And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Come on, Serena, give me sexy, give me fierce, glare at the camera, burn us with your hotness. Yes, queen, yes, I love it.
Just then, my boyfriend Malcolm texted me saying he was outside. I was tired of posing like a stupid duck anyway. Looking around, I accidentally tripped over some electrical cords, and the shoot was over for the day. I catwalked my way outside, where Malcolm was leaning against his 169th sports car. Testing out this beauty today. You ready for a wild ride? I was born ready, baby. Wait. Let me start from the beginning. Hi, my name is Serena, and this is how dating the mayor's son became my worst nightmare. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Growing up, people often said I looked like a delicate princess with a monkey's personality. I was a restless kid who was always jumping and climbing high places. And as a teenager, I got into parkour. One day, there was a parkour competition in my neighborhood, and I felt a rush of adrenaline as I bounded up the side of a wall, leapt onto a tree branch, and then jumped onto a railing. People were filming my moves. Just then, I spotted this guy in the crowd who clearly wasn't from around here, and he was watching me. As I landed a tricky flip, I glanced over, and his smile made my heart race.
Wow, that was impressive. I've never seen a girl do things like that before.
Oh, I'm sure the girls you know can only walk down a runway.
That's true, which is why I'm so intrigued by you. My dad owns a sportswear company, among other businesses, and you'd be a great face for it. Your face is great.
Are you making me a modeling offer? It turns out he was, and an offer I I couldn't refuse. The money could help my family so much. And before I knew it, my whole life flipped upside down. Malcolm was the mayor's son. And after he launched my modeling career, so many brands wanted to work with me. I was grateful for the opportunities, but in a matter of months, I'd turned into someone I barely recognized. And Malcolm eventually became my boyfriend. He was obsessed with sports cars and racing, and I was soon attending his competitions and getting to know his friends and family. People always told us how good we looked together. But even after 2 years, I felt a little out of place in Malcolm's world, and I never got used to the bodyguards around. The last one, Felix, wasn't much older than us, but I'd never met someone unfriendlier. I tried all kinds of smiles, got him coffee, even brought him mom's pie once, but not a muscle twitched in that poker face. Psst, Felix, my zip is open. Can you help me?
It's not my job to help you dress, ma'am.
You can't pull up my zipper? You want me to go out like this in front of all these people?
I don't see how that's my concern, ma'am.
Such a jerk. I had no choice but to go like that when suddenly Felix pulled me back and zipped me up, then literally pushed me away. Weirdo. A few days later, I was having a date with Malcolm and Felix, and Malcolm seemed preoccupied. Is everything okay, babe?
Yeah, fine. Just business stuff. Nothing to worry your pretty little head about. Wait, you ordered a beef burger with extra fries?
Yeah?
Waiter, please take this away and bring a salad.
But I don't want a salad.
I used a bunch of contacts to get you that Prada contract. You need to watch your waistline before the shoot. Listen, there is something I want to talk to you about. I'm moving to Europe next month to compete in tournaments there, and I want you to come with me.
What? But my life's here, and my family, plus I'm starting college soon.
You don't need stupid college. Your beauty alone can make you richer. Just focus on that. And, well, me. I'm your ticket to success, babe. Together, we can do great things.
But just then, his phone started ringing and he took it outside. I could see him shouting at someone, and then suddenly, he just left with Felix. Since then, Malcolm got busier and grumpier, and I gave him his space, but I wished he would just share things with me. Then one day at home, I was shocked to find out that Malcolm had a terrible accident. I called his parents in a panic, but they weren't answering their phones. Finally, I got through to Felix. Is Malcolm okay? Where is he?
Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you anything, ma'am.
Are you kidding me? My boyfriend had an accident and you can't tell me anything about it? Can you for once be a human and just help me, please?
Fine, I'll pick you up.
He refused to answer my questions as he drove me to a hospital at the other end of town. When I entered the room, my heart sank seeing someone in a coma who wasn't Malcolm. Why are you messing with me right now? That's not him.
Look closer.
That's when I realized that he kinda looked like Malcolm. If Malcolm had red hair, a huge mole on his cheek, and a beard, this can't be him. This is a body double, right?
It's him, and his appearance has been changed for safety reasons. We're not sure if the accident was really an accident. That's all I can say. Now let's go.
He called an Uber and sent me off, and I could barely process everything. My boyfriend was in a coma? That dude on the bed was my boyfriend? And what safety reasons? The next day when I went to the hospital, Malcolm wasn't there and apparently never had been. What are you saying? He was here yesterday. Room 209? The last room in this hospital is 208. Can you please leave now? As I walked out dazed, I checked my phone and came across the mayor releasing a statement that Malcolm had only suffered minor injuries and was recovering nicely. Minor? Yesterday he was in a freaking coma. I went straight to Malcolm's mansion for answers, but his parents wouldn't let me in.
Why would we let you visit our son? We don't even know you.
Huh? It's me, Serena, his girlfriend?
I think you're hallucinating, young lady.
Sir, I know you're concerned about his security, but this is crazy. I just want to know how he's doing. I'm not some imposter. Look, I'll just do my Face ID like I always do. But my Face ID wasn't working anymore.
Get lost before we call the police.
As I was walking away from the mansion, I suddenly bumped into Felix. Oh, thank God you're here. They won't let me visit Malcolm. They're acting like they don't even know me.
I can't help you, Serena. I got fired for taking you to the hospital yesterday.
Felix, I'm sorry, but come on. Of all the people, they don't trust you and me? We have to figure out what's happening here.
Yes, I'm going to, but I work alone.
And then he got into his car and just drove away. I was feeling insane the next 2 days, hatching plans from breaking into the mansion to making noises in the press about the whole thing. Then one evening, I got a call from Felix to meet him at a cafe.
So, you know how I said I work alone? Well, I changed my mind, and you can work with me. Yay!
He then told me that Malcolm's parents were hosting a grand party for their 40th wedding anniversary that weekend. Their son's in a coma and they're celebrating? Is Malcolm even in a coma?
I saw the accident myself, and he was unconscious. But then the mayor's team took over everything, and the next day I was fired. We gotta get inside that mansion to find out what's really happening. I've got us on the guest list. We'll be going as them.
Mr. and Mrs. the Ball de la Croix what?
Thibault de la Croix-Rousse. They're French. You're not gonna mess up this mission, are you? Because I can get someone else.
No, I'll be amazing. I promise. A mission. Wow. Like, I'm super worried about Malcolm, of course, but this sounds exciting. So you got any, pro tips for this undercover spy biz?
Yeah, wear an adult diaper. Can't take bathroom breaks on a mission. And you pee 20 times a day.
I do not. Do you wear a diaper?
Of course not. I'm trained to hold my pee for 72 hours.
Oh, right. Okay. Any other advice?
Yeah, wear a dress with a long slit.
You mean like those Bond movies where there's always a bimbo girl wearing a dress with a long slit so she can distract the bad guy with her legs? I'm the bimbo.
The slit makes it easier to kick the bad guys and run, genius. That's what I meant anyway.
Oh, gotcha. On the night of the party, we could have fooled the French couple themselves with our disguises. Felix and I were wearing earpieces to communicate with each other, and soon after we walked in, we heard Malcolm's parents talking loudly with some guests.
Oh, Malcolm's doing great. He couldn't be here tonight because he's left for Brazil to train for his next race. Barely got a scratch on him in the accident, the lucky devil, and he's already back at it.
Such liars! Felix signaled that he was slipping away to explore the mansion, and just then a couple approached me.
You are so chic. French, I'm guessing?
CC.
It's we.
Oui. Sorry, I mix up sometimes. My parents are half French, half Jamaican. Oh, could you please say something in French? I so adore the language.
Excuse yourself. Walk away.
Okay. Oui. Pour vis-à-vis le belle leur frère, le omelette du fromage. It means this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
That was mostly garbage. And then you said cheese omelet. Would you care to dance, mademoiselle?
The man was dragging me off to the dance floor before I could say no, and some tango music came on.
You don't know how to do the tango, do you? Listen, I'm watching you. Just follow my instructions. First, step forward with your right foot and pivot on your left. Then cross your left foot over your right and step back with your right.
I had no idea what I was doing, but I soldiered on.
No, Serena, your left, not his left. You're gonna trip.
Sure enough, I went tumbling to the floor. I quickly got up and walked off to the corner, and I could hear Felix laughing. It's not funny, buttface.
Hey, that's no way to talk to your husband. Now, can you just stay out of trouble for 5 minutes so I can focus? Oh gosh, someone's coming. Serena, I need you to remember this password. JK5942-438 $.
Wait, what? Let me get this down.
Hole the dogs out 4789 hashtag.
I have tissue and a lipstick now. Can you start from the beginning?
Oh God, there's no time. Just start running towards the main door.
What? And just leave you here?
I'm right behind you. Run.
I started sprinting at mad speed as Felix caught up with me holding a laptop and a bunch of security guards after him.
Head towards the garden. We gotta get over that wall. You think you can manage?
Oh, Mr. Croissant, you're about to see something really special. I bounded up the wall like a cat and landed on the other side before Felix. We ran towards his car and made a fast getaway. We stopped in a fast food parking lot and Felix opened up the laptop. I'm still buzzing, dude. I haven't felt so alive in ages.
I have to admit, that wall climbing was amazing. I've seen some of your parkour videos, but watching you in person, well, I'm impressed.
You've seen my videos?
I haven't posted anything in like 2 years. I do a background check on my clients, so yeah, they came up. Okay, I logged into their security system, and see this? It's a view of every room in the mansion, and Malcolm isn't there. They've moved him someplace else.
What do we do now?
We'll figure something out. For now, you deserve a good meal after your first mission, and you can eat in peace without Malcolm around.
Excuse me?
You know, he's always telling you what to eat.
No, he's not telling me anything. He's just looking out for me. I mean, I am a model, and I owe my career to Malcolm.
Okay, so he also wasn't telling you that you have to move to Europe and that you don't need college?
Just because you get to eavesdrop on our conversations doesn't mean you get to judge us.
I'm just saying, Malcolm's a bit of a jerk with you. You don't owe him anything. It's a relationship, not a business transaction.
I don't have to sit around and listen to this. You know nothing. I stormed off and hailed a cab. Before he acted like I didn't exist, and now he suddenly had all these opinions about my life? I'd cooled off a bit by morning, and I really wanted to know what Felix was planning next. Luckily, he texted me soon. I think I know where he is. If you want to join me, be at the airport by 7 p.m. Well, that wasn't an apology exactly, but it would do. I told my parents I had a shoot in another city for a few days.
Almost thought you wouldn't make it. Also, Serena.
It's okay. I accept your apology.
Apology? I haven't even thought about apologizing. I was just saying, why do you have 2 large suitcases?
I had to pack summer and winter clothes because I didn't know where we were going. Thanks to your cryptic message. Can't you use your words better?
Can't you use your words less or not at all?
Ugh, I wasn't going to talk to this jerk on the flight, even though I wanted to know why he thought Malcolm was in London. But as the plane was taking off, Felix noticed how hard I was clutching the armrest.
Miss Parkour's afraid of flying?
Yeah, there's nothing to jump at 40,000 feet. God, I think I'm having a panic attack.
Anything I can do? Breathe into this paper bag?
Yes, you can. Can you Sing a One Direction song for me. Their songs calm me down.
Which one?
Any. Sing any.
Okay. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know. Oh, you don't know you're beautiful.
He had that half smile on his face, and my heart did something funny, but I snapped out of it.
You actually know a One Direction song? Dude, you're so lame.
What? But you just said...
Yeah, I lied. I'm not having a panic attack, and I certainly don't listen to One Direction like a 13-year-old girl. Now, should I paint your nails while you tell me your hopes and dreams? Felix refused to talk to me after that, and I couldn't stop grinning. Serena 1, Felix 0. After we'd checked into our hotel, Felix told me that he'd intercepted some phone calls the mayor had made to London.
It's just a strong hunch, but Malcolm's parents own a mansion in the countryside, and I think he's there. We'll try sneaking in late at night.
Okay, so what are we doing during the day?
We could see London.
We did, and I found myself having more fun than I'd had in ages. Even Felix seemed relaxed and different here, and well, cuter. So, there's something that's been bothering me a bit. I'm looking for Malcolm because he's my boyfriend, but why are you looking for him? You're not even his bodyguard anymore.
Well, there's something weird going on here, and I just want to get to the bottom of it.
Is that all?
Actually, there is something.
Just then, an old lady started begging Felix to buy flowers, and the minute he turned to her, a woman in black grabbed me.
I've got the girl. I need reinforcements. Now.
Felix immediately sprung into action and attacked her. He sent her flying into a bush and then grabbed my hand as we ran with more people chasing us. We came out onto a street where a huge parade was happening. The place was jam-packed. We pushed through the crowd, jumped over cars, and managed to make our way through narrow alleys till we were sure we'd shaken those people off. Who were those guys? And why did that woman say, "I've got the girl"? What did she want with me?
Malcolm is involved with some dangerous people, Serena. Maybe they're looking for him too and thought you could lead them to him.
Can you please tell me more?
I'll tell you everything after we find Malcolm. I promise.
We didn't go back to our hotel in case it was being watched and headed straight to the mansion. We hid out till it was dark, and Felix scouted the area and reported there were only 2 guards at the main gate. We jumped over the back wall and made our way to the house, and Felix picked a lock of the kitchen door in minutes. This was almost too easy. But the second Felix pulled the door open, I saw something coming his way, and I threw him onto the floor.
Did you just save me from being impaled by an arrow?
I think I just did.
Remind me to thank you if we survive this.
There were more arrows being shot by a machine, and Felix and I crawled our way out of there and landed in the main hall.
Hey, you've scraped your shoulder.
Oh, it must have happened while climbing over the wall.
Let me take a look. It's bleeding.
Felix was standing really close as he inspected my wound, and I was feeling a bit breathless. Suddenly, he stopped short.
Serena, what's that around your neck?
What, this? It's a diamond pendant Malcolm gave me a few weeks ago. I usually keep it under my shirt. What? Why is your face all weird?
That necklace. It's got everything I've been looking for.
Huh?
Serena, I actually work for the government. I took up a job as Malcolm's bodyguard because we found out he's involved with a ring of diamond smugglers. I've been trying to get to them through Malcolm, but I had no idea he had this necklace, that you had it. This diamond can bring down their whole smuggling operation, so I'm gonna need that, and we can leave now.
Wait, leave? What about Malcolm?
Actually, my mission is done. I don't need him anymore.
So what? You're not gonna help me find him now? Fine, take this necklace and go. I ran off down the hallway feeling shaken, but determined to find Malcolm. And seconds later, Felix was by my side.
You're so exasperating. Why do you even care about stupid Malcolm?
I'm not explaining myself. Just leave. I opened a door at the end of the hallway and we entered a bare room. But suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us and the room started filling up with some gas.
Oh, great. Now we're gonna die in a gas chamber.
Help! Someone! Help us!
No one's coming, and there's no way out.
Oh my God, do you feel your skin melting?
Not yet, but I'd give it about 3 minutes till we stop feeling everything.
I'm so sorry for landing you here, Felix.
And I'm sorry I can't get you out, Serena. Really.
So, this is it? Any last wishes?
Yeah, just one.
Suddenly, Felix pulled me close and kissed me hard. Just then, the door opened, and Malcolm was standing there with armed guards behind him. Malcolm! Oh, thank God you're okay. And you just saved us.
You weren't gonna die. That's just some harmless smoke to scare intruders. What are you two doing here?
Looking for you? Can you please tell me what's been going on? And finally, Malcolm explained everything.
A year ago, I got involved with some diamond smugglers. They wanted me to use Dad's connections to make smuggling into the city easier, and they offered a lot of money. I tried doing what they said, but I wasn't successful, and I wanted to back out. And then I had the accident. I did hurt my head, but I was conscious soon and told Dad everything. He got me out of the country to hide me from those people. school, but I guess they're still after me because I know too much. How come you still have this necklace? Oh, that's just something I picked up from the smuggler's headquarters once. Man, you should have seen the diamonds they have. I'm sure no one noticed me taking this tiny thing. Thanks for the thoughtful present. It's not just a necklace. It has an encrypted microchip that has information about their whole network. We can take them down for good with this. We? Who are you really, dude? Law enforcement. Sorry, I was just acting as your bodyguard. So what happens to me now? If you cooperate, I'm sure we can be lenient with you. Soon enough, some official-looking cars arrived, and as Malcolm was being escorted out, he suddenly asked to speak to me. I should be out of this mess soon, babe. And then we'll go anywhere. Do anything we want. Except that, with you, I haven't really been doing what I want, Malcolm. I'll always be grateful to you for helping me make my family's lives better, but I can't keep being your girlfriend for that reason. Seriously? You're breaking up with me? I made you. So my looks and talent are worthless? I'm not sure I even want to be a model anymore. I'd rather go to college and take up parkour again. Goodbye, Malcolm, and good luck. Felix told me I'd be escorted back home by a security team who'd keep a watch on me till the operation was over. I need to tie up some loose ends here. You were a good partner, Serena. See you around. Did he just leave me with an arm punch? A few hours later, I was settling into my airplane seat, and I couldn't help feeling deflated. Just then, I heard a voice. Scoot over. I'm here to hold your hand. Felix, what are you doing here? Don't you have loose ends to tie? Yeah, but I felt we needed to talk about some things first. Like the fact that you broke up with Malcolm. Just came to my senses, I guess. We're all wrong for each other. Cool. Sounds good. Anything else you want to talk about? Like that passionate kiss in the gas room? What about it? People do crazy things when they think they're about to die. Well, that's good to know. Also, when they're in love. What? I've liked you since ages, Serena. I hated seeing you with Malcolm, but there wasn't much I could do about it. So, what do you think? Am I right for you? Too soon to tell. Take me out on a proper date, and we'll see. What do you think I'm doing here? We're up in the clouds. We've got food. This is a date. Airplane food doesn't feel like a date. It's a date. Doesn't feel like one to me. Let's see what we can do to change that.
Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. But while Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me? Snap out of it, Kayla. Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was gonna happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down. You'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13. Don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go. Now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me. And there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie. Why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different. Except, it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment. So let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when—
Hey, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday, and what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly, "Hey, bestie, I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey?" What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh, wow. Look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me. It's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
No, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic. Trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you? I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with A were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, Charm Boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, Make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right. I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You've broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine!
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly...
Let go of her!
Two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel, but now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book, The Whack.
Ow! You break my heart, and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you. Hi, my name is Nozomi from Japan, and I never thought anyone noticed me. Not until I met the sleeping boy. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. Like and subscribe. You won't regret it. Growing up, the only person who ever noticed me was my big sister Akari. My mom traveled for work so much that I even called Akari Mom when I was too little to understand what was going on. My sister would take me to school where I would sit in silence and never say a word to anyone until she picked me up again. And then I wouldn't shut up the whole way home. But she didn't mind. She liked hearing me talk and she liked playing games with me, like making me look like one of her dolls. She would also give me a makeover using our mom's makeup, or dress me up as a monster and have me chase her around the house.
Rawr! I'm gonna eat your head. My head? Yeah, it's the yummiest part.
You really are a little monster.
Rawr!
When we got older, our mom moved to another country for work. She asked if we wanted to come, but we decided to stay. Akari had graduated from university and had a real job now, so we didn't have much time to hang out. But every Friday, I would wait for her at the train station near my school for when she got out of work, and we would hang out all weekend. And even though we grew up, nothing really changed, except now we didn't play dress up anymore. Now we dressed up for real to go out to dinner or the arcade or whatever we wanted. We had the best life. The only problem was I was still too shy to talk to anyone, especially boys. One time when we were at the arcade, I saw a boy staring at us. Akari elbowed me. He's looking at you, Nozomi. Go talk to him. My cheeks got so red, my hands all clammy. I suddenly froze up and couldn't even play the games anymore. Okay, let's go home. You don't have to talk to any boys. But you know, it would make me really happy if you tried, at least once, for me. Maybe you can talk to a boy for me. Then I won't have to do any work. She gave me a dirty look, but she was only kidding. I knew she was right. I just had no idea how I would ever talk to a boy. Then one Friday, the train that was supposed to arrive didn't come, and suddenly I got a really bad feeling. After 30 minutes, the train finally came, but Akari wasn't on it. I called and called, but she didn't answer. Then finally, I got a call, but it was from a random number. Hello?
Is this Akari's sister, Nozomi? This is the hospital. Your sister was in an accident. She's in a coma.
All the air left my lungs. In the hospital, I found her lying there with her head bandaged. She looked like she was sleeping. They didn't know how, but she fell onto the tracks and hit her head. The doctor said it was impossible to know when she would wake up. From that day on, I started visiting her every day. I usually read to her, but one day I forgot my book, so I just talked, and when I left, I ran into the nurse in the hallway. If you have time, maybe you can talk to him too. He's in a coma like your sister. I think he was part of the accident she was involved with. He was? I think so, but we don't know who he is. He didn't have any ID when he was brought in. He had no one to visit him? I felt so sad. I imagined my sister being here all alone, with no one to talk to her all day. Before I knew it, I was in his room. He looked a couple of years older than me. I sat down beside his bed and, without even realizing it, I was just talking to him just like I talked to Akari. 30 minutes later, I was finally out of things to talk about. That's when I realized something. You know, you're the only boy I've ever talked to. You're a really good listener. I started bringing 2 books to the hospital every day after that. One for my sister and one for the boy with no name. Something strange happened after I was reading to him for a few days. Every night when I went home, I would think about him and even dream that we met and talked and fell in love. I realized it was ridiculous to fall in love with someone I didn't even know. And the next day, when I read to him, I tried to push the thoughts away. But for some reason, I just couldn't help but think, maybe it was love at first sight. That night, I decided to leave the book I had been reading to him in the hospital closet so I wouldn't forget it. But when I opened it, I saw there was a leather sketchbook inside. I opened it and saw that it was drawings of people at the train station. Every page was a different person. I flipped until I found my sister. I couldn't believe it. I realized then that the nurse was right. They must have been in the same accident, and it gave me a great idea. Maybe if I could find out what happened, I could find out who he was. I went to the train station from his drawings. It was the same one Akari used to come and see me after work on Fridays. I saw a woman waiting for the train. Excuse me, do you know about an accident that happened here a few weeks ago? Yes, I was here. A young woman fell from the platform as the train was coming and she hit her head. She would have died, but then the boy jumped down and picked her up. But as he pulled her away, the side of the train hit his back and he fell too. Whoa, the boy I had been reading to all this time had saved my sister's life. Maybe I wasn't so ridiculous for having feelings for him. Maybe it was destiny. Then the woman pointed to an elderly lady. That older woman, I think it's the boy's grandmother. She's been coming here every day waiting for him. We tell her he's in the hospital, but she doesn't remember. I was so sad to see her waiting there for him. I wanted to tell her what happened. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you waiting for your grandson? Yes, he's never late. I don't know what happened. But I decided if she couldn't remember anything, maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell her something so terrible like he's in a coma and might never wake up. But I couldn't leave her there like that, waiting for him. She had a cane and looked very weak. I'm sure he'll come home soon. Can I help you get home? I walked with her as she told me stories about how kind and wonderful her grandson was. His name is Kenji. He's always drawing. He takes care of me. With every word she spoke about him, I was falling more and more in love. But then I realized, oh no, without him, she had no one to take care of her. After I walked her home, I went to the market and bought a bunch of food and took it to her house where we both cooked while she told me more stories about him. I always tell him he needs to meet a girl and have a life of his own, but he says he doesn't have time for girls. He says it's because of his work, but I know it's because he takes care of me every day. But there is one girl he likes a lot. He always draws her. See? She pointed to a stack of drawings. I looked through them all. They were all of Akari waiting at the train station. I couldn't believe it. He was in love with her. My heart broke into a million pieces. The love I felt for him, it was all for nothing. And what was worse, if they both woke up, they would probably end up together and I would have to watch. Still, I couldn't let his grandmother be alone with no one to take care of her. So every day, I would take the train and find her there waiting for him. And every day, we would cook while she told me stories about how wonderful he was. I had to smile, but I wanted to cry. And every night after visiting her, that's exactly what I did. I cried on the train ride home, on the walk, and in my bed. And every day, I would get up, go to the hospital, read to my sister, and then read to him. And then one day, I stopped reading and just talked. You know, Kenji, you're still the only boy I've ever talked to. And to be honest, the only boy I've ever loved. When you wake up, everything will be different. I'll miss spending time with you, but I hope we can at least be friends. One night while I was sleeping, I got a phone call. Hello?
Fantastic news. Your sister woke up and she's doing really well.
I ran to the hospital and found her sitting there eating pudding. She smiled big when she saw me. I hugged her so tight she begged me to let go. Before we left, I asked the nurse, "Can I come back to see him again?" "I'm sorry, but we don't allow anyone up here except family. I wasn't supposed to let you visit him at all, but I felt so bad." "Oh, I see. Can I say goodbye?" She nodded and went to Kenji's room. "When you wake up, I'll make sure you and my sister meet again. Oh, and don't worry. I'll take care of your grandmother until then. Goodbye, sleeping boy." I asked if Akari remembered anything, but she didn't. "I heard a boy saved your life when you fell." "Really? I would love to meet him one day." "I'm sure you will. Fate has a way of making things happen." After that, Akari was still too hurt to work, so she just lived with me. But I kept seeing Kenji's grandmother every day to make sure she ate and was doing okay. One day, I knocked on his grandmother's door, and when it opened, it wasn't her on the other side. It was Kenji. I...
Hello. Are you looking for my grandmother?
Yes.
She told me someone was taking care of her while I was sick, but she couldn't remember your name. Thank you.
Then he gave me a big hug, and all the thoughts I was trying to push away about being in love with him came back. He invited me inside, and we all had dinner. And this time, he had done all the cooking, and it was delicious. While we sat and ate, I realized all the stories his grandmother had told about him were true. He was kind, sweet, funny. Then he asked me to wait while he put her to bed. After, he asked if we could talk outside. I said yes, but to my surprise, instead of going out the door, he went to a ladder that led up to the attic. Wait, why up there?
This is where I go to draw when my grandmother goes to bed. And tonight, there will be fireworks.
He went up and I followed him, even though I hated heights. He led me to a window and stepped out. He sat on the roof and I sat beside him looking over the faraway city. The lights twinkled like stars.
So, how did you meet my grandmother?
Oh no, I hadn't thought about this part. If I told him the truth, I would have to say that I read to him in the hospital. At the train station, she was always waiting for you, which wasn't a lie exactly. But now that meant I couldn't even tell him thank you for saving my sister's life. Maybe if I ask him about the accident, it will all come out naturally. But he said he couldn't remember what had happened. I felt so foolish for not telling him the truth just to save myself from a little embarrassment. All he did was be nice to me. I decided I owed him for saving Akari. So even though I would be humiliated and look stupid, I would tell him the truth. But before I could, he said,
I kind of remember a little. There was this girl. I think she fell. I was in love with...
I know.
You know? How could you know?
I saw your drawing of her. Your grandmother showed me. You were in love with her. That's why you jumped and saved her.
Actually, no. I was in love with her sister.
I couldn't breathe. Did he just say what I think he said? He looked down at the ground and said,
Every Friday, the girl from my drawings and I would get on the same train. Sometimes we talked a little. She said she was meeting her sister and she started telling me about her, what she was like. She was cool and funny and when she would get off, her sister would meet her and I guess it was love at first sight. Like we were meant to be. Sorry, I must sound stupid.
Good thing he wasn't looking at me, or maybe he would have seen the hearts in my eyes. Why did you draw her sister and not the girl you liked?
I only saw her for a few seconds every day, but I always tried.
Then he showed me his book of drawings, and all the way in the back, there were drawings of parts of a girl. Never the full picture, since he drew from memory but never saw her fully. It was me. I couldn't believe it.
After the accident, I can't remember what they looked like. I went to the station today, but I didn't see anyone who could have been her or her sister. I guess I'll never see her again.
Actually, you're looking at her right now. He turned to me, confused, and then his eyes lit up and he recognized me.
But how? I don't understand.
I put my hand on his and kissed him. Just then, the sky exploded with fireworks. I pulled away and looked into his eyes. It's a little complicated. Let's just say I took care of you. I jumped onto the table and pushed my hands forward. Don't you dare mess with me! My fingertips shot out red sparks, shaping into a fiery ball hanging in the air as I looked around the room. All of a sudden, something grabbed my ankle and pulled really hard. The room seemed to flip upside down. I tried to scream and woke up. These nightmares had been haunting me for a month now, and every time I woke up, I felt nauseous. It was like they were draining my energy, leaving me feeling weak and dizzy.
We need to run some tests.
My parents were great doctors, but they were always consumed by their work at the hospital. They called it dedication. Well, I called it obsession. I often wondered how they even found time to date, let alone raise me. They were always at work, and on the rare nights we did manage to sit down for dinner, all they talked about was work.
Got a patient today. He thinks shadows are tailing him.
Well, shadows tail us all, especially in bright light.
I told him the same thing, but he insisted they meant him harm. So I sent him over to Morrison's. He's the top psychiatrist in town.
I didn't care what they talked about. All I wanted was more time with them. When I was younger, I'd even fake being sick just to have them around. Daddy, my elbow hurts.
Oh, that sounds rare. We might have to call in a team of specialists, consult the encyclopedia of unbelievable joint problems, and possibly even consider a bubble wrap suit to ensure absolute safety.
Mommy, my tummy feels funny.
What color was your last stool? Was it a normal shade? If it's green, it might indicate an alien infection. Very rare, but possible. Consistency is crucial too. Was it hard like a rock or liquidy like a smoothie?
Ew, Mom! It was normal, I swear! When my plan worked, they'd whisk me off to the hospital, run a bunch of tests, and sometimes even chill at home with me for a day or two. Still, I stopped faking it eventually. While those were the best times because I was closer to them, afterward, when everything was back to normal, I'd feel even lonelier.
You seem perfectly all right, darling. Nothing to worry about.
Only this time, I truly didn't feel well. It's gotta be this town. This phrase became my daily ritual. We relocated here several months ago, but ever since, I felt out of sync with everything around me.
You just miss home.
But my problem was not homesickness. I never felt quite at home anywhere. Yet here, in this town, oh, not again! A gust of wind smacked me in the face, followed by a sudden downpour. Those bizarre weather patterns were quite recent, but they quickly became the most annoying thing about this town. And trust me, there were a lot of annoying things to choose from. I dashed towards school, kicking up my pace. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the rain stopped, leaving the sun shining brightly once more. But my outfit was drenched, and my hair was a complete mess. Happy sweet 16, Aurora. Well, it was indeed my birthday, but little did I know that just in an hour, my whole life was about to flip upside down.
What a freak!
Why is there always that one person in every school who's just out to mock everyone? There was ours, Regina. I tried my best to ignore her, but for some reason, she seemed to have it out for me more than anyone else.
I didn't realize the drowned rat look was in style now.
Guess you're just not keeping up with the trends. I didn't have time to waste arguing with her. My focus had to be on my project. We were paired up for this assignment, but my partner Leo bailed on me for his video games, leaving me to handle everything by myself.
Next up, Aurora and Leo. What did you two come up with?
This lazy jerk didn't do a damn thing.
Did you say something, Aurora?
Nah, just a little cough. I carefully placed my volcano on the front table, but a part of it fell to the floor.
Looks like she wet her volcano. Just like her bed.
The whole class burst into laughter. My face turned red, and I felt like I was about to explode. But as I tried to fix things, something crazy happened. I saw my hands start to glow, like 100 fireflies. And then boom, the volcano erupted. It was insane. Lava spewed in every direction, flooding the floor like there was no tomorrow. Yeah, like literally, the floor was lava. Everyone freaked out, jumping on desks and screaming. The teacher was yelling something, but I was so embarrassed and scared that I just bolted out of there. What on earth just happened? I knew I only used a tiny scoop of chemicals, so that was not it. It was something else. Something...
I didn't know you were a witch.
What? I must have misheard her. A snitch?
A witch.
Oh, I hadn't misheard her.
My family's roots go all the way back to the Shiptons. How about yours?
I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm not a witch, or whatever you mean by that.
But you just did some magic back there. I saw it.
You're crazy. There's no such thing as magic. I walked out of the restroom, totally confused over that weird conversation. I've never really chatted with Sarah before, but it was clear that everyone seemed a bit nervous around her, trying to keep their distance. And she definitely seemed to revel in that. Magic. It's called chemistry. But man, I was so annoyed. Somehow, I was pretty sure now that it was just Regina messing with me again. I'll make her pay for... Whoa! I jumped back, totally freaked out. My anger instantly faded, replaced by that sick feeling in my stomach. My heart raced, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I definitely need some air, like a lot. I dashed from school, trying to keep my balance. My ears felt like they were plugged, muffling the sounds around me. Then, I spotted a cafe nearby. Maybe some coffee and sugar will help. I stepped into the cafe, feeling woozy. My head was spinning a bit. As I waited in line, I couldn't resist checking out the colorful cupcakes on the counter. Those looked delicious. I daydreamed about sinking my teeth into them until, whoa, hold up. They started moving towards me, floating in midair. It was like magic. I screamed and bolted out of there. No, I can't be losing it. Not before the year-end exams. I kept on running down the street, moving like Jack Sparrow making a getaway. Then, out of nowhere, a car honked at me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. At the exact same moment, all the fire hydrants along the street burst open, spraying water everywhere. Okay, I am losing it. Now, my head was spinning like crazy, and I had to lean against the wall just to keep steady, panting hard. Suddenly, everything went blurry, and then I blacked out.
Is she gone?
Honey, don't be ridiculous. Her mind's just overwhelmed.
I blinked my eyes open and found myself in a brightly lit living room. A gentle-faced woman was moving burning herbs over me. I coughed. Who the hell are you? And what are those herbs? They smell awesome!
Welcome back, dear. I'm Evelyn, Sarah's mom.
I sat on the couch, scanning the room. Sarah was nearby, putting on this whole act like she couldn't care less about what was going on around her. Why am I here? What's going on?
Sarah brought you here. It seems like your powers just awakened, and your mind couldn't handle it. It's normal. It happens to a lot of witches.
I burst into hysterical laughter. Your family is all kinds of nuts, huh? Evelyn flashed me a smile, then mysteriously moved her hand, and a flame flickered to life in the center of her palm. I jumped off the sofa, scared as heck. Is this some kind of trick?
Oh, for heaven's sake. You saw what you did back at school and later. Everyone saw it, and I had to clean up your mess and wipe out dozens of memories. Do you even know how difficult the memory spell is? It's freaking exhausting. So stop denying the truth because I'm seriously pissed off right now. You're a witch.
I think I need a second opinion. My whole life, I grew up in a family that believed only in science. Right now, every fiber of my being should have been shouting, fake, fraud, insane. Still, deep down, I knew it was real.
Does your mom have any powers?
She's the most ordinary person you could imagine.
That's strange. Usually, powers manifest through women's DNA and awaken at a very young age.
Well, they're certainly late by exactly 16 years then.
Wait, you're turning 16 today?
Yeah, talk about a birthday surprise, huh?
Curious. Very curious.
As Evelyn drifted into her thoughts, I concentrated on my hands. I moved them around, feeling awkward, but despite a slight itch in my palms, there was no hint of a flame.
You're not going anywhere until you truly believe.
In what?
In magic and yourself.
Yes, belief and focus are the first steps to unlocking your power. But let's save that for another time. It's getting late. Sarah, could you take our new witch to her home?
She's perfectly capable of doing it herself.
Just make sure she doesn't accidentally blow anything up along the way, okay?
Ugh, fine, let's go.
The night rolled in as we walked through the park in complete silence. I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble today. I didn't mean to, and thanks for helping me out.
Just learn to handle your magic, okay? Or it could cause a ton of problems if people catch on. Normies aren't supposed to know magic's real.
Like in Harry Potter. Got it.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thanks. So, now that I'm a witch, what can I do?
Right now, not much. But with some time and practice, you'll be able to do all sorts of things.
And what can you do already?
Me? Pretty much anything, really. I'm a powerful witch.
Suddenly, a scream pierced through the quiet of the woods.
We need to be quiet and careful.
I'm a newly minted witch. Do I need a secret password to survive this? Is it bubble, I'm in trouble?
Ugh, focus.
Sorry, humor is my defense mechanism. Suddenly, I felt a pull inside me and, without overthinking, I dashed toward the sound.
Where are you, Aurora? Are you insane?
She followed after me. Up ahead, there was a dim path, totally deserted, except for one guy just lying there. And around him, things were getting really weird. Something like foggy darkness was swirling around, shifting into all kinds of strange shapes, and slowly creeping over his body.
It looks like it's eating him.
It certainly looked that way, like something straight out of a horror movie. I felt a shiver creep down my spine.
Help!
To do something.
Me?
You're a freaking powerful witch. Help him. She muttered something under her breath and began unleashing bursts of light towards the strange shadow. At first, it seemed like her efforts were in vain, but then the creature stumbled and vanished into the shadows between the trees.
That's it? Did I win?
It looks like it. Ah! Darkness surrounded us from every direction. It seemed like this thick, smoky wall closing in on us bit by bit. Sarah kept shooting bursts of light, but they ended one after the other. We stuck close together, desperate to avoid touching the shadows. But within its suffocating hold, we couldn't see anything else. No trees, no sky, just pitch black darkness all around us.
We're toast.
She was right. It felt like our final moments on Earth. I closed my eyes, preparing for the worst, and then felt something warm stirring inside me. I didn't know what it was, but I believed it and focused on that feeling. My body began to tremble. In the next moment, the brightest energy burst out from within me, flooding the area with light as if it were midday.
How? How did you do that?
Sarah seemed shocked, scared, and frankly, a little jealous. I glanced down at my body, confused. No idea. But what was that thing?
No idea. I've never seen anything like it before.
We heard some murmurs coming from the guy we saved from the darkness. As we got closer, I recognized him. He was from another class. We'd crossed paths a few times before.
Are you an angel?
Should we wipe his memory?
I'll take him to my mom. You go home.
I can help.
No. You've done enough.
Her tone was icy for some reason, and I could sense the jealousy in her gaze. With a quick move, Sarah effortlessly lifted the boy as if he weighed nothing, definitely using some magic tricks. Without a glance my way, she walked off in the opposite direction. My head was spinning as I walked home. After everything that had gone down today, I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I was just dreaming it all up. Suddenly, I felt uneasy. It was like someone was watching me from the shadows. I looked around, but there was nothing there. Must be my nerves from today's craziness. I picked up my pace, and then I heard noises behind me. Before I knew it, a shadowy figure emerged from the trees and started heading straight for me. My heart raced like crazy, and all I could think was, I gotta run, now! And so I ran. I leaped over fallen logs, ducked under branches, and bulldozed through bushes, not stopping for anything. Then bam! I didn't see this stupid hole in the ground and tripped, eating dirt like a champ. As I lay there, trying to catch my breath, I heard footsteps closing in, each one sounding louder and heavier than the last. I was trapped. What magical creature would I encounter now? A wizard? A warlock? A knight? A demon? Or something even worse?
What the heck?
I flipped over. It was just my classmate Leo, peering down at me with a mix of confusion and worry. Oh, it's just you.
Who did you think I was? Why were you running?
Why were you chasing? He reached out a hand to help me up.
I just wanted to chat.
Chat? You always just sneak up on people in the middle of the forest like some horror movie villain just to chat? He smiled and ran a hand through his hair, a move that had all the girls swooning, except me.
No one ever mentioned I had a villain vibe.
Oh, don't worry. Aging can be tough on some. We locked eyes, the air thick with unspoken words. All right, spill. What's this chat really about?
Well, for starters, I know about your powers, and...
Powers? You've been reading too many comic books, Leo.
Quit messing around. I've seen what you did at school. I usually stay out of witches' business, but...
Witches, Leo? That hair gel's really seeping into your brain. What's next? You're gonna tell me you're Harry Potter?
Nope, just a pro demon hunter. And I've been assigned to monitor an amateur witch who can't control her powers. You.
Assigned?
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about babysitting you either, but it's what I'm stuck with. So from now on, keep me updated on your witchy activities and whereabouts so I can keep you safe.
Whoa, hold up. Safe from what?
Looks like from yourself.
I can take care of myself just fine. I don't need your help.
It's not up to you to decide.
And who gets to decide? You?
Not me, but the ones I answer to.
And Who might that be?
That's none of your business.
And my life is none of yours.
Now it is.
So, you want to know my every move? Well, I'm going home now. Feeling a surge of anger and exhaustion, I turned away, yearning for the simple ability to teleport straight home. I gotta ask Sarah if that's possible. When I finally made it home, I felt like a deflated balloon. But what really knocked the wind out of me was walking into an empty house. With their new jobs, my parents worked twice as much as before. Soon, I'll probably forget what they even look like. I hoped they'd at least be here for my birthday, but the fridge was empty, with no cake in sight. I made myself a really sad sandwich, stuck a candle in it, and made my usual wish. I wish to have people who truly understood me and who were always there for me. Is that really too much to ask? When I returned to school the next day, everything appeared to be back to normal. It seemed like nobody remembered my volcanic disaster. Maybe Sarah is actually a good witch. I saw her at the end of the hall, and I waved, but she pretended like she didn't see me. Why is she acting like that?
Hey, Aurora, have you seen Rose today?
No. Why?
She was supposed to meet me last night, but never showed up, and I haven't been able to reach her since.
I'm sure she'll turn up. Rose was always the quiet one, easily overlooked. It seemed like no one else really cared about her whereabouts, except for her only friend. But I had my own worries for the day. My mind was elsewhere, lost in fog, making it almost impossible to focus on anything happening in class. I still couldn't wrap my head around what happened to me yesterday. Out of nowhere, my whole life got flipped upside down, and there was no one to help me make any sense of it. Why me? Why now? And what am I even capable of? I fixed my gaze on the pen resting on my desk, and I tried to move it, without touching it, of course. At first, nothing. I put more strength into it. Then, the pen started to tremble. I concentrated harder, and whoa! It suddenly leaped into the air, flew halfway across the classroom, and hit Leo right on the head. He looked back, surprised. After our odd chat last night, I wasn't in the mood to apologize.
What a demonstration of Newton's laws, Aurora. Remember, folks, physics can be a real head-turner.
The class giggled. At that moment, the bell rang and the class was dismissed.
See you next week, kids.
Just after the teacher left, Regina couldn't resist throwing her 2 cents in. She turned around and looked at me.
Yeah, Aurora. Nice demonstration of how desperate you are to get Leo's attention.
I was not...
Don't get me wrong. I admire your confidence, especially when he's so obviously out of your league.
Everyone laughed at me. I wanted to jump on her and ruin her perfect makeup, but I restrained myself. I looked down, but surprisingly, someone jumped to my defense.
Shut up, Regina. You want to talk desperation? How about you keep throwing yourself at Leo and he keeps swerving?
Look at that. Of course. Freaks have each other's back.
Who are you calling freak?
You. You're just as weird as your mother.
Suddenly, Sarah lunged at Regina, grabbing her hair from behind. The classroom erupted in cheers. I hurried over to break up the fight, but just then, the principal, hearing the noise, stepped into the classroom.
What's going on here?
Everyone quickly backed away, leaving us 3 in the center of the quarrel.
These 2 weirdos just jumped me out of nowhere.
What? She started...
You 2, silence now! Your parents will be getting a call from me today. I won't tolerate such behavior in this school.
He left before we could explain. That's so unfair! Regina walked away triumphantly towards the cafeteria. Enraged, I went after her. Sarah rushed behind me.
Aurora, stop.
In the cafeteria, I focused on a soccer ball in a boy's hands nearby and sent it flying straight towards Regina's head.
Don't!
Sarah redirected the ball, causing it to hit the opposite wall. I looked at her, taken aback.
You can't use magic at school. You'll be seen.
But it was you who started the fight. She deserves it.
She absolutely does. But using magic recklessly can have consequences, especially when you can't control your powers yet.
It's gonna be fine.
Don't brush me off. First, you need to learn. Stop it, Aurora.
Regina tried to sit down at the table, but I made her chair disappear, causing her to fall to the floor. The entire cafeteria burst into hysterical laughter. See? Everything's fine.
Where did you send the chair?
I just made it vanish.
Magic doesn't work like that. If an object disappears, it has to go somewhere else.
She shut her eyes and focused.
I can't find its trace.
Meanwhile, Regina, red with embarrassment, tried to sit down once more. But yep, I made another chair disappear. Sorry, not sorry. Regina landed hard on the floor and immediately sprang to her feet.
What's going on?
She looked around, her expression filled with fury and confusion. Her girlfriends shook their head in disbelief, clearly unable to explain anything. I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You should stop now.
But I didn't want to stop. After years of torment, it was finally payback time. I kept pranking Regina, changing her glass into a potato, putting worms in her food, tying her shoelaces together, and more. I couldn't stop. Some pranks were screaming magic, so Sarah had to undo them fast before anyone would notice.
I will not risk using memory charm to save your butt anymore. You can't imagine how hard.
She fell silent as Simon approached, looking much better than yesterday after we saved him. His gaze had an affection that caught me off guard. Do I have a fly in my hair?
I had the strangest dream about you last night. You were like an angel saving me from some dark monster.
I choked, exchanging a questioning look with Sarah before turning back to Simon. Glad I could help. But do you usually share your wild dreams with people?
No. It's just, it felt so real, you know?
He blushed deeply and hurried away, muttering to himself. How come he remembers?
Wiping his memory was way too risky. With all he went through, it could have messed him up bad. That's what I've been trying to tell you all along.
That he's a wreck?
No, that using memory charms is too dangerous. You never know what might happen, so stop being so careless.
Suddenly, there was a loud bang followed by laughter. The tied shoelaces on Regina's sneakers had done their trick. Now, she was sprawled on the floor with a nosebleed. That's priceless. Oh, I love magic.
Oh, no.
I followed Sarah's gaze and gasped. There was a strange black thing floating in the air above our heads. Is that a ball? A gap? A hole?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't look good.
The thing pulsed slightly, but everyone seemed too distracted with their gadgets to notice it.
It feels like something magical.
Easy peasy. I tried to make it vanish like the chairs before, but it only grew wider. Fork, I didn't mean to.
Don't do anything, please. There are too many people here. Let's come back after classes.
But what if somebody notices it? Can we at least cover it somehow?
Good idea.
She waved her hand, and the thing blinked and disappeared under what seemed like a veil. Great. Problem solved. Of course, the problem was far from solved. After school, we went straight to Sarah's house because her mom wanted to have a chat with me and to wait for everyone else to clear out of the school. Before going in, Sarah made me promise not to say anything about the huge black hole in the middle of the cafeteria.
Sarah told me everything.
I looked at Sarah in panic.
About how you saved that boy yesterday.
Don't forget I set the stage.
Can you explain to me how you did it?
I just felt a warmth inside me and believed I could do it.
How simple. Absolute genius.
Your potential is extraordinary. If you learn to embrace and develop your abilities, you can become a truly powerful witch.
Almost like me.
But you should be careful, Aurora. With great power comes great responsibility.
Great. The Uncle Ben speech. She didn't pay attention to my comment and bombarded me with questions about my family background. Still, she had no evidence of any magical heritage. I also shared the details of my mundane life, which sounded even duller than I thought.
Looks like your powers were suppressed until yesterday, but I can't figure out why.
Is there a way to find out?
I'll try my best, but you may never know why this happened. For now, focus on mastering your powers. You need to be strong. There are many dangers out there.
Suddenly, I recalled Leo's words from last night.
You're an amateur witch, and I'm a pro demon hunter. I was assigned to watch over you.
By whom? And why? I thought about asking Evelyn, but something stopped me from doing so. It wasn't like I didn't trust her, but my guts told me to stay quiet, for a change. For the next hour, we practiced basic magic skills in their backyard, which felt easy to me after my recent pranks on Regina.
That's great, but be careful with magic so you don't hurt anyone or get caught.
Sarah shot me an I told you so look. But what if someone really deserves it?
Is it your place to decide? Besides, there are consequences on using your magic carelessly.
Maybe I shouldn't have messed with Regina at lunch. Then Evelyn explained the concept of the realms between worlds.
There's the thing called the midworld. It's like a buffer zone between different worlds and realities. It's basically just empty space, pure nothingness. And that's where you can safely use magic that might mess up our world.
How can I use it?
Take a look.
And she opened up the air in front of me and put an apple into that space.
We mainly use it for disposing of things or hiding them away. The only rule is, don't put living things there. They won't make it if you seal the gap.
No hiding puppies in there. Gotcha.
You don't need to physically open the door. Just thinking about it is enough.
And what happens if I just make stuff disappear without sending it to the midworld?
You don't. It could cause chaos in our reality.
I gulped. My mind flooded with image of that strange black object hovering in the cafeteria. Oopsie. When we stepped back into the empty cafeteria, the air was filled with a strange buzzing noise, like a swarm of bees. What on earth is that sound? But as soon as Sarah removed the veil, it all made sense. That black thing was indeed a hole. It was swirling and pulsating wildly, and it had grown much larger than before.
It's your fault, so go on, use your extraordinary magic to fix it.
Don't pin this on me. Might just be a coincidence.
No, it's not. It was you.
I don't know how to fix it.
I thought it was easy for you. All you have to do is believe, right?
I got angry and started trying different things, but nothing worked, just made it worse. The hole kept growing fast, the buzzing getting louder and louder, almost unbearable.
Oh yeah, truly extraordinary powers you've got there.
Sarah, okay, you win. I'll say it. I need your help. Then the hole suddenly exploded, and a bunch of stuff started pouring out of it. Cups, pillows, loaves of bread, a small tree, even a bicycle.
Look, there are those chairs you made disappear earlier.
Shoot, so it was me. Sarah was right all along. This chaos was caused by my careless use of magic. I sprinted around, grabbing stuff and throwing it back into the crazy hole in the air, but it felt like I was stuck in a never-ending loop, with more and more junk raining down at me, no matter what I did.
All right, make some space for the real witch.
Can I help?
Stick with me.
She guided me through the process, shouting out instructions along the way. Concentrate, spin, squash, push. Together, we worked our magic, sweating buckets as we gradually sealed the hole shut. Whoa, that was intense. But it didn't stop there. The area around us was filled with a jumble of objects.
Remember your training and help me move everything to the midworld.
For the next half hour, we busted our butts, getting rid of all the junk in the cafeteria. It was exhausting, but I was loving every minute of it. Feeling the magic coursing through my veins was incredible. I was a witch. I was special, and my life finally had meaning. Nothing could go wrong.
Aurora, we've got a situation.
I spun around, and my heart skipped a beat. There stood Regina at the cafeteria entrance, staring at us with her jaw practically hitting the floor. Uh-oh. Hi. For a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Suddenly, I saw one of Mom's menacing security guards racing toward me. I sprinted through the airport, my suitcase wheels spinning faster than my excuses for late homework. But up ahead, another security guard blocked the exit. Luckily, a team of cheerleaders passed by, shaking pom-poms. I wrestled for one. Give it, or I'll cartwheel you out on the runway. I covered my face with the pom-pom, but I knew I was trapped. And then I saw the man of my dreams waiting for his new wife. Okay. Let's back up. My name is Malika, and from an early age, I knew my mom was different from other moms. Mom, some kid is bullying me. So, which option would you choose for him?
I could have him dumped in the middle of the forest and let him wander there for a few days. Or would you prefer a deserted island?
Oh, no, Mom. I was just kidding. He did nothing. I just wanted to see if you'd care. Love you. You're the best.
I stopped her just in time. The kid never bothered me again. Actually, I never saw him at school as he moved. But that was my mom, the undisputed queen pin of our family, and lived a life straight out of The Sopranos. And growing up, I desperately wanted her to change. We could have a normal life, sunbathing with no guards. Okay, you're right. No more bulletproof vests. Wait, what? We can do a little travel to the old country, just the two of us. I was excited for some real mom-daughter time, but then at the airport, everything changed. We'll do the normal life thing. But first, I need you to marry this guy. What? He's the son of my enemy. This way, he can become an empire. Do it for the family. Ugh, really? Guess Mom's never gonna change. Oh, and if you subscribe to MSA right now, you could win $10,000 and jet off somewhere just like I did. I fake smiled, excused myself for the bathroom, and while she wasn't looking and busy giving orders, I dashed off to buy a ticket for any plane leaving soon. My heart was racing, but I was done being part of her chess game. I needed to be me, to live my own story. Goodbye forever. When I landed, I thought I might just get away with it, but the next minute, I was hiding from her guards behind a pom-pom, and then suddenly, I saw this studious-looking girl who, if she removed her glasses, looked almost like me arguing over the phone. I know the priest swears they're a good family, but isn't it weird that they just called this week, and you even agreed to send me over? Just because he's a little richer than us? And why didn't we send a photo first? Oh, right, you never liked any of my pictures enough to show them. Still, I don't like this arranged marriage thing at all. Mom's security guards were getting closer and closer. Mom, yeah, who cares if he's in the police force? What if he chews loudly when he eats or trims his toenails in the sink? And if he spells Melina wrong on the airport sign, I will freak out! Oh no, her mom was also trying to fix this poor girl up with someone. As fate would have it, a walking Pinterest board for male beauty appeared, holding a Melina sign. Boy, that Melina is lucky. Wait, he hasn't met this Melina yet. I could do this, right? Pretend to be her? Just for a while? Just to escape? I took a deep breath and marched towards him, my heart racing with every step. Yeah, maybe he would catch me, but I had to take a chance. I ran towards my newly arranged marriage. Do you have sunburn? Or are you always this hot? Nice to finally meet you, Rory. I'm Melina.
Weird. I was told you were really serious.
Well, yeah,
And that you'd be taller.
Taller? Oh, yeah, that's because of the heels. Today, I thought I'd come as the real me. Shush, I'm having travel sickness, so we need to leave the airport now. Later at his place, I met the mom I never had, but always wanted. She was all sugar and no spice, the total opposite of my mom. So, dear, what are your dreams? To not end up in the family business and fleeing from my own wedding? Oh no, I blurted out. Thankfully, she laughed, probably thinking I was joking. However, Rory wasn't convinced.
What's going on? Who are you?
For a second, I thought it was all over, but nah, it wasn't that simple. I had one more trick up my sleeve. Oh, Rory, you caught me. I'm actually an international spy on a secret mission, and I thought you'd make the perfect cover husband. Before he could say anything else, his mom stopped his interrogation and he stormed off. But then he tripped on the stair step, and we couldn't help but laugh like we'd been best friends forever. Once, she caught me staring into space, secretly freaking out about Mom, and she sat down with me and held my hand. If you're worried about anything, just tell me, honey. I'll always be here for you. A part of me just wanted to tell her the truth, but I couldn't. This was exactly the life I'd always wanted. But then, a few hours later, Rory's mom's phone went off. Oh, a big hi. Hey, Melina, it's your mom. I jumped for the phone as quickly as a cat chasing a laser and snatched it out of her hands. I tried to hang up, but I was so nervous I couldn't hit the right button. My daughter had to come back because your son never showed up. I thought you were serious and good people. The deal is off. Luckily, Rory's mom didn't hear that, and at least Melina won't be coming to Rory's house anytime soon. Finally, I managed to hang up and I blocked her number. Then I only had to fake smile and go on with the conversation. Hey, Mom, what's up? Yeah, I got here just fine. The weather? 100% chances of charming conversations and cozy family vibes. Rory's mom laughed happily. When I pretended to hang up with my mom, she gave me a big hug. Just to think, Rory didn't want to take your number in the first place. I had to force him to meet up with you. It was the best thing I ever did. Aw, I loved her. Although Rory's mom already treated me like her own daughter, Rory was still icier than a snow cone in a freezer. But that changed one afternoon. We were walking in the park when his mom, while trying to feed some ducks, fell into the lake. She didn't know how to swim, so she started screaming for help. I immediately jumped into the water to rescue her like a superhero, only to remember seconds later that I didn't know how to swim either. So I started screaming for help. Rory ran towards us and jumped into the lake too. And guess what? Yeah, he didn't know how to swim either. Still, together, the three of us were able to float to shore and get out of the lake safe and sound. I'm sorry. I panicked and didn't know what to do.
Don't apologize. You were pretty brave.
He smiled for the first time. I couldn't help but blush.
I'm just glad you're okay.
Wow, did he, care? Wait, did I care? Were those butterflies in my belly? Nah. It's probably all the water and fish I swallowed. Then I noticed that my phone was completely soaked. It was still spitting water. Oh no. I was about to give it mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but Rory took it and coolly went off to perform some tech surgery till it was as good as new. What a dream. Thanks.
You're welcome.
From that moment on, Rory was even sweeter than his mom. It was almost like that drowning incident had made him fall for me, and I was starting to feel the same. I was having the best time of my life. But then, my nightmare finally came true. Melina and her mom showed up. Apparently, Rory's mom told everyone how happy she was with me, and the word reached them. Mom, you were right about us needing to come here. There's something not right. And you're the imposter. You think you can just waltz in and take over my life? I never wanted this. I was just trying to escape my mom. I had to come clean and tell them everything. But they were still super mad. Then I turned to Rory and his mom. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. Rory's mom had tears in her eyes, and he couldn't even look at me. I felt like the most dreadful person in the entire world. And at that moment, I knew I had to leave. I didn't get very far before I saw 5 of Mom's security. They must have tracked my phone. Just as they went to grab me, I threw sand in their faces and ran back to Rory's house, but the door was closed. I knocked and knocked and knocked. Please, Rory, I know I don't deserve any help, but I can't marry the guy my mom wants me to. Please, help me. Suddenly, the 5 security guards were behind me. Right at that moment, the door finally opened and Rory stepped out. My hero. He held my hands, and I felt my whole body tingle. I knew you weren't going to leave me just like that. The truth is, I think I love... Rory turned me around to face Mom's security.
Here, take her.
Wait, what? Rory wasn't saving me. He was handing me over to Mom's security. I knew I couldn't trust you. Like I was saying, the truth is, I loathe you! Despite my kicking and screaming, Rory turned his back on me. So it was just me against them. Time to show them what I'm capable of. I channeled my inner John Wick and leapt forward with a powerful flying kick. Take this! They just caught me in midair and dragged me off. Looks like I need to keep practicing my combat moves. Soon, we arrived at Mom's private jet. You betrayed your family. Now, get ready for your wedding. I started crying, but didn't complain. Maybe it was my destiny. We were just about to take off when suddenly sirens whirred and a bunch of police showed up. I couldn't believe it. They arrested Mom and all her men. I was so confused and scared. But there, on the runway, stood Rory.
I had to make it look like I was helping them. As soon as you left, I let the authorities know. I'm actually not a cop myself, but I'm the IT guy for the police force, so I got connections.
Ugh, you shouldn't have done that.
What? I thought you wanted me to help you.
Not by involving the police.
Before he could reply, a fight broke out between my mom's henchmen and the cops, and amid all the chaos, I saw Mom escape. I couldn't just let her get away like that and ran after her. Mom, stop, please! I chased her till we reached the edge of a small cliff, and there was nowhere to run.
You traitor! How could you call the police on me?
I didn't, Mom. You think I don't know that you're probably on every wanted list in the country? And if the police ever got their hands on you, you'd be in prison for a long time?
Then why are you chasing me? To hand me over to them?
Who said that's why I came after you? I just didn't want you to leave without saying goodbye. That was clearly not the answer Mom was expecting. I accept you for who you are, Mom. You're a mafia boss, and even a decade in jail isn't going to reform you. You'd probably be leading criminal activities from inside a prison cell, too. You can't change someone just by wishing they were different, so I'm not even gonna try. But I do get to choose what I want for my life, and that definitely doesn't involve following your orders or going down the same path as you. You'll have to accept that about me too. Mom stood silent for a few seconds, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged me. I know I'm not like other moms. No kidding, but I do love you in my own way. Also, I see myself in you, and I think you have the makings of a good mafia queen. Really not interested. You might change your mind one day. Don't hold your breath. You should leave now before the cops get here. You'll stay in touch, right? Of course. And you don't need to worry about money either. I'll find a way to get it to you every month. I'll see you sooner than you think, love. Stay safe, Mom. And with that, I let her run off into the forest while I went back and told the cops she'd gone in the opposite direction. I apologized to Rory about my outburst, and I think he knew I let Mom escape, but he never brought it up again. We went back to his house, and after I explained more about my whole scary and traumatic mom thing, Rory's mom forgave me and hugged me too. I moved into a tiny apartment close to Rory's house, but I spend most of my evenings with him and his mom, sharing home-cooked meals and laughter, and it's the happiest I've ever been. Now, a year later, I'm flying off to the Cayman Islands for a 2-week vacation. And yeah, you guessed it, my mom picked the spot. But hey, I'm not complaining. My best friend Amy and I were staring at my laptop in shock. If you don't do something, your channel will die faster than the plant I got yesterday. I've already tried everything. Last week, I reviewed those awful diet cookies that tasted like feet, and the week before, you made me endorse that dumb purple lipstick that everyone hated. Don't blame the lipstick. It's not my fault that your followers have no fashion sense. That's not the point. I'm gonna be kicked out of the squad house if I don't think of something soon. Hi, I'm Lola, a 17-year-old YouTube star, and at this point in my life, I was hoping to keep my spot in the Squad House, a place where world-famous influencers come together to make videos for money. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Staying in the Squad House was a big deal for me because, unlike most influencers here, I didn't come from a rich family. My dad was a farmer, and even though he worked hard, we were barely scraping by. Things got worse when Dad fell sick and couldn't work for months. Mom tried helping, but she was just bad at everything. So I decided to work as a part-time waitress. Then one day at work, a colleague of mine introduced me to vlogging, and I was hooked. I spent hours watching people on YouTube live their best lives. And when I found out the kind of money they made, I had to give it a shot. So I saved up, bought a secondhand camera, and started recording. Hola, I'm Lola. And I'm going to take you through a typical day at the farm. So I start by feeding the pigs, and then I feed the chickens, collect the eggs, and try not to break them. Follow me for more such content. I posted a bunch of videos, but I didn't get a lot of followers. Until one day, I was recording a live video of the farm when I accidentally slipped and fell into a pig pen. I got out, but then tripped and fell into a haystack, making a complete fool of myself. Everything was streamed online, and I was super embarrassed. But to my surprise, people loved it. I didn't think much of it until a few days later when I was shooting a video, this chicken flew into my face, and I fell into a tray of eggs. And that clip went viral too. People loved watching me do stupid things around the farm. So that's what I gave them. I made videos on being chased around by goats, almost getting kicked by a cow while milking her, cleaning horse poop, and then slipping right into it. And I got really famous. Soon I was doing advertisements and brand endorsements, making enough money to support my family. 6 months later, I moved into the Squad House, where I met my best friend Amy. We were roommates, and even though her dad was rich, she was pretty grounded. She also gave me advice on how I could make my vlogs better. It's time you move on from being the goofy pigpen girl and focus on something bigger, like fashion and lifestyle. You're in the big leagues now. You gotta step up your game. Amy was a very famous vlogger, so I took her advice. I bought designer clothes, started doing a bunch of makeup tutorials, and completely transformed my channel. Life was great until a few weeks later when I joined my new school, and everything changed. It was my first day when I was rushing to class like a headless chicken and crashed right into this tall guy. And boy, was he cute.
Is it fate or just your good luck that you ran into me today?
I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking.
Don't be sorry. It's not every day that you fall into Brett's arms. Hey, you're the girl who made videos about chickens and pigs, right? I love your stuff. Huh? But I think it's missing something.
Like what?
Me, of course. You and I should hang out. I'm sure your followers would love to see a handsome new stranger on your channel. Think about it.
Brett gave me his number, winked, and left. And I couldn't stop smiling. Later, I found out that he was a year senior and one of the most popular guys in school. That evening when I got home, I called him and he invited me to a party. I was just getting ready when Amy walked in. Where are you off to, looking like that? To a party with Brett. Brett? Like Brett from school? Why him? Because he asked me and because he's cute. Is he cute or was he just flexing his muscles? Is he cute or did he tell you that you have really pretty eyes? Is he cute or is he just the guy whose arms you happen to fall into? All of the above? What's your point? Brett's a total jerk. Just last week, he was dating the head cheerleader, and the week before that, he was dating a chick from my drama class. He's a player, Lola. Relax, it's just a party. It's not like anything will happen. Obviously, things didn't go as planned, and a week later, Brett and I were dating. His dad was really rich, so he was always getting invited to award shows and exclusive events, and I was his +1. For the next few weeks, my life was a dream. My followers loved watching my life with Brett, and when we did our first commercial together, people were calling us couple goals. But soon after, Brett started showing his true colors.
Are you seriously gonna eat that burger? Shouldn't you order a salad or something?
But I'm hungry. I've been shooting all day.
I'm saying it for your own good, babe. No one would want to see you if you get chubbier. And trust me, you're well on your way.
He even started taking over my vlogs. No one was interested in my life anymore. All everyone wanted to know was what Brett ate, how he did his hair, how he clipped his nails. So, my mom used to make this mud mask for me back home. I'm going to take 1 scoop of this and apply it in an anti-clockwise direction.
Yeah. Everyone knows how to apply face cream. Why don't we just show them something they actually want? More Brett. Here's a shot of my perfect abs. And look at my forearms. You like it, don't you? Let's try another angle. What about this?
And he just kept getting more obnoxious. He started a fitness channel of his own, got really popular, and moved to the squad house too. At first, I thought it was great because now Brett and I could shoot more videos. But then he stopped showing up for shoots. I confronted him, and he had the most bizarre thing to say.
I need a bigger cut or I can't film with you.
But I'm the one getting us the deals. We should get paid equally.
In that case, count me out.
I've already taken an advance, Brett. You can't leave me hanging like that.
Then just pay me more. I'm the bigger celebrity now. I will get views. While all you do is paint your face with makeup.
Ugh! I'm the one who made you famous, Brett. Without me, no one would even know you exist. You know what? You and your channel can both eat bugs. We're done.
What do you mean?
I don't want to see your stupid face anymore.
You can't leave. I'm Brett. No one leaves Brett.
Watch me. And with that, I turned around and left. Brett kept calling me all night, but I simply blocked him and went to bed. And the next morning, I woke up to Amy screaming in my face. Apparently, Brett had announced our breakup publicly, making him sound like some heartbroken martyr. And my followers were going down. And even worse, I was getting calls from my sponsors saying they were pulling out their campaigns if Brett was no longer filming with me. I tried calling Brett, but he had left for a month for some fitness boot camp, and I couldn't reach him. I always knew that boy's trouble, but you were so happy with him, I didn't say anything. You literally called him buttface and threw bread at his head at dinner yesterday. I didn't throw it at him. His big head got in the way. I don't care, Amy. Those deals were my content for the next 2 months. What am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should apologize to Brett. You don't need Brett. Remember how much your followers loved you when you first started dating Brett? All you need to do is find a new guy. Are you serious? Yes, and the timing is perfect. Colin Angel, the top YouTuber in the world, is coming to the squad house next week. Just work your Lola charm, and I'm sure he'll melt like ice cream on a hot day. You think it'll work? We have to try. Trust me, Brett will be old news soon once you're dating a hot new guy. Maybe Amy was right, and it was worth a shot, but Colin was a celebrity, and I had to make a good first impression. So I stalked his social media, learned everything about him, and when he came to the squad house, I felt prepared. Colin, hey! What's up, yo?
Do I know you?
You tell me. Do I know me? I mean, you do know you. I have a weird sense of humor. Sorry. I'm Lola, by the way, short for Lorraine. But don't call me Lorraine. It makes me sound like a 90-year-old granny. It's such a stupid name. What I'm trying to say is...
I'll call you Lola. Cool?
That's perfection. I mean, yeah, whatever. Do you want some fruit punch?
Sorry, I'm allergic to all fruits.
And with that, he left. Okay, that hadn't worked. So next, I went through his post to find his favorite bakery and ordered the most expensive cupcakes for him. He was sitting alone at breakfast when I pulled a chair up next to him. Is the seat taken?
Do you see anyone sitting there?
my God, you're so funny. Anyway, I got these cupcakes from your favorite bakery as my way of welcoming you to Squad House. Colin stared at the cupcakes and turned green.
Take those away from me. I hate this bakery, Lola. It gave me the most horrible food poisoning of my life.
But the internet says...
Don't you know not to believe everything the internet says? Oh, God, I'm having flashbacks.
And Colin covered his mouth and ran. For the next few days, I tried everything to get Colin's attention. I left cute notes for him in his room, sent him flowers, chocolates, but nothing worked. I'd almost given up when one evening I was walking past the common room and I heard someone singing. It was Colin. He spotted me in the doorway and stopped. Sorry, did I break your flow?
It's cool, I was leaving anyway.
Wait, I was thinking maybe we could...
Look, Lola, I'm not dumb. I know you've been flirting with me and you're very cute, so I'm flattered. But I've been avoiding it because I know you've just broken up with your boyfriend, and I can't be someone's rebound.
But you're not a rebound. I really want to get to know you. And honestly, Brett was a big mistake. I was losing myself in that relationship, and I'm so much happier now.
I know how that feels. And I'm glad you're out of it then.
Now will you sing for me? Pretty please. Colin smiled and sang some of his favorite songs for me. We laughed and chatted till it was past midnight, and he asked me out for a dinner date the next day. I thought Colin would take me to a fancy place, but instead, he took me to this broken taco truck that belonged to his dad.
This food truck was all we had, until I shot to fame and changed my family's lives.
Wow, I support my family too. It's tough for kids like us out there.
It is. Now sit back. You're about to see something very special.
Colin pulled out a chef's hat and cooked me the most amazing meal. As I sat there eating my heart out, I could feel Colin watching me. Suddenly, he leaned in to wipe sauce off my face, and I felt butterflies. And after that day, we only got closer. Colin was talented, grounded, and very easy to talk to. When I asked him if he'd film a few vlogs with me, he happily agreed. Finally, my channel started picking up again, and with each video, my numbers only got better. But I couldn't stop feeling guilty. Colin had been so nice to me, and even though I liked him now, my intentions hadn't been exactly transparent with him. I wanted to tell him the truth, but Amy advised against it.
You can't! Not until we have more content for your channel. Your numbers are up, but it's not enough.
But I can't keep lying to Colin. He's so sweet, and I really like him.
I really liked Brett too. Look how that went. And let's say you tell Colin the truth that you used him to gather views for your channel. How do you know he won't go online and broadcast everything? Think about your family before doing anything stupid.
I thought about it a lot, but I concluded that I just couldn't lie to Colin anymore. So the next morning, I sat down and wrote a note to Colin confessing everything. I was on my way to slip the note in his room when suddenly Brett got in the way.
Hey babe, I'm back.
What do you want?
I want us to do a collaboration video.
Why? I thought you're too famous for me.
I am, but I guess my followers just want to see your pretty face on my channel. So what do you say? Get back together?
I'd rather get punched in the face.
Fine, suit yourself. But first see this.
Brett shoved his phone in my face, and I was shocked. It was a recording of me and Amy talking about Colin and how I'd used him to save my channel. I was just taking it all in when suddenly Colin spoke behind me.
Is this true? You used me to boost your channel?
Colin, please, hear me out. It started off like that, but I swear, I liked you almost immediately. I didn't fake that.
I do believe you, Lola, and I really like you too. Excuse me, that's my girlfriend you're talking to.
Ex-girlfriend.
Amy, where did you come from?
Dude, focus.
Yes, Lola, focus on me. If we get back together, I'll give you the bigger cut on every project. Deal? No, don't. I'm more famous than he ever will be. I'll make sure your channel becomes super popular. You know I can do that.
Colin's got a point, and it doesn't hurt that he's a total dreamboat. Better than this moron Brett.
Shut up!
You shut up.
You shut up first! I'm not listening. You lose.
Oh my God, quiet! All of you! I think I'm done with all of you.
Lola, listen to me.
No, Amy, you listen to me. You know what I just realized? I was good. Great, in fact, till I started listening to your advice. Wear this, date him, don't date him. It's crazy.
I know it's coming from a good place, but it's not me. I didn't want my channel to be about makeup and boys. People liked me when I was authentic and made them laugh. That was my thing, and I want to go back to it. And Brett, get your head out of your butt. The world doesn't revolve around you, and I am never working with you again.
Fine. Then I'll post this video of you admitting you used Colin, and I'll tell everyone you used me too, and you're just an opportunistic witch!
Your voice is so irritating, man. Just shut up! Suddenly, Amy snatched the phone from his hand and threw it away, breaking it into pieces. Brett charged at Amy, but Colin pushed him away. Brett got up again and started throwing things around like a crazy person. Some of the other influencers had come running at all the noise, and they live-streamed Brett's meltdown. Brett was immediately thrown out of Squad House. After security took him away, Colin walked over to me.
So I guess you and I...
Colin, you're a wonderful guy, but right now, I need to focus on just me. I feel like I've lost myself all over again. I'm gonna go home.
I really like you, Lola. But yeah, I totally respect your decision to be on your own right now.
Who says she's on her own? I'm coming with you. You will? Sure. I can do some makeup vlogs at the farm. Also, I owe you an apology. I think you redeemed yourself with that little stunt you pulled on Brett. Yeah, I really cracked that nut. At least I was right about him. Can't argue with that. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures. or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge? At the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间?
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know.
Jeez! When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electro-element?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself, while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin Loi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te...
Xin lỗi, nó ngàn con đít chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lông đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope. So, what's next?
time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt. My favorite! Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool! How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kavi and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense. And no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Alira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Alira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world.
Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, hate them? Time for some snacks.
Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I know what you're thinking. She looks nothing like her family. That's because I was adopted when I was a baby. I was born in Romania, and I might have taken that small piece of trivia a little too seriously. Oh, I can't water the plants. Romanians are allergic to the sun. Does this broccoli have garlic on it? Romanians don't eat garlic, Mommy. But I have to sleep inside this cardboard box. It's a Romanian thing. You won't get it. That's a vampire thing, doofus. Now sleep in a bed like a proper human child. God, you're so dumb. I wasn't dumb. I was quirky and cute. But Fred was right. I just never seemed to make the smartest choices. Fred wasn't only my brother. He was also my best bud growing up. He was super smart and solved math equations in his sleep, but he was really awkward and hated outdoor activities. Come out, Fred! Look at all these butterflies coming out of their raccoons! It's cocoons and no thank you. You know they start off as icky caterpillars, right? Quit being such a party pooper and come play with me! But Fred just stayed inside. I chased the butterflies and didn't realize when I ended up rather far from home. I was about to find my way back when suddenly this weird woman came out of nowhere and started showering me with kisses. Ew, get your germy lips off of me. I'm warning you, I know Kung Fu. Serena, I'm your aunt. I know your real mother. She wants to meet you at the ice cream shop. My what now? I didn't really care about finding my real family. I was happy with the one I had. But since ice cream was involved, I was suddenly curious. I was about to get into her van when suddenly a couple of police cars came screeching to a stop before us, and the officers arrested my aunt. They took me to the station with them, and moments later, Mom and Dad came running in and hugged me super tight. Oh, Serena, thank God you're safe. You can't go so far from home. That woman is a kidnapper the police have been trying to catch. She works at the adoption agency and picks up adopted kids for ransom money. Luckily, they caught her in time. Whoa. The psycho woman was jailed for 25 years. But from that day on, my parents were attached to me like my shadow and treated me like a porcelain doll. They wrapped me up in bubble wrap when I wanted to jump on the trampoline. They put me on a baby leash when we went out in public. They even missed Fred's science fairs and chess matches because they couldn't trust anyone to babysit me. You only have yourself to blame. Who's dumb enough to just walk off with a random stranger? Me, of course. I was nothing special. I had no brains and no passion. Most of the time, I felt a little lost. But one day, I saw this 16-year-old Russian swimmer, Mariana, win a gold medal on TV, and my whole life changed. I had posters of her all over my room and even bought all of her merchandise. I was obsessed. I want to be just like Mariana. She's a year older than me, and she's achieved so much. But swimming is dangerous, sweetie. You could slip and hit your head. I could do that in the kitchen, too. We should baby-proof the kitchen. What? No, I'm not a baby. Please, will you just let me try something for once? I'm sick of staying at home. I begged and whined and threw a couple of tantrums, and finally they agreed to take me to a kiddie pool. Whatever. I was determined to make the best of it, and when I entered the water, it felt like I was finally in my element. I aced all the lessons and turned out to be a natural. Within a year, I joined the high school swim team and even won a local competition. And Mom and Dad finally stopped freaking out like headless chickens. Then I started 10th grade, and things just went bonkers. On the very first day, I was rushing to the shower when I slipped and went crashing into a girl. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. What? You're Mariana. Am I dreaming? Ouch! This is definitely real. I am such a huge fan. Oh, really? Is that why you tried to injure me? What? It was an accident. Ha! I doubt it. I eat jealous little wannabes like you for breakfast. Now, stay out of my way or I'll crush you. What a diva! I found out from the head coach that Mariana was recovering from an injury at the local state-of-the-art medical center and would be attending our high school while she was here. Just my luck. The universe sent my idol to my school, and she already hates me. I tried to do damage control and got her some welcome flowers and cheesecake, but she started sneezing and gagging and threw everything in the trash. Are you trying to sabotage me? I'm lactose intolerant and allergic to roses. How was I supposed to know that? You said you were my fan and you don't know this? Some fan you are. I was just trying to be nice. Nice gets you nowhere. Work on your swimming instead, loser. Okay, that's enough. I know you're an international champion, but you can't treat me like this. I really admired you. But now I can see you're just a brat with a swollen head. Get over yourself. You wish you could be me. I have more talent in my injured little toe than you have in your whole entire body. You can put your entire foot in your mouth because at the next swim meet, I'm gonna beat you. I accept the challenge. Although it's hardly a challenge. I was pumped. I trained extra hard and spent so much time in the pool, I started looking like a wrinkly old grandma. But on the day of the swim meet, Mariana spilled an entire bottle of conditioner on me right before the start. Oops, I'm so sorry. Your skin looked like it needed it. I was fuming. I took another quick shower, but I was super late. And when the whistle blew, I was so out of it that I flopped into the water like a dying fish. I lost badly, and Mariana sailed through the water gracefully like a swan. But what she did next shocked the bubbly farts right out of me. Mariana stepped off the stage after taking her prize and kissed Fred. Hey, what the heck are you doing to my brother? Stand behind me, Fred. I'll protect you from this soul-sucking mermaid. Sorina, Fred has told me so much about you. We met in the library the other day, and I said I was craving some Russian pastries. He got me some the very next day. Fred is a real gentleman. And you're a real lady. What was happening? Fred looked genuinely happy, but Mariana was bad news. The way she'd swam earlier, it didn't look like she was injured at all. But before I could confront her, they left. What a bunch of love-struck jerks! I was so depressed, I spent a couple of hours at my favorite ice cream shop eating my feelings. But once the banana splits were gone, I headed home and, to my surprise, I saw Mariana across the street. She was dressed like some weird spy and went inside a dirty-looking alley. I followed her and saw that she was buying a weird packet from some homeless dude. Hey, what you got there, bestie? Did you hit your head on that dive? I am not your bestie. Is it Russian candy? Is it a wig? Or is it a whole new personality you use only when Fred's around? It's your brother's heart, and it's all mine. She was a piece of work and super suspicious. I wanted to follow her, but I was already late. Mom and Dad would probably send a SWAT team after me. So that night, I borrowed Fred's laptop and did some research. I found a few articles about Mariana's injury, but then I found a creepy Reddit thread about athletes using performance-enhancing pills. I was shocked. Is that how Mariana had swum so well in the competition with an injury? I had to find out. But the next day, I walked into school and everyone was talking about Mariana and Fred like they were a celebrity couple. Fred, of all people, was popular. He suddenly had this confidence I'd never seen before. It was kinda awesome. But Mariana was ruining swimming for me. We've decided. I'll take your place on the swim team for regionals. What? You can't do that. You're not even a permanent student. Aren't you supposed to be injured and resting? Coach? I'm sorry, Serena. We have a chance to compete with an international gold medalist on our team. And she seems strong enough now. I was so mad I tore up all of her posters from my room and trashed all the merchandise. All I'd wanted to be was noticed by my idol, but she just turned out to be a massive jerk. I was gonna bring her down if it was the last thing I did. Hey, Mariana told me what happened. It was really sweet of you to give her your place. She really needed this. I didn't give up anything. Your evil girlfriend pushed me out. Swimming is the only thing I'm good at, but she couldn't even let me have it. Look, I know you're hurt, but she's a good person. It's all an act. She's only pretending to be your girlfriend to get under my skin. Yes, Serena. I'm sure my relationship is all about you. Everything is always about you. The only reason a girl could want to be with me is to get back at you. Not because I have anything worth liking, right? Wow, I didn't know you were so desperate to be liked, you'll defend the devil herself. Some brother you turned out to be. I hated the look of hurt in Fred's eyes, but I was just so mad. The next day, I sneaked into the gym and went through Mariana's locker, and I found the package she'd taken from the man in the alley, and it had pills inside. I ran to the head coach and showed him everything. Mariana went ballistic. They aren't what you think. I'm not a cheat. Then explain how your injury healed so quickly. You're lying, Mariana, and I have proof. Stop this, Serena. You don't know what you're talking about. No. For once, I'm the smart one, and you're being dumb. She played you with her big eyes and pretty face. She's just a cheating witch. Stop calling me that. And then she pushed me into the water. The head coach insisted on getting her tested, and she went bananas. She started ripping up pool noodles with her teeth and threw swimming flippers at the students like a mad person. 2 coaches had to drag her away, and she was suspended during the investigation. But I wasn't even happy about it. My teammates were mad at me for being a sneak. Fred wasn't talking to me, and Mariana, all the blood work came out clear. Turns out, the pills were special Russian vitamins. But she was so messed up with all the media attention and headlines, she completely failed at the regionals. I felt like a total jerk. It was time for me to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry about the whole mix-up. As if your plan worked. I lost the competition and my reputation. Now you can have your perfect life back. Perfect? My life is not perfect. My adoptive family is the bomb, but I've always felt a bit lost since I was a kid. Swimming makes me feel like I belong, and you took that away from me. Yes, I did. Because I'm better at it, and it's good for the team. But Fred was right. You're a selfish, spoiled brat who only thinks about herself. I was so mad, I slapped her hard across the cheek. We were rolling around on the floor fighting like cats, when suddenly Fred came in between. What the heck is wrong with you two? She started it. She's always hated me. That's enough. I love you both, but this needs to stop. You love me? Are you okay? Do you have brain fever? Stop it, Serena. After all these years, I've taken a back seat while Mom and Dad obsessed over you. I thought you'd be okay with me being the center of attention for once. It was true. Mom and Dad always went out of their way to make me happy and keep me safe. They hardly ever talked about Fred. I was selfish and felt terrible for not realizing it before. And Mariana? You can't blame Serena for jumping to conclusions when she doesn't know the truth. What truth? Suddenly, Mariana looked so sad, it broke my heart. My family had to flee Russia.
Some really bad men were after my father, and I had to fake an injury so they would give us quick visas to come to America for my medical treatment. Now I can never go back, and I can never swim for another country if I want to keep my family safe. That's why I wanted to be part of the swim team so badly.
But that doesn't explain why you're so mean and horrible.
It's all I knew. In Russia, you don't become a champion by being nice and sweet. You have to be really tough and fight for your place. It will be a hard habit to break, but I see you all as competition, especially you. You're good.
She said it reluctantly, but she said it, and I was on cloud 9. Aw, that's all I ever wanted to hear from you. Get away from me, or I'll take the words back. You can't take it back now. You think I'm good, and we'll be on the same team together. It's gonna be epic.
Is your sister crazy?
What is wrong with her? Why is she so huggy?
She's just really happy, and so am I.
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for this small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match, and guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends. Until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol, veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin, too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha. She didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
on how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lynn was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine. We can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to. It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools. I bullied her every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brother started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face, and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not. It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them, especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition's getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands. And that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today? Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs, until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house. Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd? Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants. Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move. There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning. Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us. I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student. She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting? Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying. Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin. I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much. It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda. Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad. Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework. That's very kind. But you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guest? You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it. Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad and suddenly he pulled me aside. What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket? I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes. Because there's something about that girl I just don't like. You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey, girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad. What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today? Caused you stress? What are you talking about? Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement. My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah, I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life? You don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast. I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport. Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister. Jessica, what's gotten into you? Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset. I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones. Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police. Okay, but go tell Dad first. I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing. What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough. So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or... Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing. What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer. Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing. Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us? I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us. We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally, the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone. I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now. Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of con men that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage. He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us. You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift.
I stole my dad's car and went with my friend Josh to our town's sketchy hidden gambling place. So, did you find a job yet, or is your dad kicking you out soon? Josh, no one kicks me out, not even my own father. I don't care if he's rich and locally famous and super respected and he's kicking you out. Then I'll go live with my mom. She doesn't want you. She never said that. She's in Spain with husband number 3 and his kids. William, you're gonna be homeless. Then I'll live with you. Huh. My dad hates you. Thinks you're a loser. Man, you studied preschool education. He goes, "What kind of guy studies 4 years to be a nanny?" Serious question. Do you ever correct him? Tell him it's a preschool teacher and not a nanny? Nope. Why would I? he's kind of right. You are the worst friend I've ever had. And yet, here we are. Why? Because you're a loser and can't find a better friend. Man, I don't get it. You're the smartest person I've ever met. A freaking genius with perfect memory. So how are you still such a moron? You know why? It's my stupid sleep schedule. I haven't slept in 4 days, man. I've tried everything. Wherever I go, they hook me up to all these creepy wires for hours. And then they go, well, we found nothing. Your brain seems perfect. And yet, here I am, sleepless, tired all the time. Just then, the police barged in. Turns out the place was illegal and unlicensed. They arrested the owner and kicked the rest of us out. We got in the car. I started the engine, then one of the cops started yelling. This guy again? What a loser! 4th time we've shut this dump down. And you losers? Go home! Stop blowing your money like idiot losers. That's a lot of losers in one sentence, sir. William, shut up. License and registration. He looked at the papers, and something twitched in his expression. He grabbed his walkie. Yeah, I need the driver out of the vehicle. What? Why? What did I do? I was genuinely confused, so I tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Ooh, bad move. He spun around lightning fast, flipped me over, and slammed me to the ground. This car was reported stolen. It's my dad's. It's flagged by mistake, sir. Dad just sold the old plate 5 days ago. Transfer still pending in the DMV backlog. Section 1573B. Clerical mismatch isn't arrest worthy. You a lawyer, kid? Preschool teacher major. I just read the entire traffic code last month. Insomnia perks. Nah, he stole it. His dad reported it because he's done with him, man. Told you, you're homeless. Brilliant. A homeless idiot. And look at this. Expired license, unpaid fines. If you're gonna steal a car, at least try not to be a walking violation. Can't wait to see how you survive on the streets, you spoiled little brat. Don't call me that. You don't know anything about my life. I've suffered. He hasn't. Don't fall for it, officer. Oh wait, there was that one girl who broke his heart. Shattered it. Every piece smaller than a lentil seed. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think about her in jail. Actually, officer, if he starts crying and sniffling in the holding cell, can you record it for me? I'll give you my number. I do miss her a lot. Hi there, my name is William. People around me think I'm a genius. I'd humbly say I'm above average smart. With one of those stupidly sharp memories that's more annoying than useful most days. You think that means I've got perfect grades, a bright future, a life all wrapped up in shiny potential. Nope. I have severe insomnia. I can go days without sleep, which sounds cool until your brain starts short-circuiting and you start crying over spilled cereal. And yeah, it wrecks my productivity, my focus, my everything. Instead of building empires or curing diseases, I spend my nights playing weird indie video games. And that's why, well, some people think I'm a loser. Until I got recruited by a secret research program, one that experiments on people like me, trying to create humans who don't need sleep. Yeah, things escalated. But let me start from the beginning. I got dragged to a cold cell. The officer shoved me inside. You could be gentle, you know? Or what? You gonna call your mama? Oh wait, she's in Spain with husband number 3. I'm gonna kill Josh. Later, as I sat in the cell, staring at the floor and regretting every decision I'd ever made, my mind wandered back to her. Diana, my high school sweetheart. We were together for 5 years. Even though we were young, we had it all planned out. Finish med school, get married, live a perfect life. We both studied medicine. Well, she studied. I skipped lectures, stayed up playing video games, failed out, and switched majors. I loved her, but I never showed it right. I was immature, selfish, constantly brushing her off. We fought more and more until one day, after forgiving me for the millionth time, she dumped me. I was a fool, and there hasn't been a single day I haven't regretted it. You look so pathetic. Who said that? A man emerged from the shadows. Apparently, he'd been sitting beside me the whole time. I can't believe they chose you. Choose me? For what? Who's they? Yes, boss. I'm looking at him now. He definitely looks like an idiot, so it's him. Confirmed. Excuse me? You can't just talk about me like that. Don't worry, boss. It's all an act. He was literally curled up 5 seconds ago, sobbing with snot on his face. That was a private moment. Everyone has those. Without warning, the man pressed his hand against a section of the wall. It looked like any other brick until it creaked slightly and swung open from a hidden hinge. There was a narrow, dark tunnel behind it. Before I could react, he grabbed my arm and dragged me inside. My dad will end you when he hears about this. He literally had you arrested. We walked into a massive soccer field. I was never into soccer, only ever saw it in Mr. Beast videos. Then suddenly, the floodlights snapped on. It was blinding. Man, that's too bright. My eyes are too sensitive. I can't even open them. Oh, wow. Who's that goddess? My lord. Wow. Now your eyes work? Weren't they just too sensitive 2 seconds ago? A stunning girl walked toward us, surrounded by bodyguards and assistants. She moved like someone who didn't walk. She arrived. One of the younger assistants accidentally dropped a clipboard while adjusting her earpiece.
Easy. You're doing fine. Don't stress. We're just changing the world.
The assistant nodded, clearly starstruck. Arya turned to a girl with dark glasses and a tight ponytail, standing off to the side with a scowl.
Hey, dear, relax that jaw before it breaks. You're not on trial.
She then finally looked in my direction.
Rex?
I can be a Rex for you? Shut up, man. She's talking to me.
Oh, it's him. No need to double check.
Wait, before you talk, I just want to say, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that because you're surrounded by average, boring-looking girls that make you pop by comparison. No, you're beautiful as a standalone piece.
Mr. William, this is a test. You'll be accompanying me to a high-level event. Think of it as a soft infiltration. Your job is to look sharp, stay quiet, and observe everything.
I have no idea what that means, but I'm in. So I'll be your undercover date. Fake dating is my thing. I've done it like 1,000 times.
No. What date? Ugh, why are men so dumb? Okay, fine. Yes, like my date. Good boy. Me and you, William and Arya, are going to a party. Be ready tonight, okay, dear Willie? Your salary will be $50,000.
Yeah, I can live with that. Wait, 50,000 US dollars or Zimbabwean dollars?
Why would we pay you in Zimbabwean currency?
Great, love that for me. Now, can you move aside so I can pass out comfortably?
Dear God, why am I always stuck with absolute clowns? Rex, get him a proper suit. Not like last time. Those suits look like they were pulled from a thrift store. I know you're pocketing the budget and dressing people in outfits that cost 50 cents.
50 cents? My favorite of all time.
You listen to that kind of music?
Music? What music? I'm talking about 50 cents the second, ma'am. To the candy shop. I take you. To buy the lollipop. I let you. Brilliant stuff. Shut up, man. That night, I was in a limousine with Arya, headed to some fancy party where everyone wore suits. Like in Inglourious Bastards. Arya gave off good vibes. Confident, sharp, the kind of woman who probably ran a secret feminist book club and didn't tolerate nonsense from men, especially men like me. Arya introduced me to some rich-looking men. One of them had just bumped into the butler and let out a painful yelp. So when he came over to shake my hand, I was still stuck between two sentences in my head. It's my pleasure to meet you, and I'm sorry you're hurt. So when he extended his hand, I blurted out, it's my pleasure to hurt you. Excuse me?
Oh, pardon him. This is William. He has a perfect sleeping schedule.
Perfect? No, I barely sleep. I once stayed up 3 straight days playing a game where I raised goats on a haunted farm.
Even better. That's exactly what we're looking for. You, kid, are going to be a huge contribution to our research.
What research? Oh, Arya didn't tell you?
I didn't think you'd understand. It's complicated.
That wasn't very nice, but I didn't say anything. Maybe it really was some top secret genius level thing, but I could tell it was about people with messed up sleeping schedules.
So, with that brain of yours, do you speak, like, I don't know, code, secret language, do puzzles for fun?
Code? Not really. Unless you count that time I decoded the serial killer Unabomber's manifesto at age 13. Just for fun.
You what?
I mean, it was already decoded. I just read it all on Wikipedia during one of my sleepless spirals. He got caught April 3rd, 1996, right? His brother recognized the writing. Everyone blinked at me. I wanted to clarify that I don't try to be weird. It just leaks out when I'm under social pressure. I also know all the US vice presidents in order. It's not a cry for help, I swear. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and...
I need to go to the bathroom. Come with me, Willie.
Why would I go into the bathroom with you, Ariana?
It's Arya.
She gave me a look. Oh, right. Maybe she just wanted to talk privately, so I followed.
He's perfect. He's a gem. He'll make us rich.
But she really did have to pee. Wait, you actually want me to go into the bathroom with you?
No, you creep. Just stand outside and make sure no one goes in after me.
Goes in to do what?
Kidnap me!
I stood guard. A few minutes later, a very large woman approached. She had a huge coat, big sunglasses, and a wig that looked suspicious, like movie disguise level suspense. Sorry, ma'am. You can enter once my boss/date is out.
Are you out of your mind, freak?
Oh, no. I've seen this trick before. You yell, I get embarrassed. You get inside and kidnap her? Not happening.
Move aside!
Your heels, red stilettos, size 11. Pretty rare in the women's section, bro. She ignored me and tried to shove past me. I didn't budge. I grabbed the wig and tugged and tugged and tugged. Nothing. She screamed. I panicked. So naturally, I lifted her dress to double check.
This psycho's attacking me! Help!
Yeah, the legs, the body, everything said definitely a woman. I froze. My stomach dropped. Oops. A second later, someone punched me in the face. Security threw me out like a piece of garbage.
I couldn't tell if she was a woman. It was ambiguous.
I sat on the curb outside, humiliated. Then the same woman walked out of the building, her coat bulging like she'd stuff a small mattress under it. She reached the van parked by the curb, glanced around, and casually unfastened her coat. And that's when I realized Ariana was inside it. The woman dropped her into the back of the van. Then she turned to me, paused, and slowly peeled off her wig. Underneath was a bald head, a cold stare, and a smile that made my blood ice cold. Idiot. They kidnapped one of the most important people in this organization right in front of you. It was either that or I got thrown out for attacking a woman who turned out to be a man, but still, Rex snapped. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the collar. Do you even realize what you've done, you stupid piece of dirt? Suddenly, one of the assistants from earlier, huge glasses, sleek black hair, in a perfect silk ponytail, stepped in and pulled Rex back. She raised her eyes in that sharp way Bella Hadid does in photos. She actually looked really pretty. I don't know why I called her average and boring earlier. Darn me sometimes.
Rex, this isn't helping. We need to get her back. I'll handle it, and I'll take him with me.
Him? He's a moron.
A valuable one. Maybe I can convince them to trade her for him. He's a treasure.
Yeah, tell him, lady. Wait, why am I so valuable again?
We're part of a private organization that runs off-the-record research on human subjects. I know how that sounds, but it's for the greater good. Right now, we're studying people who can naturally stay awake for days. The government won't touch human trials. Too much red tape, too much fear, even when the outcome could help millions. We're working to fight chronic fatigue, insomnia, and neurological burnout. Imagine what that could mean for soldiers, doctors, firefighters, people who can't afford to shut down.
Oh, that's amazing! I should tell my online friend to volunteer. His name is Ming Hao. We once stayed up for 4 days straight building a castle in Minecraft. He's in China, or Korea, I don't know, but he's committed. He cried when I accidentally set the sheep farm on fire. I cried too. It was emotional.
Get ready, William. We leave in half an hour. Rex, you'll be on comms. We'll talk through the earpieces. You're our eyes. If anything happens to Arya, I swear I'll never forgive myself. She's the reason I got out of bed some days.
Wait, who kidnapped her?
Our competitor. They're another organization. But unlike us, they run purely on illegal human experimentation. Arya's a genius in the field, and they've been trying to recruit her for months. She kept refusing. So now, they've taken her. They're going to force her to work for them.
You say that so casually. That's horrifying.
It is. That's why we do this ourselves. No backup.
So, secret agents, rogue labs, sleepless experiments, kidnapping, and you're bringing me into this?
Yeah, well, time to be useful for once. Prove you're not just a loser. You're a loser with dreams.
Thank you, I think.
We have to get Arya back. Our idol. Our hero. Our queen.
Our leader. Our guardian.
The rest of the team suddenly joined in, forming a weepy group hug. I swear it looked like a cult.
Our beloved. Our heart and soul.
She's not your god too? The entire circle froze and turned to glare at me like they were ready to commit murder. Soon we were in some fancy sports car. Arya's assistant was driving. It was a long, tense, weirdly silent ride. The kind where you could practically hear the awkward. So, I didn't quite catch your name when you told me.
I didn't tell you my name.
Okay, so...
So what?
Your name!
Don't yell at me.
I'm not yelling, girl!
Don't call me girl!
Fine. fine. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You can call me D.
D. I like that. Sounds like a baby trying to talk. D-do-gee-goo. Come on. Don't frown. I'm messing with you.
Why are you messing with me? We're on a mission. Did you mess with Arya like this? Huh? Did you?
Oh, her? Heck no. She's a total snob.
Yeah, that's what you guys do. The second a woman is competent, confident, and knows her job, you call her a snob.
Oh, God.
Arrogant, annoying, selfish, stupid.
I'm not listening to your rant. Be-do-gee-goo, be-boo, ba-ba-ma-moo. Ooh-ooh-ooh, ha-ha-ha. Just then, someone slammed into us from behind. A loud honk, honk, honk followed. Whoa! Someone's after us! Dee's face went serious. Her jaw clenched. She slapped my thigh twice and snapped.
I'm not burying you today, dummy.
Then she floored it, swerving left and right to lose whoever was behind us. You think they're armed? Want to switch seats? I drive, you shoot with your rifle?
Rifle? You know what? Yes, let's switch. Just drive straight. Got it?
We tried to swap seats, but we hit our heads hard. Ouch! Oh, it's okay. I got you. I slid down awkwardly, tucking my legs under the steering wheel and gently helped her climb over me. My hand steadied her back and her hair brushed my face. For a second, it felt like the world paused.
Now swing around and block their path.
Excuse me? You said drive straight! She didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the wheel and whipped the car around to face the other vehicle. She pulled out a gun and aimed. The car stopped. A goth-looking teenager stepped out of the car, and a moment later, her blonde mother climbed out of the passenger side as well, wearing oversized sunglasses, clutching her purse, and speaking in a thick southern accent as she rushed toward us.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, y'all. She just got her license a week ago. I swear she drives like she's in the Fast and Furious movie. We were chasing after you to say sorry.
You could've just yelled sorry and leave us alone?
Oh, bless your heart. I could never do that. There's a little diner just over there. They've got the best pancakes. Come on now, let me treat y'all.
They got ice cream with it?
William!
What? I'm starving. Guys, it's on me. I mean, I don't have money, but I do have my credit card and a salary of $50,000, so no problem.
Oh, hun, come on, pull over.
Just so you know, it's 50,000 Zimbabwean dollars.
Seriously?
What? What if they're actually thieves? You can never be too careful.
Yeah, just like when they kidnapped Arya.
God, this is gonna be a long trip. We sat in a retro-looking diner with neon signs flickering like they were trying to die quietly. Pancakes, fries, and coffee smelled better than any five-star restaurant I've never been to. The southern lady insisted on treating us, and Dee and I were too exhausted to argue. Her goth daughter, still sulking in silence, sat across from me next to Dee, messing with her black nail polish. The mom kept scolding her like we weren't just in a car chase 5 minutes ago.
Can you stop already? You're embarrassing. No wonder Dad left you for someone my age.
Hey, young lady, don't talk back to your mom.
Shut up. This is all your fault.
How is it my fault?
Mom and I saw you bickering in the car with Dee, and she goes, see, every mother and daughter fight. It's totally normal. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
Wait, why would she think I was the daughter?
Well, I thought you were the mom. But then she said, no, it's two girlfriends. She wanted to prove me wrong, so we got closer to check. Then boom.
Wait, why would you think I was the female from behind? I don't have long hair or like big dangly earrings you can spot from a mile away or a mom cardigan.
See, Mom? Cardigans are for moms. Stop buying them for me.
Oh, wow. So that's what I get for buying you things. Not a thank you, just a sass and insults. When was the last time you got me a present?
Literally yesterday.
Telling me you're pregnant ain't a present.
Why not? It makes you a grandma. Maybe then you'll finally stop throwing tantrums every 3 hours.
Guys, let's breathe. First, congrats on the baby. What flavor is it?
What?
I mean, what gender? Sorry, I'm eating. My brain used the wrong word.
Ugh, whatever. You're just some rando we almost rear-ended.
Random? I memorized your license plate while you were tailgating us. Florida tag QX51P9, cracked left headlight, and the We Don't Dial 911 bumper sticker peeling at the corner. So, when are you due?
Who cares? I'm miscarriaging.
God forbid. Okay, listen. Both of you need to learn how to shut up and actually hear each other. You clearly love each other. You just suck at showing it. Don't be like me. Don't lose the person who truly cared.
Oh, honey.
I rested my head lightly on her shoulder for a second. I've been the idiot who didn't listen. I had someone once, loved me for more than I deserve, but I kept messing up, sleeping in, making excuses, wasting time. She warned me 1,000,000 times, and then she walked away. And every day since, I've blamed myself. I tell myself she's still cheering me on somewhere. It keeps me going. That, and caffeine, and Call of Duty, but mostly her.
Oh, sweetie.
You know, Dee, earlier, when you slapped my thigh and said, "I'm not burying you today," that hit something, because only one person ever said that to me, my ex. Dee finally looked up. Her lips were pressed tight, and she was gripping her coffee like it was keeping her steady. She blinked fast, like maybe if she did it quickly enough, the tears wouldn't come out. Wait, I leaned in and reached for her sunglasses. She didn't stop me. I slipped them off. The moment stretched. Diana? She looked at me, her eyes full, shining, saying everything she wasn't. You've gotta be kidding me. Her face softened, just slightly, and a tiny smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. What happened to your face? She picked up a piece of pancake and threw it at me.
That's what you say? After all this time? Oh, wait. I'm just a boring, average-looking girl, right?
I'm sorry, okay? I really am. I looked at you again later, really looked, and I swear, I was like, darn, she's beautiful.
And yet, you didn't even remember me.
In my defense, you changed everything, including your voice. New hair, thick glasses, colored contacts. Your eyes used to be bright blue. Now they're dark green. I think you got a nose job and a ponytail surgery, and maybe chin filler, some cheek filler, possibly some temple work, also buccal fat removal, though that might just be weight loss. I'm not sure.
Wow. And he was mad we thought he was a female?
Hey, he's more of a man than most guys I've met.
Yeah, tell him, boss.
Yes, he's a lazy, reckless, stupid loser, but he's got a good heart. William, why didn't you come after me?
I tried. You shut me down, remember? I was ashamed, Diana. I'd been letting you down for years. I kept thinking if I worked on myself, fixed things, I'd be worthy again, that I'd show up with something to offer.
How's that working out for you?
I did study something, but yeah, the sleeping issues are wrecking me. I'm trying. I really am. I'm sorry, Diana. Please, let's just be friends. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, come on, hun. Give him a chance.
Diana looked at me. She tilted her head, as if considering it, her eyes softening just a little. Then she grabbed the nearest juice cup and threw it in my face, and just walked out. Diana, wait! Ladies, it was lovely meeting you. Here's my card. Let's stay in touch. And if the baby's a boy, can you name him William?
No way.
Cool. Drive safe.
I'm sorry, hun.
I'm sorry, Mama. Why does the card say he's a babysitter?
Our car ride was painfully quiet. Awkward, too. I didn't dare say anything that might upset Diana, so I kept my mouth shut. At least, until I couldn't anymore. Hey.
Shut up.
I just want to say I'm sorry.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What more do you have to say? Sorry? Sorry you forgot the so-called love of your life? Her face? Her voice? Sorry you never came back for me? Sorry you didn't work harder on yourself? Even though you knew I was in pain without you? But I did the right thing. I moved on. Look at me. Moving on so well, right? I'm doing great. So don't you dare say sorry to me now.
I was actually going to tell you to turn your headlights on, but yeah, that too.
What is wrong with you?
She started hitting me. I mean, actually hitting. Then she let go of the steering wheel just to hit me harder. Whoa, eyes on the road! She didn't care. She kept throwing punches and random objects at me until, thud, we hit something. What did you just do? Switch seats. I'll drive in case someone needs to take the blame.
Good idea. It's your fault anyway.
We scrambled to switch places, and just as I opened the driver's door, someone stepped into view. It was dark, but I could make out the shape. Tall, broad-shouldered, built like Thor on a bad day. Then he hit us with a flashlight, straight to the face, just like in a horror movie. The guy looked about 60, with wild hair, a patchy beard, and maybe 4 teeth total. Oh, and he was holding a hammer the size of Thor's.
You hit my animal.
I understand, sir. Let me check on your animal.
Why? Are you a vet?
No, but I am, sir.
You are? Oh, yes, she is. Definitely. We got out and walked toward the creature. It turned out to be a horse, and honestly, it looked completely fine. Still, the man gave me the creeps. Kept staring like he was trying to read my soul with his good eye. I stayed close to Diana and slid my hand into my inner pocket, where I kept the gun Rex gave me, just in case.
I've had this horse since he was a foal. That was 10 years ago. If anything happens to him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
He's got baby teeth. No way he's 10, unless he's aging backward.
Are you calling me a liar?
Well...
Sir, his condition's stable. He'll need a shot, but he'll be okay. I'll write you a check to cover the costs.
Who are you?
Someone you'll need 100 years to become half of.
Ouch, Dee Dee. Okay then, all settled. Nice to meet you, sir. Have a great night. The Thor man didn't respond. We headed back to the car. I turned the key. Nothing. It didn't start.
It was working just fine. You're a jinx.
You can spend the night in my cottage, not far from here.
That's so generous of you, sir. But we really have to keep going.
I'm coming.
No, wait a second. We stepped into his cottage, and to my surprise, it was actually kind of cozy. Rustic wood everywhere, a roaring fireplace, and a giant creepy picture frame of him with a woman, presumably his wife, and a young boy. Just then, Thorman was carrying 2 bowls of soup.
Eat.
Oh, no thanks. I'm good.
I said eat.
Yes, sir. Soup is great. Love soup. I pretended to eat, but I wasn't swallowing. Diana, meanwhile, was going at it like she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Psst, what if he's poisoned? What if he's a serial killer?
I'm always ready for death.
Would you want to spend your last few minutes with me?
Good point. But for your peace of mind, don't worry. Rex has our location. Anyway, I have protein bars. Want one?
Yes, please.
Then go get one yourself.
Meanie.
You two bicker like you've been married forever. Got any kids?
Oh, no, sir. We're not married. I mean, I wish we were. Well, we were together. I screwed it up. And she'll probably stay mad at me until the end of my life, which might be tonight.
Don't make my mistake. Me and my wife, we were high school sweethearts. Married young. Found out we couldn't have kids. And we were fine with that. Didn't even want any. Then one day, 12 years in, she tells me she's pregnant. I was stunned. So I got myself checked. Turns out I couldn't have kids. And I got mad. Really mad. One night, she was sitting right there in front of that fireplace, her back to me. I walked up behind her.
And shot her?
What? Why would you say that?
Then strangled her?
Do I look like a murderer to you?
Do you want the honest answer or the one that might spare my life?
If you said yes, do you think I'd kill you?
Again, the honest answer or the one that keeps me breathing?
Oh my god. Stop it, William. Sir, if this is some emotional metaphor about not giving up on love, great. Message received. But honestly, I'm exhausted. I saw there's a bed inside. Do you mind if I use it? We'll pay for the stay. You and William can bond out here by the fire.
No, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with him.
He's not gonna bite you.
It's not the biting I'm worried about.
Man up. You don't sleep anyway, so you're fine. Not everything is a conspiracy. Sometimes things just work. Arya taught me that. She made me feel like I wasn't a screw-up, like I had a purpose.
And just like that, she disappeared into the other room. It stung, knowing she needed someone to make her feel seen. And it wasn't me. I never gave her the appreciation she deserved. Maybe I was even jealous of Arya for giving her what I didn't. But really, I had no one to blame but myself. So you came up behind your wife and
I killed her.
2 seconds of silence. I nearly passed out.
Ooh, look at your face. Nah, she lived and gave birth to a baby boy. I forgave her. We stayed together, happily ever after. She's actually out doing some shopping. She'll be back any moment. Anyway, I gotta return nature's call. It's poop time.
Just then, we heard Diana scream. I rushed inside and found her backed into a corner, frozen. A cobra was slithering just a few feet in front of her, hood spread, eyes locked on her like it had a grudge. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed the snake to throw it away, but then I felt a sharp sting in my arm.
William!
Ow! Okay, that was painful. The Thorman burst in alarmed. He took one look at the scene and calmly scooped up the snake.
Whoa there, that's Mini Snake. She's not venomous, just dramatic.
He tucked her under his arm, and I collapsed against the wall, clutching my arm. She bit me. I saved your life and got bit. That's gotta say something. And just like that, for the first time since I met her again, she smiled, and that made me happy.
Why are you smiling like an idiot? Come on, we've still got a mission to finish.
Just as we were getting ready to leave, Thorman's wife and kid showed up. So, yeah, he wasn't a serial killer, allegedly. Just a strange man with a soft spot for reptiles. He helped us get the car started and waved goodbye like we were old friends. On the car ride, I felt lighter, even though we were getting closer to our mission, which should have made us nervous, but it didn't. So when exactly did you stop wanting to be a doctor and join this weird organization?
After you left, I couldn't feel anything for a long time. So I picked something that didn't ask me to feel. Just perform, fix, solve.
She paused, then added,
Arya was the only one who saw potential in me when everyone else saw a quitter. She personally selected me from hundreds of applicants, spent nights helping me understand the research when I was ready to give up. They were doing real work. Quiet, off the grid, but meaningful. That's why they chose you. And yes, I recommended you. Someone who never sleeps, has a near-perfect memory, a high IQ, and the emotional awareness of a toaster.
You just called me a genius and a toaster in the same sentence.
Because both can overheat and explode if left alone too long.
Just then, my stomach growled loudly. Diana pulled a protein bar from her pocket and handed it over. Oh, you're the best.
Oh, glad you finally noticed.
Right then, a familiar song came on the radio. I reached over and turned it up. It's our song!
No, it's not. Why would our song be Smack That by Akon? With your perfect memory, you forgot our song?
Come on, I'm messing with you. Of course I remember. The shape of you. We were in 11th grade. You were crying because you hadn't studied for the history exam. So we made a deal. Anytime you needed help, you'd sing, I'm in love with the two shapes of you, which meant question number 2. And I'd cough once for A, twice for B, and so on.
Yeah. That worked until Mr. Clever kicked us out. Ugh, that old bitter man. I always thought he had a crush on me.
Wait, what? If that guy really had a crush on you, there's no way he would have failed us.
Well, speak for yourself.
No way! He passed you? And I failed? Now I'm mad all over again. Whatever. I forgive you. Still wish you'd studied harder though. Just saying.
Hey, you knew how things were at home. Dad was always sick. Mom worked nonstop. I was basically raising my siblings. If I hadn't gotten that scholarship, I wouldn't have even made it to college.
Yeah, things were rough. You had so much riding on your shoulders. More than any kid should have. I'm sorry. She gave me a little nodding smile. And for the first time in a long time, I felt safe. We reached a quiet suburban neighborhood. Peaceful, almost too peaceful. We parked at the start of the street and walked a few blocks until we reached the daycare.
She's here.
In the daycare?
It's just a front. No real daycare. This is where our competitor's main facility is. All we have to do is go in and negotiate. Civilly.
We rang the bell. A woman opened the door, skeletally thin, with cheekbones so sharp they could cut glass. Her face was tight and hollow, and honestly, kinda terrifying. But I held my expression in front of Diana, who stood calm and professional. She searched us and took everything. Our weapons, our earbuds, even the tiny snack I was hiding. Then she let us in. The entrance looked like a cozy indoor play area, complete with fake toys and posters of smiling cartoon animals. Real baby photos lined the walls too. Those babies better be from Pinterest. If that's their research group, I'm jumping out a window. She led us to an elevator, which carried us 4 levels underground. It was slow, uncomfortably quiet. Okay, so just putting it out there, I once peed in a ball pit. I was 6. I still think about it.
You also peed in the sink when you were 22.
That was one time. The bathroom bowl was clogged and I wasn't feeling great and my medication was out of whack and why are you like this, man? Right then, the elevator doors opened with a ding. We stepped into a cold, open space, warehouse style, and followed her through a maze of metal doors and narrow hallways, one after the other. This is so creepy, Diana. If I had $1 for every time I've said creepy since this started, I'd be a millionaire.
I know. Just hold on. It's almost over.
At the end of the maze was one final door. Behind it, a massive, blindingly white lab, giant machines, blinking lights, wires hanging like robotic vines. With bodyguards all around, I recognized one of them who kidnapped Arya. He looked at me and winked. I saw him mouthing the word idiot like he said before. Then an elevator platform rose slowly from the floor, and standing on it was a man. A very hairy man. Hair everywhere. Head, arms, chest. Even his eyebrows were so thick, they looked like they could support a falcon. He didn't greet us, just walked to his desk and began typing on a laptop. I was staring at him, at his hands, at the ridiculousness of his brows, trying to guess what he was even browsing. It came out wrong. Sir, please talk to us and stop eyebrowsing. Diana elbowed me in the ribs.
Let's cut to the chase. Arya is ours.
She's not some object. Let her go. Tell us what you want. We'll do it.
I'm afraid you're too late.
Why do villains always say that? Can't you say something nice like, would you like a mint before traumatizing us? He clicked a button on the remote in his hand. A panel slid down behind him, revealing a thick glass window. Behind it, Arya was unconscious on a mechanical bed, suspended midair by wires like some sci-fi puppet.
Oh my god, Arya! Please, don't hurt her.
We gave her a generous offer. She refused. Said her principles couldn't be bought. Well, I imagine her principles are laughing at her now, from the corner of her dying brain.
We'll do anything. Just let her go.
What we want is William. He's the final piece, our most valuable candidate, the one who completes our collection.
Diana hesitated. Her eyes turned to me, full of panic. It's fine, I'll go. Either way, I was getting poked and prodded. Might as well get it over with. She nodded, sadly. I stepped toward the man, until my stomach turned. Oh, wait, all this chemical air is making me nauseous. I feel like puking.
No, William, no!
Too late. I threw up all over the floor. And there it was, the tiny metal flask, the size of a peanut I'd swallowed earlier as Diana and I planned. She didn't miss a beat. She snatched it up, bit it open, and grabbed Eyebrow Guy, locking her arm around his neck with the open flask right under his nose. Guards nearby started to move.
Don't even think about it. This flask contains a contact agent. One drop on your skin, and you're gone in seconds.
Everyone, stay back! Stay back!
Let Arya go, now.
Understood. Assistant, release her. Diana, she's fine. I swear. She's just sedated. We didn't harm her. You'll see.
A few assistants appeared, unhooked Arya, and helped her walk toward us, weak but alive.
Oh my god, Arya, you're safe. We were worried sick.
Now, let me go.
Not until William and Arya are safe. Get them out first.
No, I'll stay. Just get Diana and Arya out of here.
Aww. What a noble little sacrifice.
And then, bam! Arya snatched the flask from Diana and shoved her away.
What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh my god, she's a double agent! She's with them!
He's not them. He's my husband.
The look on Diana's face. I'd never seen her like that. Stunned, shattered. And it hit me, right then, how much pain I'd once caused her. But there wasn't time for guilt. I had to move. You just want me, right? Your precious lab rat? Then take me! Let her go!
Let her go? Oh no. She's our puppet. She worshipped me, did everything I asked, trusted me like an idiot.
I cherished you. I believed in you. I'd have given my life for you. I modeled my whole career after you.
Exactly. That's why you were so easy to control. Desperate for purpose, clinging to the first place that made you feel seen. That good organization? Criminals, just like us. There's no noble mission here. We want humans who don't sleep, who don't stop, who don't question. Soldiers, spies, servants, engineered for obedience. Minds sharper than AI, bodies that don't break, and loyalty so deep they'll do anything we say. Whatever the world needs and the law won't allow, that's the future. And we're not asking permission to build it. The difference is, we're going to win. We'll wipe your organization out, dominate the field, and make billions.
You used me.
Oh, Diana, sweetie, I needed you here. I knew you wouldn't join me if you knew the whole truth. So I gave you a mission, a crisis, a little emotional blackmail to save me.
She glanced at me, then tossed a folder toward Diana.
If you want your little lover boy to stay alive, sign these papers.
Diana didn't move. She was still processing everything.
Relax. They just make you the official owner of our newest facility. Unregulated, covert, and completely in your name.
So, if this all blows up, if the authorities come knocking, you would take the fall, not me.
And not me either, darling. Where are you taking me again when this all works out?
Some island with no extradition laws, 5 jacuzzis, and unlimited shrimp.
Ugh, shrimp makes you fart.
Aw, I thought you didn't mind mine. Just like I don't mind yours. Your farts are my perfume.
Oh, you're disgusting. I love it.
I know you'd love it.
They both cackled like cartoon villains, but I wasn't done. I pulled a second metal flask from my mouth, hidden under my tongue when I puked earlier. I cracked it open, grabbed Diana's hand, and ran. We sprinted toward the exit. As we ran, I punched in the passcode I'd memorized earlier, and before the door closed behind us, I dumped the serum all over the handle. Hey, idiots! I just covered the whole doorknob with that poison! Go ahead! Touch it! I dare you! Then I grabbed Diana's hand, and we bolted.
Do you even know where we're going?
Don't worry. I remembered every turn in that maze, and now that the doorknob's covered in that stuff, they're not getting through anytime soon. Just then, 2 guards rounded the corner. That was fast. Don't worry, Diana. This way. I led Diana down a different path, a narrow side hall. When the guards followed, I quickly shut the steel door behind us and yanked a release lever I'd spotted earlier. That should keep them busy. If not, we better run faster. 4 hours later, Diana and I sat on a bench outside the FBI building. Diana had told them everything. Turns out the FBI already had some clues about the illegal labs, but they didn't know how deep it went until Diana came clean. Everyone involved got arrested, except Diana, because she told the truth and saved lives. I glanced over at her. She looked tired, like me, but a little lighter. She wasn't hiding behind her glasses or her ponytail. She looked like Diana. They said they'll probably clear your name completely, might even offer you a job.
I'm not sure I want it.
You should. You're amazing at this stuff, but only if you want it, not because you need to prove anything.
Thanks.
I think we broke each other a little back then, and I think maybe now we could help each other rebuild. Better this time. Smarter.
You're still an idiot.
And you're still scary, but I like scary, especially when she brings snacks. That made her laugh, for real.
All right, genius. One condition. We don't fix each other. We just support each other while we figure out how to fix ourselves.
Deal. Oh, want to hear a joke? An octopus once said to his girlfriend, "Give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand." She chuckled and gave me her hand to hold. And in that quiet moment, I didn't feel like a loser. I felt like someone who could start over and have a life that was worth staying awake for.
Will love you for it all. Yeah, I will love you for it all.
And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella, my delegation has been extended and my duties have grown. I'm far too busy now to keep up with our correspondence. I hope you understand and wish you well. Prince Henry.
I read it 3 times, as if expecting other words to magically appear the more I stared at the paper. But that was it. Just this cold, impersonal letter after all these months. I told myself that he was really busy with big, important things. It had been almost a year since he left, and people can change. It's not like he ever said he loved me or promised me anything. And of course, there was nothing left to do now but move on with dignity and grace. I found great comfort in pastries and gained a lot of weight. I considered becoming a nun, but decided against it since nuns aren't allowed to curse. I went to the village witch and said a friend was asking about ways to hex a prince. I started writing a vicious breakup letter to Henry, then realized you can't break up with someone you were never technically with, so I ate more pastries. Then I started running at dawn, lost all the weight, and used Cinderella's stupidly good skin and hair stuff so he'd choke on his regret the next time he laid eyes on me. But no matter what I did, it didn't dull the ache of missing someone who didn't miss me back anymore. It had been months since that last letter, and I had picked myself up and moved on. So I wasn't expecting my stomach to lurch when an official invitation arrived from the palace, announcing a grand ball in honor of the prince's return. Great. Other people could honor him. I wasn't going. Besides, Anastasia was terrified of dancing, and Mother wouldn't be up for it either. Over the past few months, she'd grown very weak and was always tired. I'd asked a couple of doctors to examine her, but they had no answers. Cinderella had been on top of her care, of course, always fluffing her pillows, rubbing her feet, making her special herbal teas. And the thought had crossed my mind more than once. What exactly was she putting in those concoctions? I didn't think she was beyond slowly poisoning a woman for her inheritance. I'd thrown the invitation in the trash.
But sometime later, Cinderella came into the living room, clutching it to her chest.
You're invited to a royal ball. Can you believe it? Oh, I've never been to a proper ball or worn a ball gown, and I've never seen the palace. I know I'm not invited, but maybe I could go if you could take me with you.
Yeah, no. We're not going. Royal balls are dull.
Take our invitation and go, love. I'll arrange a carriage for you. You deserve to have some fun.
Yeah, there was no cute fairy swishing a wand and going bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Just my own mother handing Cinderella one of her finest gowns, a string of expensive pearls, and some money to buy shoes. Because naturally, Cinderella's feet were impossibly tiny and delicate, and she couldn't borrow shoes from us ogres. And off went Cinderella, looking like a vision. Since she was finally out of the house for a few hours, there was no way I wasn't going to snoop through her room, which was, as I suspected, disgustingly perfect. Not a speck of dust, and everything was arranged with military precision. Psychopath. I rifled through her drawers, opened her wardrobe, peered under the bed. I didn't find some secret stash of poisons or a diary confessing to slow murder. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, and I was beginning to feel stupid. I turned to leave when suddenly, my elbow bumped into a picture frame on her vanity, knocking it to the floor. I cursed under my breath as I picked it up. Luckily, nothing was broken, and the picture had just come out. As I was placing it back in, something slipped out, a folded piece of paper tucked away carefully. And when I opened it, I recognized the handwriting instantly. I would have known it anywhere.
Dearest Drizella, I'm so sorry I haven't written in a while. A sudden, strange illness gripped me and I was too sick to be moved or even lift my head. The royal court kept quiet to avoid panic, and it took me months to recover. Even now, the physicians say the worst is not over. I'm healthy otherwise, but my vision has been compromised permanently. They expect it will continue to worsen until I lose it entirely, perhaps within a few months or a year. Before that happens, before I lose my ability to pen down words myself, I need to tell you that I'm in love with you. I'm not the man you deserve, but if you could ever imagine a future with me, one where I will not have my sight, but you will have all my heart, I would ask you to marry me. Yours always, Just Henry.
I read it again and again and again. My knees gave out and I sank to the floor. He had loved me. He had wanted to marry me. He had needed me when he had gotten such terrible news, and I'd never even known. I'd spent all this time thinking he'd forgotten me so easily, but it wasn't true. None of it was true. But Cinderella had known. How had she gotten this letter? Had she stolen it before it reached me? Did she intercept others too? Did Henry get mine? A broken sound escaped my throat. I wasn't crazy or paranoid. I'd been right about her all along. Suddenly, the sound of the front door opening snapped me back to reality. Cinderella had returned from the ball. I rose to my feet, pure rage surging through my veins. She'd taken everything from me, but this time, she wasn't getting away with it. I ran downstairs and found Cinderella by the fireplace, humming softly, and I lunged towards her and grabbed her hair.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
I shoved the letter in her face. Why do you have this? What did you do? What did you say to him? Her blue eyes went wide. Then slowly, she smiled. And before I could react, she grabbed the letter from me and flung it into the fire.
What letter?
I saw red as I screamed and tried to yank her hair from her skull. She managed to pull away from me, but I grabbed her dress, tearing away the silk. She shoved me, and I stumbled back as I ripped the pearls from her throat. Mother and Anastasia came running in at the noise.
What is happening?
She's attacking me! She's gone mad!
Get her out of here. I swear I will kill her if you don't. You don't know what she's done. She stole him from me.
What? Who are you talking about?
Henry, the crown prince. We were in love. He wanted to marry me. Mother and Anastasia just stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language.
She's crazy and jealous. She's always hated me.
Drizella, you've lost your mind and you're scaring us.
No, I'm not crazy. I'll prove it. I tore up the stairs, running to my room. I flung open the chest under my bed where I'd kept all our letters. They were gone. All of them. I stumbled back down the stairs, half mad with grief and rage. I charged at Cinderella again, but Mother blocked my path and shielded her.
You will not come near her again, you hear me? Enough.
I couldn't breathe. I bolted from the house and ran out into the cold. I stumbled into the barn and sank onto the dirt floor, sobbing until my whole body hurt. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually the door creaked open and Anastasia walked in softly, kneeling beside me.
If you say you talked to the prince, if you say you loved him, I believe you.
You do?
I knew you were hurting this past year. I mean, I know what eating your feelings looks like. But you just shut me out. I wish you hadn't.
I leaned into her, the way we used to when we were little girls, feeling scared of thunder, and she pulled me into a warm hug. Thank you. I didn't sleep a wink that night, Henry's letter replaying itself over and over in my mind. Tomorrow, I was going to the palace. I didn't have a plan or some speech prepared. I just knew I had to see him, and I wasn't coming back home without doing it. It was soon after dawn that I prepared my horse to leave, when a servant handed over a letter.
Important news! By decree of His Majesty, members of the royal family will be visiting each household in this town today.
What? Why would the royal family be doing that? Would Henry be among them? I didn't know what was going on, but I had to stay back for the visit. Cinderella was probably still holed up in Mother's room, which was good for her, because if I saw her face, I would tear her apart. I paced around impatiently, looking out the window for any signs of the royal delegation approaching. I thought I'd get a better view from the attic, so I ran up. And as I stood there, with my face pressed to the window, suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and Cinderella was standing in the doorway, her eyes gleaming. Before I could run towards her, she slammed the door shut, and I heard the lock click.
Let me out! You crazy witch! Let me out!
And when I saw the royal delegation arrive at our house, I felt manic. I kicked and banged and screamed until my throat was raw. But no one heard me. Why was the royal family here? What was Cinderella doing? Finally, I heard someone running up the stairs, and the door burst open.
The prince, he's here. He's here. And he just asked Cinderella to marry him.
The words punched the air out of my lungs.
You have to go. You have to stop him. Hurry.
Just as the royal delegation was preparing to leave. And there he was. Henry was standing beside Cinderella, his hand cradling hers gently as he bent to kiss her fingers. Henry, no! You can't marry her! You don't know who she is! Everyone froze, including him. He slowly turned to me, squinting his eyes hard, and then his face hardened to stone.
I told you she would never let me escape.
Henry, whatever she's told you, it's all lies.
Address me properly, miss. It's Crown Prince Henry.
Okay, Crown Prince Henry. You cannot marry that two-faced witch. A ripple of murmurs went through the small crowd gathering around us.
I need a moment alone with her.
He led me forcefully into the stables away from everyone and slammed the door behind us.
You are the biggest liar I've ever met. All the time you whined about your perfect stepsister replacing you, when it was just a poor, abandoned girl that you and your family made your slave?
I felt like he'd slapped me in the face.
She didn't even dare tell me her name yesterday at the ball. She said she sneaked away because she wasn't allowed to exist freely, not even for a night. Then she ran away before I could even ask who she was. All I had was her slipper she left behind by accident. And then imagine looking for her and finding that you're the villain in her story.
Henry, she's a manipulative psychopath. She stole my letters. She stole yours. I didn't even know you were sick or losing your sight.
Stop lying. It was your handwriting on the letter I got, where you told me you couldn't be with me because of my illness, where you said it would be better to end things before they really even began.
I never wrote that letter. She faked it. I think she always knew about us right from the start.
Are you really so twisted that you think she plotted all this? So according to you, she intercepted our letters, forged your handwriting, and had been spying on us all along just to ruin things between us one day?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. For a second, a shadow of doubt crossed his face, and I thought he might believe me. But then his jaw tightened.
No, you didn't want me. And now you just don't want her to have me either.
My heart felt like it would explode. You met her last night. How can you marry someone you don't even know?
As if time is a guarantee of anything. I knew you for much longer, but it turns out I didn't know you at all. She knows about my ailment, and she accepted me as I am. And even though I've lost most of my sight now, when I look at her, she glows like an angel. She's kind and beautiful and good. I know she will save me, and I will save her from you.
As he started walking away, I felt something break inside me, like a monster being unleashed. Maybe it's a blessing you're going blind, Henry. I hope it happens faster for your sake. It's better if you're spared from seeing the snake you're marrying, or the fool you've become. And I wouldn't have married you anyway. A blind fool is no prince, only a burden.
Mind your tongue when speaking to your prince. And if you ever cross my path again, I will have you exiled.
I walked out after him and watched from a distance as he took Cinderella's hand, lifted her into the royal carriage, and rode away, taking every dream I'd ever dared to have with him. What was it that Henry had called me? Ah, yes, the villain in Cinderella's story, in that she would save him and he would save her from me. Yes, her beauty was so bright, it even enchanted an almost blind man. It made everyone else look ugly. I calmly stepped over to the oil lamp and knocked it over. Then I stood back and watched as the flames ran up the curtains, licked up the walls, ate up her belongings, gobbled up all her lies. The whole room blazed, and it felt good. The fire spread faster than I'd expected. The house was old, and the walls were bone dry. By the time the servants managed to put it out, half the estate was gone. Mother, heartbroken and sickly, packed up what little we had left and moved in with some distant relatives. Anastasia went with her. And me? Well, I was declared unwell, hysterical, and quite dangerous. I was locked up in a sanatorium, just a fancy word for a prison with prettier walls. Anastasia tried to visit me regularly the first few years, bringing me sweet treats and books, but over time, the visits got fewer, and eventually they stopped altogether. And so, here I stayed, my name forgotten, just one half of the ugly stepsisters duo. The real question is, did Cinderella get her famous happy ending? Honestly, I don't know. The Crown Prince had a relapse of his disease a few years later, and this time, he did not survive it. I'm sure Cinderella wore black for a while and looked stunningly tragic, but I doubt she really mourned him, because I don't think she was capable of loving anything or anyone. But who knows? Maybe she lived happily ever after anyway, bedecked in jewels and finery, admired and beloved by the people, and with a whole castle to scrub to sparkling perfection. Anyway, this is how my story ends. It's so depressing, isn't it? But don't worry. This version won't stick, because no one really wants the truth. Not when the truth is ugly, and the liar is beautiful.
Hey, before you click away, can we talk? Like, really talk? You just spent time with me and my story. Not 30 seconds, not a quick swipe. Actual time. And that's kind of rare now, isn't it? Look, I get it. TikTok is addictive. Those quick dopamine hits, one after another. But here's the thing. Do you remember any of those videos from last week? Last month? They blur together, don't they? But a story? A real story sticks with you. It changes how you see things. Maybe after watching mine, you'll think differently about the villains in other stories. Maybe you'll question who's really telling the truth. That's what stories do. They don't just pass time, they change us. We're fighting to keep this alive. Every animation you see took weeks. Every character, every expression, every scene, crafted by humans who believe stories matter. We could pump out 3-minute clips with AI voices reading Reddit posts. We could chase trends. We'd probably get more views. But we don't, because you deserve better. Here's the truth. Platforms push short-form content because it keeps you scrolling longer. But we're not trying to steal your time. We're trying to earn it, to give you something worth those minutes. So if this story made you feel something, anything, then please share it. Not for the algorithm, not for us, but for everyone who's hungry for real stories and doesn't even know it yet. Send it to that friend who says, I wish movies were like they used to be. Drop it in the group chat where people actually discuss things. Because every share is a vote that says, yes, storytelling matters. Yes, we still want narratives that challenge us, surprise us, make us think. The art of storytelling survived thousands of years. From cave paintings to campfires to Shakespeare to cinema. Don't let it die on our watch. Not for a 5-second dance trend. Help us prove that in a world of infinite scroll, some things are still worth stopping for. Share this story. Save storytelling. It sounds dramatic, because it is. Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic. Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die? I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault. No, honey. We were having problems for a while. Don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seemed like nothing was working. Until one day, she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream, I will do anything in my power to help you. You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud. At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie. This is so stupid. Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too. Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies? Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic. Or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream.
frame while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult. Less than 20 women landed it in competition ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover.
I won't be able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore.
I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away. But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse. I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Louis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes, and for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Louis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Louis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face. But when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Louis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Louis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I can pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Louis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves cuffs down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Lewis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries. But just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Lewis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude. You got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that. Or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up, but I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Lewis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow. Crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Lewis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Lewis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late.
What? Oh my God, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone's broken.
We don't have time for that. Hurry up or you'll miss the competition.
I quickly got dressed and left with Lewis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Lewis got out of the car and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who? What?
That.
I looked where Lewis was pointing and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off and others were waiting for customers on the ground. Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Lewis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Lewis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully. The crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Lewis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Lewis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend.
Actually, Dad...
Lewis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you.
You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Lewis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life.
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead.
Yep. That's me, crazy old Cameron. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me?
Okay, team, let's go.
This is Lana. This is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava. And that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea.
Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then.
My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny.
Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week.
So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in.
Hi, everyone. So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable, and I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. You can go back to whiny singing now.
You're not gonna post that, are you?
Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left. I wanted to scream in her face,
but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult, so I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral.
What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors.
What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left
left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in. Ah! Bailey? What are you doing here?
Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons, so Tucker called me in.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt face?
Talented in making my life miserable.
Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it.
As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker, and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot.
What are you doing? Improvising?
No, you're messing up my solo.
And what are you gonna do about it?
Bailey just laughed, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana? Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do. But Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no, but Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band, and Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time, and I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big...
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No! I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with rage, I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey? Yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey, Mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally! I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, the angrier I got, and pretty soon, I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
Aw, I'm sorry, ma'am. I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions?
The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid? Or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when and why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now, bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder, just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby! I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. Show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will. My mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back.
Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous.
Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk.
Same.
You know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind.
Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city. And it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy, and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant. Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same.
No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat.
If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face.
Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief.
The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess. Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you. You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned. Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself. Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter? It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess. Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours? Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie. It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out. Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe. Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone. I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too. What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time. I was saving this as a surprise. But here,
Will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry. I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in.
I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison,
darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess.
She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore and I was exhausted, but within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte, so I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health. We might not get along, but she's my sister. She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to?
I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you.
Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me?
After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me.
Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode, so I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped.
I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there.
Wow, priorities.
Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please.
Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me.
I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try?
It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way, and I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous.
My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT.
Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. F-A-I-L-U-R-E. Failure. D-I-S-M-A-Y. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office,
Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together. And where have you two been? The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving. Moving? Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks. Mom, no! I have nationals next month. Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that. Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me. Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom. Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him.
I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward.
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything.
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister, the girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Ow. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply. But I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old.
Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway,
I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute. Then, yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fat still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom, I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was going to be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for breakfast.
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh, God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Give me it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kind of friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh, wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people in weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair, so no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town, and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab, but then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my God. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. We have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Hi, I'm Grace from Vermont. Before I continue, hit the like and subscribe button. If you do, you'll meet the love of your life while on vacation near a pool. My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want. Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it. Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school.
Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from?
Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am. It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's. As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes?
You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice.
Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other four were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me, but it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment.
Oh my God, the new Gucci bag.
I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was going to wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good.
Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this.
You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny.
The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace.
Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right?
That was perfect.
Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys.
Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs.
I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck.
Oh, she'll come around.
Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down.
Yes, Dad. You'll love our designs.
Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk.
Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience.
Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress.
My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No, thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb, especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have, but right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad.
We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me?
Yes, of course I am.
My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Marco and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine, as long as we stuck together.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rue, and this is my story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I was brought up by a single dad who worked very hard to give me a good life. We didn't have much, but Dad and I had each other, and it was enough.
Always work hard and success will follow. Got that, little birdie?
I'll say yes if you buy me ice cream.
Dad and I were close, and we would talk about everything under the sun. Well, everything except Mom. Every time I tried asking Dad about Mom, he would avoid the topic like the plague, and eventually I stopped asking. Growing up, I fell in love with music. It was my dream to become a singer, and at 19, my dream finally came true when I got an invitation to audition for a famous all-girls group, the Masked Minx. These girls were super famous, but no one knew what they looked like because they always performed with a mask on. I was pretty excited, but the only thing was to convince Dad.
But I've never been away from you, and you're too young to travel alone. What if you get in some trouble?
Then come with me.
I wish I could, but I have a work trip coming up.
I just know if I had a mom, it would be easier for both of us. She could take me on this trip and you could go to work, Dad. Well, I guess I am that unlucky. No mom, no trips. Sucks, but I know you're doing your best, Dad.
Hey, we're very lucky to have each other. I guess I can make some time and take you, but you have to promise that you'll quit bringing up these stories of your mom.
I promise. And just like that, Dad and I were on a plane to London. The band had arranged for us to fly first class, and when we finally arrived, I was excited to be welcomed at the airport by a personal chauffeur. Soon after, we reached the hotel where we were staying, and it was also the venue for the auditions. I hugged my dad and entered the audition room, but it was empty. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and almost passed out. It was a girl, and she had the exact same face as mine, only more polished and prettier. Okay, I know that we have at least 7 people who look exactly like you, but dude, this is beyond freaky. Who are you? Firstly, please don't touch me. I hate being touched. Too many germs. And secondly, I am Ava, and I'm your twin sister. My what? Ava went on to tell me about how we were twins and that our parents separated shortly after we were born. She was raised by our mom, while Dad stayed back in America with me. She was a singer too, but recently she discovered that she had laryngitis and her singing career was basically over. I was the one who sent you the mail and called you here. I have a very important tour coming up, and since I can't sing, I need you to take my place. You'll get a lot of money, and I won't lose my contracts. If you do a good job, maybe I can get my friend in the USA to sign you for his record label. Okay, slow down. Can we take a step back? You're one of the Masked Minx, and you want me to sing for you? That's right. Are you crazy? I just found out I have a twin sister, and my head is already spinning, and I'm so close to having a panic attack. Ooh, 1 second. Even if, in some parallel reality, this whole thing was true, I would still have to tell my dad about you. Your dad, our dad, can't know that we've met. I do not want him to get suspicious. Mom has always told me how Dad has hated her all her life, and now I don't want him to take you away. Please, Rue, help me. How do I even know you're my sister? Ava showed me a copy of my birth certificate and a few pictures of us together as babies, but I couldn't trust her. So before I agreed, I placed a condition. I'll agree if you make me meet Mom. Deal. Dad was waiting for me in the hotel lobby, and I felt so angry by looking at his face. How could he hide such a big truth from me? I wanted to confront Dad, but I also wanted to meet Mom, so I decided to stay quiet and go with the flow. I went back to my room and dozed off, and hours later, I was woken up by a frantic call from Ava. I need to see you. Now, come to the lobby and I'm sending a car. I got dressed urgently and did as Ava asked. We met at a restaurant where Ava walked in with the most gorgeous guy on her arm. She introduced him as Jason, her boyfriend, and I just couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was. I need you to convince Dad to pay $100,000 to my manager. Yeah, he's very cute. Wait, sorry, what? I need money, and I promise you will get back much more money when I get you signed on at my friend's record label. Why do you need so much money suddenly? To make arrangements for my tour. Why else? Mom spent all the money I made on my treatment, and I have no savings left. Please, if you do this, I will take you to see Mom. I promise. I was a little taken aback, but I wanted to see my mom so desperately. So I agreed to help Ava out. But Dad would never let go of such a huge amount. So my only other option was Grandpa. He owned several big shopping malls all over the country, and he always told me that I could ask for anything. I called my grandpa and explained the situation to him. He was so happy that I finally met my twin. He apologized for not telling me all this time and promised to help with the money. The next day, Ava let me practice with her background singers and dancers, and I got such a rush out of it. She even let me sign some autographs for her fans on her behalf, and I loved being in the spotlight. After the practice, Ava and I were on our way back when I asked her if I could meet Mom. Not yet. Mom just had a minor heart attack last month, and seeing you might put her into shock, so we need to wait. Meanwhile, could you be a doll and get me some more money? Why? I've already spent enough, Ava. I need to see Mom now, or I will call off the deal. I asked the driver to stop the car and walked out feeling confused and angry. I wanted to cry because I had just lost my grandpa his $100,000 and I still hadn't seen my mom. I was outside the hotel when suddenly someone yanked at my arm. Jason, what do you think you're doing?
Listen to me carefully, Rue. You have to get out of here. Ava and her mom are bad news. I heard Ava's mom talking about how they're going to drain your dad's finances. I think you're a really nice person, so please just tell your dad the truth and go back home.
And why should I trust you over my own family?
Because I know them. I've been with Ava long enough to know when she's lying, and her mother is no saint.
She's my mom too, and I think I'm old enough to know what's right and wrong, so thank you, but I'll take it from here. Saying that, I turned around and left, but Jason's words kept ringing in my head. I couldn't sleep a wink that night, and the next morning, I decided to finally tell Dad everything, but he was nowhere to be found. So I went downstairs and saw him talking to a strange woman in the hotel lobby. I walked up to him, and when he saw me, he turned white.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
This is Claire, your mom. I am so sorry you had to find out like this, and I know you met your twin. Your grandpa called me after Claire called him demanding for $1 million. We will be heading home tomorrow. I was just saying goodbye.
So you're saying goodbye and I don't even deserve a hello? How is that fair? Don't blame your dad, sweetie. Don't call me sweetie. You know why I asked Ava to meet you? So I could stand in front of you and ask you how you could abandon your own child. I could only afford to bring up one child, and I randomly picked Ava. Not that it was a good decision. She's pretty much useless now. Your absolute disregard for humanity amazes me. And thank God I never got a chance to know you, or I would be the only kid in the world who hates their own mother. I turned around and ran to my room. An hour later, Dad showed up and told me the whole truth about how Claire had been using the excuse of raising Ava alone to get money from both my dad and Grandpa. And they kept it as a secret to protect me. You could have told me the truth.
You would have gone behind her anyway, little birdie. I know you that much.
Dad and I left for home that night, but I couldn't go back without meeting Ava. So I asked her to meet me at the airport, and surprisingly, she showed up. I introduced her to Dad. He was so happy, and he hugged her and shed tears. Ava and I sat down, and I told her about what Mom had said. Mom didn't raise me. She gave me up at birth, and I lived in an orphanage. I only got back with her a few years back when someone from the orphanage told her about my singing talent. And since then, she's been trying to use me as a money-making machine. I hate her. Then come with us. Dad and I would love to have you. I would love to, but I can't. I still have so many debts to pay because of Claire. I tried to convince Ava, but she refused. And soon after, Dad and I boarded the flight and left. Weeks passed, but I felt an empty pit in my stomach every time I thought about Ava. She was all alone, fighting my dragon of a mother, and I had to do something to help her, so I turned to Jason for help.
I told you, stay away from her. She and her mom are crooks.
My mom's using Ava. Please, Jason. She's my sister and your girlfriend. We have to help her out.
Okay, this might be a long shot, but what if we do a concert as Ava? It'll be like a face reveal tour. I know a few people who could help us find a band, and we will use social media to spread the word and see where it goes.
And what if I'm not that good?
I've heard you sing, Rue. You'll be just fine.
We spoke to Ava, and she was on board. Jason came down the next week, and we spent days planning every second of the concert. Even my grandpa stepped in to give us a little money. Our posts on social media were very well received, and soon enough, almost all the tickets were sold out. Then one night, I was grabbing coffee when I saw Jason at the same cafe, engrossed in a book. That seems like a heavy read.
It's about kids who grew up in an orphanage. I was one of them.
I'm sorry, Jason. That must have been tough.
It was, but it made me who I am. And besides, I found a great family who loves me and adores me. You learn to find family in unexpected places.
Our conversation flowed from there. We talked about our pasts, our dreams, our fears. I shared about the loneliness I felt growing up without a mother, and he spoke of the challenges of growing up without a family at all. I'd never connected with anyone like this before, and it was truly amazing. One night before the performance, I was nervously checking out the stage when Jason slid his hand inside mine. I just hope it works.
I'm sure it will. And Rue, it's amazing what you're doing for Ava. Not everyone has this kind of heart.
Not everyone gets a second chance with their families either. Trust me, I'm doing this for myself. Jason came forward, gently stroked my cheeks, and I felt my face on fire. And before I could react, he leaned in and kissed me, but I pushed him away. This is not right. You're with Ava.
No, I'm not. Ava and I were just dating for the public. Trust me, we mean nothing to each other.
She's still my sister, and you and I have to respect that. I walked away from Jason knowing I really wanted the kiss, but family is more important, so I decided to put my feelings aside and concentrate on the bigger picture. The next night was the concert, and it was a huge hit. We collected a lot of money, and when Ava found out, she was beyond happy. That night, I slept with the best feeling ever, but the next morning, my dad shook me awake, and then he told me the most shocking news of my life. Apparently, Ava had turned down my offer to move in with me and Dad, and instead, she slapped me with a legal notice for impersonating her without her permission. The only way she would take her complaint back was if my dad agreed to pay her $10 million. I feel so stupid for wanting to help her.
It's not your fault. I guess she's just more like your mom than you thought.
I could not stop crying because I knew this was going to make me and Dad so poor. I had to come up with a solution before we ended up homeless. So I decided to approach Ava, but my calls and messages went unanswered. I was running out of options when a couple of days later, Ava showed up at my front door along with Jason. What are you doing here? I ran away. I'm finally free. Free to do what? Brand me as a liar? I tried to help you, and you threatened to sue me. It wasn't me. It was all Claire's idea. Apparently, Claire had taken all of Ava's phones, and she was the one who had sent the notice in Ava's name.
I'd gone back home to talk to Ava in person, but she was missing.
I tried to tell her how wrong this was, but she just locked me up. But somehow I ran away and hid at my friend's place till Jason found me. I'm so sorry, Rue. It's okay. All that matters is that now you're here and you're safe. I hugged Ava tight, and the two of us told Dad everything. He got the best lawyers, and with Ava's testimony, Claire landed in jail for exploiting a minor against her will and cheating Dad out of his money. She just called the house one day and begged me to take her back as our mom. I made a mistake. Please forgive me. I'm your mother. You can't send me to jail. Oh, yes, we can. Just like you sent Ava to an orphanage, and just like you abandoned me and my father. Now it's time for payback, and you're gonna get yours. Dang right you will. Soon after Mom went to jail, Ava and I decided to share our story with the world, and it was very well received. We became famous and even launched our music careers. I sang and Ava played the piano. One day as we were done performing, Ava hugged me tight and whispered in my ear, "Jason's here to see you. Don't worry. He told me everything about how you both are pigeonheads and were ready to sacrifice your love for me. So you don't have a problem?" "No, dummy. I never loved him the way you do. Go on. He's all yours." I was so happy. I rushed backstage and saw Jason waiting for me. Without thinking, I threw my arms around him and pulled him in. I know too much has happened, but I'm ready to move on if you are.
I'm 10 steps ahead of you, babe.
I learned that sometimes the people related to you can hurt you the most, and you always have to be ready for anything. Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall. Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress? Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota.
And you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened. So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks. What about exercise 9, my good ma'am? Are you mocking my accent? Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent. To the principal's office, now! I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean. Kiana, stop with that British accent right now. I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely, and to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome, which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying, and some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face. Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend. In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her?
How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with?
Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there.
Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important.
Come in.
My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help.
Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before.
Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boy since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed. Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot. I'm so sorry. Dang it. I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you. Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American? Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you. Actually, our breakup was mutual, so I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped, thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date. Really? You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favourite. But it's my gift to you.
Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt, the music was too loud, and when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings. Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car.
I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here.
He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine. I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger.
Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills? I'll win you a tiger just like this.
I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever.
Sorry that you think I'm so cringy.
I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him. Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, all right, I did mean it, but...
You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you.
Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway?
Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates.
That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other. Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend. One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu. Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup. But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick? I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask. Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him? No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him. I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine. I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was gonna leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister. But she wasn't serious, and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other. We just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on. All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it. Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature, I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore. What? I'm not allowed to talk to him now? Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right? I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him? Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do. Break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony. Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly? Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned. Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What? I wanted to make a friend. Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity-flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Ow. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply. But I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still, no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old. Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway, I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute, then yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fat still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever. So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me. Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Gimme it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair. So no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab. But then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my God. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious, and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. We have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my god, that was amazing! I feel so alive! Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf!
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey, Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo.
Oh, yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, It nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man. Can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my God, it's Jen. Hey, yeah, I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one, too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're kind of... I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me.
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome.
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you, the best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen, we have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh, God. I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us. I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity-flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short.
Ow.
Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply, but I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still, no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old. Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway, I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute. Then, yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fat still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever. So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me. Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh, God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Gimme it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh, wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair. So no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab. But then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my god. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious, and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is all so ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. We have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my god. That was amazing. I feel so alive. Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf.
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey, Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo.
Oh, yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man. Can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my God, it's Jen. I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one, too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me.
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome.
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you. The best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen. We have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh, God. I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us.
Don't move. Don't breathe.
He's literally staring at us.
I think he's sleepwalking. I used to do that. I'm not sleepwalking. Are you? Me? From the future? No. And that's That's older Jen! This is just a dream, Milo. You'll wake up from it soon. Well, that's disappointing. For a minute, I got excited thinking you'd come from the future to tell me time travel is possible, and Jen and I ended up together. It's not. And we didn't. Oh, okay. Good to know. Can I grab those cookies? Thanks.
And then young Milo just walked away. Oh my God, what just happened? Do you have any memory of this encounter since you met your future self in your past?
I hadn't thought about this in years. But yeah, now I remember having this weird, vivid dream as a teenager about meeting our future selves. I thought that's all it was. A dream. This is insanely cool.
Also, let me get this straight. 17-year-old you wanted us to end up together? Milo's face flushed.
I thought you always knew I liked you, but deliberately ignored it. So I assumed you just wanted to be friends.
I suspected it sometimes, but you never said or did anything.
There was never a good time.
We only saw each other every day.
You had a crush on someone first, and then there was someone else, and then there was Alex.
Alex was the first serious relationship. The rest were just crushes, Milo. I may have even lied about one of them to get some reaction out of you.
Wait. Hold on. Back up. So that means you liked me too?
Maybe. Okay, yes. There were times when I thought we could be more than friends, but you were always so inexpressive and in your head. I never knew what you really wanted.
So this is my fault?
Looks like it. Also, is this why you disappeared from my wedding?
I really was making groundbreaking progress on my time travel work. I was totally consumed by it and didn't need any distractions. But yeah, I thought seeing you actually walk down the aisle with that dumb jock would be a bit hard.
Maybe if you said something, it would have turned out differently. Things with Alex weren't always perfect, even when it looked like they were. But I guess this is how it was meant to be. You know what? I'm exhausted. I'm gonna call it a night. The next morning, we decided just to focus on what we had to do that night to make sure the scientists' vaccine experiment didn't get messed up. Can't we go to the lab earlier today and remove the equipment so I never bump into it?
That place is guarded at all times. The only opportunity we have is what our younger selves have discovered all those years ago. There's a half-hour gap between guards changing shifts at night.
Which is also the time our younger selves will be breaking in, and we can't be seen by them.
Exactly. We can only follow them carefully and actually prevent the accident from happening at the time it happens. When you bump into the equipment, there's a 3-second window between the liquid falling from the vial and going into the beaker. We have to be hiding behind that counter already so we can stop that. I've tried it a few times, but I can never do it fast enough.
When you have 3 kids, you have superhuman reflexes. It'll be a piece of cake for me. It felt surreal as we hid in the bushes outside the warehouse, observing young Jen and Milo ahead of us, and we waited for 5 minutes before we climbed through the window they used to get in. Milo, I'm stuck. Push the window up a bit more.
It seems to be jammed. How are you stuck? I just came through this too.
I guess my butt is just bigger than yours, isn't it? Just do something. Milo pulled hard at my arms, and I finally got through and landed on him with a soft thud. We waited breathlessly for a few seconds to see if someone had heard us, then went down the passageways that led to the lab. We slipped in quietly behind young Milo and Jen, then crouched on the floor and crawled over behind the counter. What the heck is going on in this place?
I don't know. Half of this stuff has biohazard signs on it. I really think we shouldn't have come here. I told you so.
Shut up.
It's gonna happen in 10 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We counted down the seconds, my heart pounding in my ears, and the second we heard young Jen crash into the equipment, I leapt up, reached for the beaker, and pulled it away just before the liquid from the vial fell into it. And I felt a strange ripple in the air, like something major had changed.
Hey, are you okay? Look, we gotta get out of here before someone finds us.
As the two ran out, Milo and I slowly got up, my hands still shaking as they were clutching onto the beaker. I actually did it!
Oh my God, Jen. We've just averted a huge future catastrophe. Now, let's get out of here before we cause another one.
We ran out the way we'd come, climbed out the window, and saw young Jen and Milo sneaking off ahead of us. We decided to take a breath and give them a head start. But just a few minutes later, several black cars came at full speed and halted in front of the warehouse. Milo and I quickly ducked behind a bush, and then I saw something which made my heart drop. As the car doors opened, several people in lab coats and black suits stepped out, and one of them was my mom. Without even realizing, I let out a loud cry, and Milo clamped a hand over my mouth. Mom looked around sharply, and for a second, I thought she was staring right at me.
Did someone else hear that?
No. What did you hear, ma'am?
Just a strange sound. Maybe it was an animal.
As she was about to walk into the building, she suddenly turned to a bodyguard.
Search the premises to make sure we don't have any unwanted visitors. And if you find someone, you know what to do.
As the men started spreading out, Milo quietly dragged me backwards towards the fence. He lifted a plank to let us through, and then we ran as fast as we could. Milo, stop. I can't breathe. My mother. She's somehow a part of this horrible virus project? Did you know she was involved?
I swear I didn't. The last few times I went into the lab, I escaped before these cars got here. It's my first time seeing her too.
This is ridiculous. My mom was known for the best freaking apple pies in this town. That's what she was known for. How can that cold, scary person be my mom? How could she be part of creating a weapon?
I'm so sorry, Jen.
Milo hugged me tight as I sobbed into his chest. I want to go home, to my present. Can we just go now?
Yeah, I just need to get my briefcase from my house. Then we're going home.
I was still in shock as we made it back to Milo's. He told me to wait in the garden while he got his briefcase. But moments later, I saw young Jen and Milo come out of the house, and I immediately hid. I saw them walking down the driveway, but then suddenly he took my arm.
Jennifer, there's something I need to say to you.
You never call me Jennifer. This sounds serious.
It is, and it isn't. I mean, it is, but it's not that big a deal. Like, either way, I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'm cool. You get me?
Are you having a stroke?
No, I'm trying to say something here, okay? And I have to do it tonight or I'll lose courage and never say it.
I didn't remember having this conversation with Milo before, and suddenly, I felt that weird ripple in the air that I'd felt in the lab, like something big was changing. You know you can say anything to me. I'm your best friend.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the thing, actually. How long have we known each other now? 4 years, I guess. So in that time, the thing is, Jennifer, I have to confess that
What the heck?
I think I'm in...
And suddenly, I desperately started making sounds like a crow. Oh God, what is that? Sounds like a bird being murdered.
It doesn't sound like a bird from this planet.
The car is ready to drop Miss Jennifer home, sir.
I gotta go. It's late. Let me know if you find that poor, tortured creature. Young Jen left in the car, and young Milo stood there looking after her, then went back to the house with his head hanging. And I was still reeling with shock when I heard Milo behind me.
Hey, we're good to go.
I turned around and pounced on him. What did you do?
What? Why are you attacking me?
What did you do?
Ow! Get off of me and stop pulling my hair! What is the matter with you?
You did something, Milo. I know you did. I don't remember you ever coming close to telling me that you were in love with me. So why did I just witness your younger version about to say that to my younger version?
Oh, God, I didn't know he'd do it here and you'd see it.
Tell me what you did!
All right. Remember how last night you were blaming me for never having the courage to say anything? And you have been saying you have a mundane life and you wish things could have been different? So, yesterday when you went to bed, I slipped into Milo's room. I used to write notes to myself as reminders all the time, so I left a note saying that I had to tell you how I felt tonight. I just tried giving my younger self a little push, that's all.
That's all? Are you kidding me? You tried to change a major event, Milo. After all the rules of time travel and your lectures not to change a thing, you actually tried to change our destiny?
I thought that's what you wanted.
That's not what I want now. You should have said something in the past.
That's exactly what I was doing. Why are women so confusing?
No. If your past self had just told my past self how you felt, and if after that I'd decided to break up with Alex, it would have changed the rest of my timeline forever. So when I return to my present, it wouldn't even be the same present.
Would that be so bad? I thought we missed our chance and I could fix it. And it's not like things with Alex turned out great.
I have kids with Alex, and they are the best thing that ever happened to me. If Alex and I never ended up together, I would never have my kids. You almost erased them from existence.
Okay, listen. I know that sounds bad, but if the timeline changed, you would have no memory of your kids in your present. You wouldn't even have ever met them. It would all be different.
And that very thought is making me sick to the stomach. In this moment, I know they exist, and they mean everything to me, and I would choose the same life over and over again just because I got to have them. And you nearly destroyed all of that, and I will never, ever forgive you for this. Take me back home, now.
Jen, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through.
Don't talk to me. I can't even look at you. When we made it back to the present, Milo just said,
I'm sorry,
and disappeared into the night, and my heart felt heavy with anger and knowing I'd probably never see him again. I hugged my kids extra tight when I met them, and over the next few days, we all watched news of the xenovirus virus spreading like wildfire, but the government reassured the public that a vaccine would be made available as soon as the following week, and I breathed a sigh of relief knowing we'd all be safe. And soon after, I took a trip to see my dad. He had become a recluse over the years, and I'd kind of resented him because I always felt he knew the truth about why Mom left and kept it from me. Dad, don't ask me how, but I know Mom was involved in a shady government project related to the xenovirus virus. I deserve some answers, so if you know more about it, please just tell me now. And finally, he did.
I knew your mother was a government official, but her work was always confidential. The night she left us, she told me that she was part of an illegal project involving the creation of a virus as biological warfare, which had been shut down, and everyone involved in it was considered a criminal. So, she had to go on the run and leave the country immediately. I was just trying to protect you. I didn't want you to think she was a monster. Honestly, I haven't heard a word from her since.
I'm really sorry you had to carry that burden alone. I wish you'd told me.
No, I wish I had too, and we wouldn't have drifted apart.
We can still fix that, Dad. The truth about Mom was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was better to have some closure, and I got close to Dad again. I even felt more at peace with my decision to divorce Alex. Well, sort of. You know, Alex, I really am sorry that you didn't get to live your football dream. I know it meant everything to you.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it was really hard. Ow! Why did you just kick me?
That's for cheating on me. Don't even deny it. I know you did.
What? When?
Think long and hard, Alex. It'll come back to you. And try to be a better man now. And seeing my younger self just made me think about the dreams I once had. I decided to apply for PhD programs again. And yeah, it was hard studying while juggling the mom gig, but I was happier than I'd been in years. My anger at Milo faded as months passed by, and I wanted to talk, but I had no way to track him down. But then, as fate would have it, I was running after a bus one day when I bumped straight into him. Literally bumped into him.
Ow! Please don't punch me! I'm already hurting! What, is your skull made of iron?
It's not like I bumped into a feather pillow, and you made me miss my bus.
I don't think you were going to catch that anyway. Any chance we can get coffee and talk?
Sure, but not this cafe. I'm banned from here.
Look, just let me say my piece first, okay? What I did was beyond stupid. It was so reckless even trying to alter our timelines, and no one knows that better than me. There wasn't even any guarantee that you'd have broken up with Alex and ended up with me, or that we would have lasted in a relationship. Maybe I would have never continued working on time travel, and then we'd have never gone back to fix the vaccine. I can't even fathom the repercussions of such an action. I guess I was just really curious about the what if. But I'm so glad you stopped it in time. I know it's a lot to ask for, but is there any chance we can agree that I was a complete moron and you can forgive me one day?
I'm curious about the what ifs too. And I did sounds like I wanted a different life, but I've realized that maybe everything that happened, however it happened, had the best possible outcomes for all of us. I want to believe that. And I guess we were supposed to meet again now after all these years. So why don't we just pick it up from here?
Hi, I'm Milo. a whack job scientist and time traveler. I'm emotionally stunted, but I'm working on it.
Hello, I'm Jen, mom of 3, science teacher and PhD student, also taking therapy for anger management.
Cool. I just really want to know one more thing.
What's that?
What are you doing for the rest of your life?
Good day, everyone. My name is Odette, and I'm in the 10th grade. They say you can tell a lot from someone's face. Mine says, please look away. I'm an only child with only child parents, meaning I have no aunts or uncles. My life is boring. My parents are calm and reasonable in that polite, suburban way. I always believed even my face looks boring.
You know, Odette, it's time to have some purpose in your life.
Well, I'm just waiting for the tragic twist in my life arc, because you guys didn't give me a dramatic backstory to work with.
Okay, maybe start with a job?
Yeah, Sharon, lead with that next time. Don't make it sound philosophical. You just want another income stream. Whatever. I'm going to my room.
Where did we go wrong with our one and only?
A few days later, I started babysitting. It was the worst decision of my life. I got an email from a woman saying she had a disabled daughter and needed someone to start immediately. She'd already left for work, but there was a note on the fridge with a list of instructions and $300 on the kitchen table. The daughter was quiet, sweet even. I gave her food, helped her to the bathroom, and for a few hours, everything was fine. Then I started noticing things. Shadows in the hallway, footsteps behind me. You know, classic horror movie nonsense. Long story short, she wasn't disabled. She was just pretending, for fun. People are weird. Yeah, I think my purpose in life can wait. Maybe my purpose was to find a boy instead. I saw my classmates getting boyfriends and having cute relationships, except me. I have this friend in particular. Her name is Lila, and she genuinely loves boys.
God created Adam and noticed he was bored. Imagine being in heaven and still feeling bored. So Eve was made to entertain him. Can't you see it? We girls are men's heaven. All you have to do is just smile and entertain them. But Odette, you're a frowny, boring little creature. Smile so you attract good energy. And by that, I mean boys.
But I didn't know how to smile to attract boys. I didn't have it in me. Whenever I saw a boy, I'd just frown and keep my head down and walk away. I once tried with the new boy. He was wearing sunglasses indoors. I don't know if he thought he was famous or had an eye infection. Either way, I decided to smile.
Are you sneezing or threatening me with your face?
I stared at him, frozen.
Okay, I'm calling you Snarly, like Charlie, but with a snarl.
People laughed, even me. That was Rafe. He went from being the new student to the popular one instantly. He had this annoying way of making fun of you and still making you laugh. From that moment on, he kept showing up in my life. Unfortunately, so did the name Snarly. Every girl tried to be his girlfriend, especially Lila. Oh, the heck she tried.
He said he was waiting for someone special to have a relationship with. What does that even mean? He's a teenager, a popular, cool one. Just hang out with the prettiest girl in the school, which is me. But seriously, what's wrong with him?
Maybe romantic guys do exist.
Ugh, you're so naive. Anyway, what did your mom cook today?
I smelled meatloaf, so that.
Again?
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
Hey, you. First of all, I really don't want to stay with that ugly stepmom of mine. Second of all, I'm doing you a favor. It's not like you found a better friend. The heck, you only have me. So shut up and get me some meatloaf.
Lila didn't exactly have a calm life. Her dad was a useless, handsome man who somehow got tricked into divorcing her goddess of a mom, thanks to a stepmom so ugly she could curdle milk. Her real mom either ran away or fell into depression. We don't know. What we do know is that Lila never saw her again. Then one day, Rafe was playing in the final super important basketball game of the year. Everyone was cheering for him. Some girls were even crying.
If they lose, I'll spit on their faces. Except Rafe. He can spit on mine if it helps him release some of that frustration.
Do you not have even a shred of self-respect? Everyone glared at me. Apparently, I was the fun killer. And an idiot.
Why are you like this? You don't have to take life so seriously. Just chill and enjoy the vibe.
Then Rafe scored the final shot, and our school won. The crowd went feral. People were chanting his name. They lifted him up on their shoulders like he was a national hero. But then, Rafe asked them to put him down. His face was weirdly serious. He turned and looked directly at me. Then, he started walking toward me. Everyone fell silent, even me. He looked deep into my eyes and said,
Would you go out with me, Odette?
The crowd gasped, but not the cute, supportive kind. More like an, is this a prank gasp?
Rafe, nice one.
But Rafe didn't laugh. He just kept looking at me with this soft, serious expression. I wanted to laugh it off. I really did. But something about the way he looked at me made my stomach flip. Some girls laughed nervously and touched his shoulder. A few boys joined in, filming the whole thing. One guy grabbed Lila's hand.
Will you be my girlfriend? Oh no, wait, what did Rafe say? Oh yeah, would you go out with me, Lila?
Then, out of nowhere, Rafe shoved him hard. The laughter died instantly. Then he just turned back to me, calm as ever.
So...
Just say yes for now. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, I'll go out with you, Rafe. He grinned from ear to ear, picked me up on his shoulder, and carried me away. Everyone just stood there, blinking, whispering, filming, trying to figure out what had just happened. And from that day on, my life changed forever. For a while, everything felt perfect. Rafe and I became that couple, walking the halls hand in hand, skipping class to sit behind the gym and share terrible vending machine snacks. My parents were totally against me dating Rafe. I don't get it. He's handsome, funny, and successful.
Yeah, but something's off. Like how he just sat in our living room with his feet on the coffee table. Little things like that say a lot.
Oh, come on, Daddy.
Listen to your old man, daughter. He's no good news.
For God's sake, last time I checked, you're an accountant living a boring life with dead parents, no siblings, and 0 friends. Since when are you a psychologist, David?
Odette, come on, honey. It's his vibe, his aura.
Are you a psychologist?
No.
Do you read psychology books, human behavior? Facebook posts don't count.
No.
Then please, just let me have this one. Finally someone notices me, and he's not just anyone. He's the most popular boy in the entire school, maybe the whole city.
That's what makes it even more fishy. Why would he choose you?
Honey, that's not how we agreed to phrase. Aha! So it is because he chose me, not his aura or his feet on the coffee table. Why am I not even surprised? Can we please never talk about this again? Lila was the happiest for me.
Look, I know most besties would be super jealous if their average, boring-looking friend got the hottest guy in school, especially when that bestie is as pretty and fun as me. But trust me, I'm proud of you.
Thanks. But why are you spraying that pink stuff on your feet?
Oh, I've got a date with this rich guy. He's a couple years older than us. Well, maybe a couple years on top of those couple years. He's 5 years older, okay? But love doesn't care about age. I just want everything to be perfect, including my feet.
So you're gonna tell him nice to feet you?
Ha ha. You're actually so stupid sometimes. I love it. So, how's everything with Rafe?
It's fine, I guess. But there's this nagging feeling. Like something's off. I don't know.
I know that feeling. It's called insecurity. Just live in the moment, babe. Stop overthinking. Oh, and I just had meatloaf. But brace yourself. It was actually good today. Like, edible. Anyway, I gotta go. Love ya. Mwah.
Maybe Lila was right. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I just needed to loosen up until things took a different turn. I started spending more and more time with Rafe. He was sweet and generous, but he never invited me to his house. I kept asking, then I started nagging. Finally, he agreed to take me there. I was surprised by how old and worn down the house looked. The front porch creaked under her feet. Just as Rafe opened the door, a glass flew past us and shattered onto the street. Rafe yanked me back.
Where did you put the money, you useless witch?
I bought food with it. What, you want me to leave money here so you can waste it on more cigarettes, you junkie?
Well, welcome to my house.
We stepped inside. The place was a mess. Dark, musty, with dishes piled up and clothes tossed over furniture. His mom looked pale and worn out. His dad looked like he hadn't showered in weeks.
Mom, Dad, this is Odette, my girlfriend.
Oh, so now it's Mom, Dad, and not Dad, Mom. Why is she first, huh? You stinking little disappointment.
You can't tell me how to speak. I said what I said. What are you gonna do? Hit me? Burn me? Go ahead. What do you even want from us? Why are you still alive?
Oh, trying to show off in front of your girlfriend? Like you're the man of the house? Joke's on you. She's not even pretty.
Don't listen to him, sweetheart.
Don't talk about her like that.
Fine, let's talk about you then. Hey, bimbo, this kid you're dating still wets the bed. His mom dragged him to every doctor in town, but some people are just born failures.
How dare you?
She grabbed a rolled-up newspaper and smacked him across the head. I stood there, frozen. Rafe took my hand without saying a word, and we walked out. Well, I guess I'll never complain about the boring life my parents gave me again.
Yeah, I get it. Now you know why I never wanted you to meet them. I'm sorry you had to see all that.
Don't be, Rafe. I'm your girlfriend. I'll accept you no matter what.
Cool. I like acceptance. So, not leveling up yet? You know, like love? Because, Odette, I love you.
Finally! What took you so long?
It's been, like, a few weeks, but yeah, I mean, you're amazing. I'm lucky to have you. And when I become this huge, successful basketball player, I'll give you the best life.
He was ambitious. He had dreams, and I liked that about him. Then he leaned in to kiss me, and my stomach flipped. But just then, my phone rang. Ugh, it's my mom.
Don't answer, Snarly. Let me kiss you and take you to your favorite diner.
Rafe and I were only getting closer, which I didn't want my parents to know about, so I kept lying more and more to them. My grades slipped, but I told myself it was fine. I'd catch up later. I just needed time. Time to be with Rafe, to support him, to listen to his rants, to calm him down when he got angry for no reason and swore he wasn't actually mad. We had a routine. After school, I'd meet him behind the gas station near the edge of town. We'd sit on the curb, share a soda, and talk about how fake everyone else was. He said I was the only real person he knew. He started asking for little favors, borrowing my phone, asking me to cover for him when he missed something, lying to his mom. I did it all. That's what you do when someone loves you, right? Sometimes he disappeared for a day or two, and when he came back, he acted like nothing happened. And so would I. I stopped hanging out with Lila as much.
You've been ditching me like you're in a full-time relationship with a ghost.
He's just going through stuff.
Right, and you're the emotional support animal.
You're the one who told me to follow my heart and live in the moment.
Yeah, the moment. Not the weeks, not the months. Odette, your parents call me all the time asking where you are. I lie and say you're with me, or studying in the library. It sucks. I hate lying to them.
Then don't. If covering for me is such a burden, maybe you weren't a good friend to begin with.
Whoa. Since when do you talk to me like that? Oh, wait. Since you started hanging out with Rafe. Open your eyes, Odette. Don't lose yourself.
Oh, please. Says the girl dating some guy 5 years older than her just because he's rich? You want to talk about self-respect?
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. I'm leaving.
No, wait. Stay. You love my parents. They love you. You feel sorry for them, right? You can play the perfect daughter they wish they had. I'm leaving.
We have SATs coming up, Odette. Don't you care? You're ruining everything for yourself over that dumb jerk.
Surprisingly, Lila got a good score on the SATs. I got an acceptable grade, but not good enough to get into nursing school like I'd always planned. Rafe didn't even take the test. He overslept that day. I can't believe Lila scored higher than me. I mean, yeah, she's not dumb, but I've always been the one with the better grades. Now I can't even apply to nursing school. I should have studied more. I told you we didn't need to go to the movies every single night, Rafe.
Oh, so now it's my fault, Snarly? Babe, what's done is done, okay? Don't beat yourself up. Come on, I'll get you some pancakes. That always cheers you up.
Rafe, where do you even get all this money from? I mean, yeah, I lend you some sometimes, but it's not enough to cover everything we do.
Wow, so you think I can't survive without your little charity coins?
First of all, they're not little coins. Oh, come on, I'm joking. You know I don't mind helping. I was just asking.
No, you weren't. You were judging me, belittling me. Why do you care where the money comes from? I take care of you, don't I? I feed you, I spoil you. Isn't that enough?
I'm sorry, babe. You're right. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, okay? Tell me what I can do to make it up to you.
You can come with me on a country tour. I got this RV from my uncle. We'll travel, see the world, hit every state. Just you and me.
But what about college? And my parents?
What about them? I'm sure your parents don't mind you having fun and taking a break from all the stress. And in college, you said yourself, you're not doing nursing anymore. Take an online course, finance or something. That's a good career too, babe.
I told my parents I needed time to think about my future. They begged me to stay, but I'd already made up my mind. 2 weeks later, I was packing my bags and climbing into the RV, ready for my freedom. At least, that's what I thought it was. It was amazing. We went to places I'd only seen on TV. Nevada desert, Hollywood, coastal cities with overpriced ice cream, and strangers who looked at us like we didn't match. People stared, sometimes whispered, like they couldn't believe a guy like Rafe would be with someone like me. Once, a pretty girl asked for his number. He smiled and shook his head.
Already got the best girl in the world.
She scoffed and walked off. He never saw me watching, but for the rest of the day, I couldn't stop smiling. I once posted a picture of us eating instant noodles on the RV steps. The caption said, "Love in the little things." It got a lot of likes. My parents still called. Sometimes I answered, and sometimes they were just yelling, begging me to come back. Eventually, I stopped picking up. Once, in Wyoming, there wasn't much to do. I went to sleep early. When I woke up, Rafe wasn't next to me. I called him many times, and it went straight to voicemail. Evening came, and still nothing. I decided to look around for him. Just as I stepped out of the RV, a police officer, a woman, was walking up, about to knock.
Miss Odette, you're under arrest. Anything you say or do can be used against you in court.
What the actual heck? She flipped me around and cuffed me. I tried to resist, tried to ask what was happening. She didn't answer, just shoved me in the car.
The RV is stolen. I mean, what else do you think we deal with out here? The Wall Street crash?
What? It's not even mine.
No kidding. That's exactly the problem. The guy who actually owns it just reported it's stolen, and he says you were the one driving it around.
Can I make a phone call? I'm allowed one, right?
Ugh, these movies. Everyone thinks they get one call. Fine, go ahead. Call the president if you want.
I called my parents, and I prayed they'd come to help me out.
What do you mean, arrested?
Odette, where are you?
Wyoming.
Is that in Japan?
No, honey, give me the phone. Sweetie, that's like 7 hours away from here.
Yeah? And I'm your only daughter.
We're coming, honey. Just stay strong. Just then, Rafe showed up. Where the heck were you? I ran to him, hitting his chest with both fists. The officer stepped in and pulled me back into the cell.
You don't have to lock her up. I talked to my uncle. He's coming to sort this out. That jerk filed a report because I'm behind on paying him back.
Where were you, Rafe? You've disappeared before, but this time I was alone in a strange place, scared. And your uncle reported you? Nothing about this adds up. I'm sorry, but I called my parents. I think I'm gonna stay with them for a while.
No, babe, please don't say that. Don't give up on me. You're all I have. Please. I can't be without you. Don't make me beg.
You already are begging. Is that part of your dream too? The one where you become a famous basketball player and give me the perfect life? Yeah. How's that going so far?
Funny thing, I once had someone beg like that. I didn't give him a chance. Thought I was being smart. And then I lost him. Not saying what you should do, but some things haunt you.
I hated how much that got to me. The thought of losing him, of him disappearing forever, made my stomach twist. I wasn't strong enough yet. Fine. I'll call my parents.
Then let's go, babe, before they get here.
As we walked out, the officer leaned in and whispered in my ear.
How'd you land someone that hot? Good for you, girl. You know what might even make him hotter?
Liking this video and subscribing to MSA like everyone else? I called my parents, but they had already booked their flight and were heading to the airport. When they landed and kept calling, I let it ring. Then I let it ring again. And then I stopped checking. 2 months went by, and the fun life I'd been living started to feel dull. My parents barely called anymore. I opened Instagram and saw that Lila had gotten into the nursing school I always wanted. She even posted a picture of her engagement to that rich, successful guy. Funny how I used to be the one with the bright future, while she came from a messy home and had this weird obsession with impressing men. That night, someone knocked on our door. Rafe started acting weird, like he didn't want me to see who it was. But I pushed past him and opened the door, and saw a bunch of dangerous-looking guys with tattoos on their faces. Why am I not even surprised at this point?
Babe, it's not what it looks like. I just borrowed some money and they're being dramatic.
You're saying it like we just met you yesterday. You've been working for us for years. Now, are you paying up, or can I take a closer look at your pretty little girlfriend?
Don't touch her! I mean, babe, he thinks you're pretty and not boring. Don't touch her, you idiot.
How much do you owe them?
Just $25,000.
Add a 0 to that.
250,000 US dollars? And just like that, my stomach flipped. I gagged and nearly threw up on the mafia guy's boots.
Whoa, she's so shocked she's about to hurl.
I'm pregnant, you idiot. Rafe looked shocked, but also happy. His eyes lit up. Then he turned to the mafia guy and said,
So, no baby discount?
Are you seriously negotiating right now? I started hitting him, and one of the mafia guys actually pulled me away.
Relax, miss. It's not good for the baby.
For the next few days, Rafe was acting super nice. It was almost humiliating how hard he tried to please me, cutting my toenails, kissing my feet, and deep down, I felt sorry for him. With that dysfunctional family and the belittling jerk dad he had, I was sure it all made him the way he is. But I also believed I had lost so many years with him. I knew what was happening was wrong. It was just too hard to let go. That night, I left while Rafe was asleep. I had contacted Lila on Instagram sometime earlier, and we'd agreed to meet up. When I saw her, she didn't even look happy to see me. She was cold and dry.
What, you want money now that you know I'm engaged to that rich guy?
Whoa, you've changed a lot in the past 2 years. What the heck, Lila?
Okay, fine. That was too much, I know. But still, why did you want to meet up, considering your poor life choices?
I know you've had problems ever since that thing happened when we were kids, and you can't carry a baby. So, I'm offering you something. Please don't take it as charity. I'm pregnant, and I thought maybe you'd want to adopt the baby. Lila looked shocked. Then her eyes lit up. She smiled wide and hugged me.
Oh my God, my man doesn't even know I can't have kids. I've been too afraid to tell him. He'd probably leave me. But this is perfect. I'll just fake being pregnant, and when you give birth, I'll take the baby as mine.
Wait, you don't mean legally? You don't want the papers to show I'm the biological mom?
Who cares? You always said your life was boring. Abandoning a baby just fits you. I know this might feel hard because, well, having a baby might be your only achievement in life. But babe, if cats can do it, it's not that deep.
Let me get this straight. You think this is about achievement? Do you even know how hard it is to give up a baby that came from your own body?
Not so hard for you, apparently. I mean, you're handing the baby away the second you found out you had one. What kind of mother does that?
And bam! I slapped her. She slapped me back.
This'll slap you back to reality. You were my safest place, idiot. Look at you now. Take this. Do you hear yourself? Wake up, you stupid witch. Take this and this and this. So, what are you gonna do?
If you can't adopt my baby, then maybe adopt me.
Odette, nothing is forcing you to stay with him.
But he loves me. And let's be honest, Lila. Girls like me don't exactly get love stories.
That's a lie Rafe told you to believe. You're lovable. You just forgot. And sometimes love destroys people, Odette, especially when it's too much, when it blinds you.
But he's a victim, Lila. He grew up with an abusive dad and a wrecked home. That messed him up.
Maybe so, but your support has to stop when it starts destroying you. Don't turn yourself into the victim of your own choices.
I don't even know why I gave him another chance. Maybe I didn't have the strength to leave, or maybe I was afraid of being pregnant and alone. Maybe I believed him when the tears came and he promised he'd change. In the next months, Rafe came home bruised, limping, once even from jail. Other times, he just didn't come at all. I spent nights alone at the hospital while he lost track of time. And when he did show up, it was with apologies and bruised knuckles, not flowers. Then one evening, I came home from a long hospital checkup to find him sitting outside the RV, staring into nothing.
I have to sell it, the RV. I owe them and they want their money.
Wait, what? No, don't sell it. I think I can help. He looked at me like I was a ghost, then grinned.
You're gonna borrow money from your parents. Borrow. As if we'd ever pay them back.
I didn't answer.
What, are you gonna rob a bank or maybe call a friend that hates me?
Just wait for tonight. You'll know.
I love you, Snarly. What would I do without you?
That night, I messaged Lila, asked her to meet me halfway. I told her I needed to go home, and she came and didn't ask me any questions. The drive was mostly silent. I watched the highway lights. She hummed softly. When we reached my parents' house, I braced for anger and shame. Instead, Mom opened the door, saw my swollen face and belly, and pulled me into an embrace so tight it cracked everything I'd been holding in. Oh, sweetie, welcome home.
We missed you so much.
I thought being loved meant being useful. I mean, why else would a handsome guy love someone like me? Dad draped my old blanket, the one I'd sworn I didn't need, over my shoulders. The next morning, I enrolled in online classes. Nothing grand, just something manageable with a baby coming, and a life to rebuild. Weeks passed. I got bigger, slower, tired, and then the baby came. It was a long night, too long. I was sweaty, shaking, crying, maybe screaming. I don't remember half of it. But when the nurse placed him in my arms, everything went quiet. He was so tiny, red, wrinkly, angry at the world already. His eyes didn't even open yet, but mine did. I looked at him, and I swore, I'm going to give you the life I never had, the love I spent years begging for. You won't have to earn it. You'll just have it. I found out sometime later that Rafe had been arrested for attempting some robbery. I guess he'd gotten desperate to pay off his debts. I almost felt relieved. He was better off in jail than being killed by some criminal on the streets. And he was no longer my problem, because some people just can't be helped. But my mom was by my side, holding my hand. My dad brought me soup, and Lila sent a message that just said, I'm proud of you, idiot. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like running. I was exactly where I was meant to be.
Sometimes the bravest kind of love is the one you give yourself. Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in, because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first. Hey, no cutting. That's not nice. Do I look like I care?
The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious, I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to 1st grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey you, I think we should be friends. No thanks, I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun, I'm cool, and I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine, I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in 3rd grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind.
We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family.
But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way, too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster, but no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you,
but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing because of her allergies.
Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot.
Lucky you have me to remind you. When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest. And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach.
Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you.
What?
Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman.
I was about to scream at her when Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom.
Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different. A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular. Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me. Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her.
OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting. I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested.
What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella.
How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me.
Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you.
Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it?
For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew, but I quickly brushed my thoughts away.
You don't know anything. Just leave me alone.
But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily.
Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together?
Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know.
Are you for real? How dare you replace me?
And with that, she pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too. Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents,
furiously.
This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter.
Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her, and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in, and she started calling me a bad friend too.
Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are. But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg.
Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad.
Ellie, I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact child services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people.
I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom, I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom.
Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure.
Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to child services?
No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything.
With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay. I was in my room catching up on MSA when my parents had their 100th argument of the day.
You bought a neck cream for $1,000? Yeah, so? You know how delicate the skin around the neck is? Staying in this stupid village stresses me out. I have wrinkles now. I'm officially unlovable. I still love you. Like that matters.
Outer beauty is just a lie, Mother. It's what's inside that counts. If you really want to be loved, you need to fix your personality. And while you're at it, please fix your posture too, or you'll have a hunchback soon.
Mom stared at me before bursting into tears and running away. Okay, maybe it was a bit harsh, but hey, that was me trying to help Mom become lovable. It was a good deed. Hi, I'm Julia, and I'm about to tell you how my parents ruined my life. But before I do, please hit like and subscribe. I knew very early on that I wasn't an ordinary kid. By 3, I could use a knife and a fork to cut apples to perfection. By 10, I could recite Shakespeare word for word. By 13, I could bake pastries that could give a French baker a run for his money. I've always wondered how I turned out to be so amazing. Maybe my great-great-grandma or grandpa was an extremely responsible, talented, sophisticated person, and I got my unique genes from there, because my parents were a total mess. Dad owned a vineyard, and every year he would struggle to create a new wine variety, and every year he'd fail. Mom was a self-involved ex-beauty queen who kept complaining about how she gave up everything for her marriage. Now her only talent was blowing up money we didn't even have on makeup and skincare. Like this one time when I was 16, Mom bought some anti-aging cream off the internet that gave her a bad reaction, and Dad had to pay a lot for her skin treatment.
My face looks like a swollen monkey's butt. This is all your fault. If only you were rich and I could afford plastic surgery. If only you were smart enough to read the label, darling.
Did you just call me dumb? If you keep screeching like a banshee, Mom, we'll have to get you new vocal cords, too. But before I could finish, she picked up a tray next to her bed and flung it at Dad. Dad ducked, the tray hit the TV screen on the wall, and he ended up paying more to the hospital. Even though Dad was pissed, he went home early and arranged a surprise welcome home party for Mom. But she decided to surprise him instead by packing her bags and leaving for good, and divorce papers soon followed.
How could she leave me like that? I've done nothing but love her.
Please compose yourself, Dad, and let's not cry over spilled milk.
What?
You'll get over it. I'm not some stone-hearted witch, trust me. I missed my mom too, but I wasn't gonna bawl my eyes out like a silly baby with no self-control. One of those in the house is enough. Dad threw himself into work after that, while I focused on school and picked up baking full-time. By 18, I got a job at a small cafe, and life went back to normal. Then one evening, Dad told me excitedly that he'd finally found an investor, Mr. Sharman, for his new wine batch, and he had invited us over for dinner to talk further. That evening, we were welcomed warmly by Mr. Sharman. He was showing us around his mansion when suddenly my world kind of stopped. This really gorgeous guy walked in, sadly with the prettiest girl on his arm. Apparently, he was Mr. Sharman's nephew and financial manager, Darren, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. At one point, he was feeding her grapes when one fell down. He bent to pick it up, and I saw the girl staring at me, staring at his butt. I got so flustered that I stepped back and knocked over a huge bowl of punch, getting plenty all over myself. So humiliating. As I cleaned myself up and walked out of the bathroom, I crashed into Darren in the hallway.
Wow, are you always this clumsy? Or do I have this effect on you?
I am not clumsy. I am the very picture of grace, and you have no effect on me.
My date said you were staring at my butt when the accident happened.
That's a false accusation, a blatant lie. Why would I be staring at your rear end?
It's okay. I don't blame you. I work out a lot.
Yes, it shows, and your behind is perfectly sculpted like a Georgia peach. But what does that have to do with me? Your girlfriend sounds like an insecure lady just making up nonsense.
I doubt that you would make her insecure. She's a model and you look and talk like you're Mary Poppins' daughter. No offense.
With that, he grinned and just walked off. I loved Mary Poppins, but it didn't feel like a compliment coming from him. I joined Dad and Mr. Sharman, but minutes later, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I nearly passed out when I saw Mom?
Surprise! What is happening?
Mom told us how she'd met Mr. Sharman on a cruise and they'd fallen in love. They'd been dating for a few months, and she only recently moved back to the city.
I went to the house and saw that your dad was still poor as a street rat, so I thought of investing in his business and helping him out. Am I not the best ex-wife ever?
This is certainly unexpected, but calling yourself the best ex-wife is an exaggeration, Mother. My father and I have something called self-respect, and we'd like to keep it, so please excuse us. I grabbed Dad's hand and we left. We were still reeling from the shock of meeting Mom, but the next evening she showed up at our door begging us to hear her out. I wanted to turn her away, but Dad gave her a chance.
I know I left you too abruptly and hurt you, and I'm really sorry. But despite everything, you're still my family. I have a chance to make things right by getting your father the break he deserves, and I'd love to reconnect with my only daughter too.
I wanted to be less cynical and believe this was an unselfish act, but I wasn't convinced. Dad, however, was staring at her with stars in his eyes, and he agreed to take Mr. Sharman's investment. After she left, I turned to Dad. I know you want to succeed, but is this really a good idea?
Trust me, I know it is. Also, I think your mother's still in love with me, and I have another shot.
What? Dad, no, she's happy with her rich boyfriend.
We'll see.
Good Lord, was this gonna end up with Dad as a weeping disaster again, and I'd be picking up the pieces again? But I couldn't do anything to stop it. Soon, Dad and Mr. Sharman were meeting regularly and getting to know each other before making the deal, while Mom wanted me to hang out with her so we could bond, which meant I had to see a lot more of Darren every time I went over to their house, or when Mom took me to some fancy party. And to my dismay, he even started visiting the coffee shop I was working at every time with a new girl. Can't you find another cafe as your saliva-exchanging rendezvous spot?
Your mom told me you're the baker here, and I thought I was doing you a favor by bringing you business. But I get it. Seeing me with all those girls makes you jealous. Do you wish you were one of them, Julia? You can be, you know. I've got 20 minutes before my date turns up.
As if I'd ever want to date an insufferable Neanderthal who thinks he's God's gift to women.
One kiss from me, and you think I'm God's gift to women too. I'm curious, have you ever kissed anyone? I mean a boy, not your cat or your grandma.
Of course I have. I have a very steady boyfriend of 2 years, and I'm wildly in love with him.
Wow. Does he also talk like he has a stick up his butt? I'm dying to meet him now. Let's have a double date tomorrow. How about a movie and dinner? I'll text you the details.
Just then, his date of the day turned up, and I walked off. I had to find myself a boyfriend by tomorrow. I asked one of the newest interns at the cafe to be my date, and showed up at the movie theater the next evening. After I'd introduced my boyfriend happily, we took our seats and the movie started. But Darren and his date kept giggling and whispering like teenagers. Sorry to disturb you guys, but my boyfriend Billy—
Actually, it's Bobby.
Billy, Bobby, tomato. Anyway, Barry and I are trying to watch the movie and would appreciate it if you guys could keep it down. Darren simply smirked and looked away, but minutes later he started making out with his date. You're still noisy.
You're still annoying.
Cut it out.
Bite me.
I grabbed Darren's soda and spilled it on his head. He got angry and knocked down my tub of popcorn, and we got into a huge argument. Soon enough, we were thrown out by security.
Wow, this was a terrible date.
I'm so sorry. Let's part ways with these two and grab some burgers?
Sure, if you can tell me my name.
You're so funny. Baby.
It's Bobby.
My date stormed off angrily, and I caught one look at Darren's smug face and fled the scene. But the next morning, as I was walking to school, a car slowed down by me, and I saw it was Darren.
Hop in. I'll drop you.
No, thank you. I do not need you to rub last night in my face.
You're clearly troubled if you can't manage to have a real boyfriend. But I don't have time for that right now. I need to talk to you about your mom.
That caught my attention, and reluctantly, I got in.
I've been working with my uncle for years, but ever since he started dating your mom, things have been a mess. The business is running in losses, and the accounts are all over the place. I can't help thinking she's stealing from my uncle.
How are you so sure?
Call it a hunch. She has really expensive taste, and she's not really rich, so...
So, just because she doesn't have your kind of money, you think she's a thief? Have you ever thought that maybe your accounts are a mess because you're too distracted with your girlfriends and you're bad at your job?
Julia,
This conversation is over. Stop the car. He did, and I got off. I was so annoyed at Darren for accusing Mom, but I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that he might be right. Mom had always valued money more than relationships. Could it be true? I didn't have to wait too long for an answer, because late that night, I woke up from my sleep when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I looked outside and spotted Mom and Dad talking in the garden. I went out the back door and crawled behind a bush close to them.
Darling, I was a fool to let you go, but now everything will be perfect. Once we have the money, we can leave this place and go anywhere. But what if we get caught? My boyfriend's an idiot. I've been stealing money from him for months now, and he has no idea. By the time he realizes it's me, we'll be long gone. And baby, don't you want Julia to have a better life?
Dad nodded, and then they kissed. Mom left, and as soon as Dad walked in, I cornered him. Hello, Dad.
Oh my God, Julia, you scared me.
You can't cheat Darren's uncle. He's willing to invest in your business, and you're just going to take off with his money? Why are you ruining this amazing business opportunity?
Because your mother and I love each other, and that matters more than anything else. Once we have the money, we can start over and be together anywhere we want.
It's still illegal and criminal. This isn't who you are, Dad. And what makes you so sure she won't leave you again?
Because she's changed, and I know things will be different this time. She really loves me.
The only two things Mom loves are money and herself.
I have a big day tomorrow, Julia, and I would like you to stay out of it.
I tried talking to Dad again the next day, but he just blew me off. So I went to Darren's place and told him everything. We needed proof, and I started with searching Mom's room. I was going through her stuff when I found a bunch of fake passports and IDs at the back of the drawer. I shoved everything into my pocket and was leaving when my foot got caught in the carpet and I fell flat on my face. Just then, Mom walked in.
Julia, what are you doing in my room?
I came to see you, and I was just admiring this carpet. The thread count is amazing. The embroidery is exquisite. So elegant. Your taste is so chic, and you passed it all to me. I am so thankful to you for making me the lady I am today. I kissed Mom's hands, hugged her tight, and ran out. Right outside the room, I caught Darren snickering and pulled him into an empty room.
Admiring the carpet? How'd you come up with that?
Quick thinking. And I found something. But before I give anything against my mom, promise me that Dad will not face any criminal charges. I know he's at fault too, and I'm asking a lot here, but he's just an innocent man who is blindly in love with the wrong woman. And he's the only family I have left. Darren touched my cheek gently, and suddenly I felt hot tears rolling down my face.
I get it, Julia. My dad left when I was really young, and it's not easy dealing with something like that. I promise you, I'll keep your dad safe.
You really mean it? Darren nodded and pulled me into a hug, and it felt amazing. He dropped me home, and that night, I slept with Darren in mind. The next morning, Darren called me up and told me that he was chasing some lead and would meet his uncle at a golf event to tell him everything. I wanted to talk to Dad one last time before Darren exposed Mom, but he wasn't around. That's when I noticed an invite to the same golf event on Dad's table. I quickly took a cab and reached the venue. The place was huge, and I was running out of time, and that's when I spotted an old lady climbing onto a golf cart. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do, but it's an emergency. With that, I shoved the lady aside, slid inside the cart, and zoomed off, despite her screams and protests. Please ignore my driving skills here. I'm actually a very safe driver. You can ask my friends. They say I drive like a grandma, and that's a compliment. Anyway, after crushing a bunch of feet and getting chased by a mad golfer, I finally spotted Dad and Mom in a corner talking to Mr. Sharman. Dad pulled out some papers, and Mr. Sharman was about to sign them when I got out of the cart, lunged at him, snatched the pen, and threw it away. Julia, what are you doing? Sorry, where are my manners? I apologize for the outburst, Mr. Sharman, but your girlfriend, and unfortunately, my mother, has been stealing from you. And now she wants you to sign over money for Dad's business so she can steal that too and leave forever. What is this rubbish? Darling, don't believe her. She's lying.
Oh, no, she's not.
I turned around and saw Darren walk in with all the evidence we'd collected and some papers. He told everyone how Mom was actually a con woman who'd been running around conning millionaires the last couple of years, and her latest target was Mr. Sharman.
I always had my doubts about you, but I had no proof. But then, you booked this one-way flight leaving for Ibiza tonight, and I chased that transaction to find out about the secret account where you've been stashing away my uncle's money. Wait, you were gonna leave for Ibiza without me? You just bought one ticket? Julia was right. You were gonna take the money and just leave me.
I tried to warn you, Dad, but why did you come back, Mom? You could have conned anyone. Why Dad? Suddenly, Mom looked like a raging madwoman. Because he was such an easy target. Your dad needed money, and I wanted an exit from this miserable relationship with his old hag Sharman. So I decided to use him to get the money and leave the country. I would have been successful if you hadn't butt in, Julia. Seriously, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you, Mom. I feel sorry for you because you're doomed to stay alone. Have fun in jail. Mom got arrested that day, and I never saw her again. Darren convinced Mr. Sharman to not press charges against Dad, and it took some pleading, but thankfully he agreed. Dad and I were on our way out when suddenly I heard Darren calling my name. Dad left to wait in the car as Darren caught up with me.
I just wanted to say thank you. That can't have been easy for you, watching your mom being taken away.
Honestly, it wasn't that hard, and thank you for not sending Dad to jail.
Actually, I wanted to tell you that I like you, Julia. I kinda have from the first moment we met. Do you think you could go out for a movie and dinner with me as my date?
So I can be another trophy in your Playboy Hall of Fame? I politely decline.
Will you listen for a minute? All those girls you saw me with are blind dates my mom set up. She's dying for me to find a girl I can settle down with. I clearly don't like her choices because I've had eyes for you only.
Oh, well, that's flattering. But you'll have to woo me and treat me like a lady and work your way to my heart. Darren's still trying his best to impress me, and I'm almost in love with him. Okay, fine, I am in love with him. We're getting engaged soon, and all of you are invited to the party.
Hi, I'm Joyce, and I'm from China. People think my life is perfect. A pretty face, wealthy parents, and an elite school. But what good is any of that if my family doesn't love me and favors my genius brother? All I ever wanted was for my dad to be proud of me. But I made my brother disappear, and that ruined my life. Let me start from the beginning. I look like Mom, thankfully. Dad's beauty is mostly internal. Mom is the prettiest woman I've ever seen, and she looked more like my big sister than my mom.
She looks like you, but I hope she doesn't have your brain, or she'll turn out useless like you.
Well, I had learning difficulties and barely spoke more than a few words until I was 5. Dad hated me. He spoiled my brother Dustin rotten. I wanted to impress him too, but Dustin, 3 years younger than me, was already a genius. Dustin loved me, no matter how much Dad compared us. He never let it get between us. Like this one time on my 8th birthday, Dad decided to celebrate Dustin instead of me. He invited all his employees and business partners. Dustin was on stage reciting this long old English poem called Beowulf, and people were already yawning and checking their watches. Mom and I were late because we were at the salon, and when we finally walked in halfway through the poem, every single head turned our way. People looked at us like we were movie stars. Dad came rushing over, looking pissed.
What are you all staring at, huh? It's just 2 girls who care more about their looks than their brains. Joyce, you're just a disappointment. Go upstairs. Actually, do us all a favor and stay there.
I went to my room, and a few people, including Dustin, gave me the thumbs up and told me how pretty I looked in my dress. So I gave them my best princess bow, threw a couple of kisses like a celebrity, and kept walking. Once Dustin started 1st grade, my parents adored him even more. Dad gave him the entire 2nd floor, 3 private drivers, and 1 jet. Maybe you're wondering why a 6-year-old needs a private jet. Yeah, me too. But when you're that rich and that obsessed with your genius kid, I guess a bicycle just doesn't cut it. Anyway, once, Dustin took me on his jet to France for breakfast. And when Dad found out, he freaked out and grounded me for weeks. I knew I would never make Dad love me, so I thought maybe being close to Dustin would help. Whenever he did something wrong, like breaking a glass or messing up the floor, I'd take the blame, thinking maybe that would make Dad look at me differently.
Joyce, stop! You don't have to cover for me. Dad's not gonna love you more because you're suffering, and it kills me when he talks about you like you're nothing.
No, you're just too young to get it. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dustin had a science project and wanted to test gravity and weight. He used a bowling ball from our private bowling alley and dropped it on different items. One of those items was an old watch he thought nobody wanted, but it turned out it belonged to our maid, a gift her mom had given her when she was a child my age. When she found it broken, she lost it and said she would tell our parents. I panicked. I couldn't let them think their perfect kid could be this careless. So I did something I'm not proud of. I knew our maid had a sick mother, so I called her. This is Joyce. I'm sure you know who I am. Your daughter is threatening me and my brother, and I don't like that. I know you're sick and you need monthly medications, and your husband is useless and your son steals from you. And your only provider is our maid. So I advise you to talk to your daughter and tell her to back off, or I'll talk Daddy into firing her. Do it before it's too late. Then I hung up with a tight feeling in my chest. The maid didn't say anything after that. She just kept working quietly for days, and I felt terrible. I kept giving her money from my pocket anonymously for years. Then 9th grade arrived, and something completely unexpected happened. One afternoon, I was humming in the school bathroom when the music teacher happened to be hiding in one of the stalls trying to catch girls who were vaping. She heard me, asked me to sing, and ended up loving my voice. She even said I could be the lead singer for the Christmas choir. I was over the moon. And no, of course Dad didn't come to the choir. Only Mom came. And she didn't even stay until the end because Dad called her to come home for whatever reason. But everyone else was so impressed by my voice that a few people came up to talk to me afterward, including this kind-looking man who honestly resembled Keanu Reeves. If Keanu had a paunch.
I'm Peter Anderson. I'm a music producer. You've probably heard the rumors that I'm a fraud, but this town loves gossip more than the truth. Anyway, I see real talent in you, and if you're interested, I'd love to help you become a singer. Here's my card, and maybe we can talk more in my office.
I was so happy that someone finally noticed something in me and wanted to help me shine, even if it was this half-fraud kind of a mess person. Of course I kept his card with me, and I didn't tell anyone except Dustin.
So I guess you're the child who'll make our family proud after all.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, Joy, people think the perfect, favored child is the lucky one, but it's actually the ugly, stupid, neglected one. Like, how would you discover your voice if you lived in a cage chasing someone else's dream?
Okay, wow, this is getting deep.
Don't worry, I won't go that deep. I know your IQ. Anyway, I need a favor. I know you're going to that Halloween party this weekend, and Dad would never let me go. So maybe you could sneak me out with you? I really, really want to go. They're bringing Chicago-style pizza. And if Dad finds out I snuck out, at least he'll know I was with you.
Which will make things even worse.
Come on! I'll do your assignments for the whole next semester.
For the next 2 years.
Fine. Shake on it.
Wait, did you like this video and subscribe to MSA?
Obviously. Why do you think I turned out so emotionally intelligent? Guys, interact with our video so this story blows up. What are you waiting for? Comment now!
That weekend, I snuck Dustin out and we headed to this huge party 5 blocks away. Dustin was wearing a white ghost costume. Way too simple for a genius, but whatever. I dressed like Amy Winehouse, and honestly, I looked really cool. The party was wild. Everyone was having fun, and a bunch of kids were wearing the same ghost costume as Dustin. I kept an eye on him until this cute guy came up to me and started talking. I liked him, and when I saw Stephanie staring at us with jealousy, I realized she probably liked him too. She was a girl from my school who was always jealous of me, so I decided to annoy her even more. She walked over and started talking to him, and he didn't mind.
So, Alan, did you know I have a really good voice? I can sing Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley, if you want. They have karaoke here.
It's Derek.
The singer?
No, my name.
Anyway, I'll show you how it's done.
Then she rushed to the karaoke machine and sang in front of everyone. Her voice wasn't bad, and I saw Derek nodding along. When she finished, everyone cheered, and she looked like she owned the world with that smug smile. I don't know what came over me, but I ran up, grabbed the mic, and started singing too. Everyone went silent, listening. I even saw kids showing each other their goosebumps. When I finished, Derek came over to hype me up.
That's my girl.
I felt amazing, especially when I saw Stephanie's annoyed face. My eyes followed her as she stormed out of the party, and I saw a few boys in ghost costumes leaving too. That's when I remembered Dustin. I tried to run after him, but kids kept stopping me for high fives and congratulations. By the time I made it outside, I sprinted to the group of ghost boys. Dustin? Dustin! Knock it off! This isn't funny! No one answered. I started pulling off their masks one by one, but none of them were Dustin.
Back off, you weirdo!
Panic shot through me. I ran like crazy through the streets. Dustin! 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 2 hours passed. I couldn't find him. I was so worried sick about my brother, and I knew there was no running from calling Dad. I was finished. Dad and Mom arrived with a few police officers, and Dad looked like he was about to finish me off. He lunged toward me, but Mom stepped between us. He glared at her with furious eyes.
So now you're protecting your kid? Oh, that's funny because I didn't see you stopping them from sneaking out in the middle of the night.
The officers tried to calm him down while everyone started searching for Dustin. But another day passed, and still no sign of him. The whole town volunteered. People searched through the nights, but nothing. Every second felt heavier than the last. I isolated myself. I text Dustin every day. Stupid messages like, "Where are you?" and "Please come home," as if he'd somehow see them and reply. At night, I'd sneak into his room and sleep in his bed, burying my face in his pillow until his smell faded away. Some nights, I'd just sit on his floor holding his favorite hoodie, feeling like I'd lost the only person who ever really saw me. Dad barely talked to me anymore. Mom didn't yell at me or blame me, but sometimes I'd catch her crying alone, and she'd wipe her tears the second she saw me. "I'm sorry, Mom." She didn't answer.
Can we talk about this? I want to hear your voice. I know what happened is my fault, but I just want you to pat my shoulder, let me cry in your lap, tell me it'll be all right. Just say something, anything. But she didn't. She just gave me a sad little smile, nodded, and walked away. And then I completely shut down. A year of guilt and silence later, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed something, anything to distract myself, even if just for a little while. I remembered the card the producer gave me, and I figured, why not call him? It's not like I had much to do being alone all the time.
Wise decision. I'm gonna make you a star, way up in the sky, so bright, your dad's gonna regret not loving you enough.
Well, that's definitely a dream to live up to. He started helping me get small singing gigs at local cafes, and I loved it. The attention, the clapping, the feeling that I mattered to someone. One day, someone recorded me singing and posted it on TikTok, and it went viral. People loved my voice and kept commenting that they wanted more. So, Peter created a small YouTube channel for me and uploaded my videos there. He was so proud. It felt nice having a father figure in my life who actually cared. But when my dad found out, he completely lost it.
Oh, look at you! Enjoying your little fame with that fraud producer.
He's not a fraud. He helps me a lot. He even made me a YouTube channel, and it's growing.
Aw, and who gets paid from YouTube? Did he even give you a single cent? Or does he just toss you a few pennies you get from those miserable cafes?
I'm not doing this for money. I do it because I love singing.
Just like you loved your brother, right?
For the first time, I felt real anger toward him. Why couldn't he see any goodness in me? But before I could say anything, he pushed his chair back and walked out. Later that night, he started having chest pains. Mom and I rushed him to the hospital. The doctor said it was stress and that he needed rest. I didn't visit him much while he was there. Not after what Peter told me.
Summer vacation's coming up. I was thinking we could go on a little tour around the country. Grow your audience. See where this takes us. I believe in you, kid.
I went on that tour in a heartbeat, and I had the best time of my life. For once, I felt like a child again. No guilt, no pressure, just music and freedom. But even then, I worried about Mom. I always felt like she needed rescuing from Dad. That became my motive. Work harder, grow bigger, make more money, and buy us a house far away from him. My fame grew fast. By the time I finished high school, I was well known enough to earn a good income. One night, before leaving the house the next day for good and renting an apartment in the city, I was having my last dinner with my parents.
You know, Joy, now that you're getting into business and success, you should know it comes with stress. You might even end up in the hospital since you're so fragile. So I was thinking, I don't trust that knucklehead producer of yours. I should be your manager. I have a pretty good feeling I'll finally be proud of you, especially once we start making real money off your little talent.
I paused. The moment I thought would never come had finally arrived. Sure, my dad wasn't nice to me, but maybe this was my chance to make him proud. Maybe I could make up for everything that happened years ago. I looked at Mom for a reaction. She gave the slightest shake of her head, but I convinced myself she didn't mean anything by it. I'll think about it. That night, I told my producer I was choosing my father as my manager.
Kid, I can't force you or tell you what to do. You're grown up. If you think your dad's the right man for the job, then go ahead. And just remember, I'm still here for you.
I canceled my move to the city, and Dad became responsible for all my finances, all my schedules, and everything. Everything was fine for the first few months, but then I started noticing that my finances didn't make sense. I was earning more back when Peter managed me, and I was working twice as hard now. Still, I gave my dad the benefit of the doubt until one day I checked my bank account and it was at zero, completely empty. I freaked out and went to confront him in his office, but he wasn't there. That's when Mom walked in, pale and shaking. She turned on the TV.
William Clark, the billionaire owner of Clark Clark investment companies, has been exposed as the center of a massive Ponzi scheme. Authorities estimate he conned thousands of people out of nearly $300 million. Records show the fraud began in the early 2000s, and officials confirm he fled the country this morning. The FBI is now searching for him. Back to you, James.
I stared at the screen, frozen. My dad, the man who made me feel small, unworthy, and desperate to impress him, built his entire empire by scamming people. It was my biggest regret, choosing the wrong man to trust. I ran to my mom and hugged her. He stole from me, Mom. He hurt me, and he always made me feel incomplete. All I ever wanted was for him to be proud of me. Where did I go wrong? Mom wrapped her arms around me. You were focused on the wrong parent, honey. Every time I tried to hold you, I could feel myself breaking. And I didn't want you to see that. I didn't want you to carry my pain on top of your own. Words were never my thing, but I always loved having you around. After Dustin, everything fell apart. You shut yourself away, and I didn't know how to reach you. But your father's gone now. Good riddance. It's just us. I've saved some money. Let's start over. I hugged her tighter. Her words came late, and in the hardest moment of my life, but somehow I felt happy. I never knew you could feel so happy and so sad at the same time. After that, everything happened in a blur. The FBI seized our mansion, our cars, and everything inside. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment and hardly left it. Then one day, someone knocked on the door. It was Peter.
Didn't I tell you? I'll always be here when you need me.
But who's going to listen to my music after what my dad did?
Joyce, what defines Joyce is what Joyce does, not her father. It's time to rock again. Remember your YouTube channel? I've been saving everything we earned from it for something big, and today's the day.
No, I can't. I just want a quiet life with Mom. I'm sorry. Actually, I gave an interview this morning. I told everyone what your father did, including how he stole from you. People are sympathetic. I've read the comments. They love you, Joyce. They want you back. Wait, you did an actual interview? For me? Wow. Peter helped me restart my career, and people were happy to have me back. And soon enough, I was a huge success and making good money too. One day, before one of my biggest concerts, Mom told me that Dad had been arrested and was facing decades in prison. She said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to see me. I decided to see him one last time before closing his chapter for good.
I know you probably think I was stupid, Joyce.
No, you committed every sin in the book, but stupidity wasn't one of them. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. You spent your whole life putting down an innocent little girl without a shred of guilt.
Well, you weren't like Dustin. For Christ's sake, he was the only one who made me proud, and you had to take that away from me.
I guess it was for his own good. Otherwise, he would have grown up to be a miserable little fraud like his father. I finally get it. You were never capable of being proud of me. Not because of who I am, but because of who you are. A fraud, in business and as a father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a crowd of 200,000 proud people waiting for me. And with that, I spit on him and left. The moment I stepped on stage, the entire arena erupted. I looked out at all those excited faces, at Mom's proud smile, at Peter beaming at me like his daughter had made it. And then I closed my eyes, and I saw him, Dustin, with that same cute, confident little smile he always had when he believed in me more than anyone else.
I keep running, like I'm trying to outrun time. I can't stop, I can't slow down with these ghosts still in my mind. And it hits me when it's quiet, nowhere left for me to hide. So I keep on moving, just to feel alive.
But as I sang, the crowd grew louder. Louder than I'd ever heard. I opened my eyes. There was a guy being lifted by the crowd, riding toward the stage, and for a second, I stepped back in fear. But then my heart stopped. Dustin? I signaled for my security to let him through. He climbed onto the stage, and I swear the world went silent around us. I looked at him like I had just seen a ghost. The hostess rushed forward, tears in her eyes. After your mother's interview about your missing brother, the internet made it their mission to find him. He's been missing for 10 years. We interviewed him and confirmed with your mom. He is your long-lost brother. My knees almost buckled. I couldn't breathe. But Dustin spoke first.
I was taken by some shady people. They asked Dad for ransom, but he ignored them. They took me to Mexico. We got into a car accident. I lost my memory. A kind Mexican couple adopted me. I didn't know who I was, but I always felt like someone out there loved me. I just didn't know it was you.
My heart shattered and healed all at once. I dreamt about this moment every day, always imagining myself as the stupid, reckless sister who failed you. I never pictured meeting you like this, as a woman with a life and strength and dreams of her own. Welcome home, brother. I threw my arms around him, and he broke too. And when I looked up, the whole arena was crying with us. I turned back to the microphone, wiping my tears. Thank you, everyone. I learned something I wish someone told me sooner. You can't buy love. You can't chase approval. Not even from the people you want it from the most. The greatest person you can learn to love is yourself. And once you do that, everything else falls into place. Thank you again. And now, if you'll excuse me, my brother and I have a lot to catch up on. And with that, we walked off the stage together for the first time in years, and the first time all over again. Because sometimes the people who make you feel the smallest are just trying to make themselves feel big.
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course, my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric, or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but...
You like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About?
About us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alba from Hollywood. I knew some girls who had fame, kind and supportive parents, or cute boyfriends, but I was the only girl I knew who had all three. My boyfriend was the best. We met on the set of my first big role. I was an actress, and I was nervous to act in front of these amazing people who were also talented and experienced. The first person I met that day wasn't nice at all. This super pretty girl walked up to me and immediately started yelling at me. I recognized her from TV and magazine covers. She was an actress named Jamie Hart. Where are the rest of the vegan options? I've told you guys I don't know how many times I'm not eating this stuff. Sorry, I'm not the caterer. I'm an actress, like you. Oh, sweetie, there's no one like me. I'm one of a kind. Good luck, though. I didn't know what to say. When she left, I felt even more scared. Was this what it was going to be like working on a big show? Rude people treating me like I'm their servant? But then right after that, this random guy approached me. He must have noticed how anxious I was because he pretended to trip into the craft service table to cheer me up. Everyone else looked over like he was crazy, but I couldn't stop laughing.
First day?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
I was too when I first started.
How did you get over it?
Oh, I didn't. I'm terrified right now.
He grinned at me, and I could tell he was joking. I was having a hard time imagining him ever being scared. He was so comfortable and at ease with himself. I wondered what his job was on set.
Just remember, you're here for a reason. You wouldn't have gotten this job if you didn't nail the audition. You'll be great. I'm Malik, by the way.
And then right after that, I found out he was an actor too, and my co-star on the show. We became close really quickly. And then things turned romantic, and he asked if I wanted to make it official. He got along with my parents, and even my dog was obsessed with him. So my first day got off to a bit of a bumpy start, but things were great now. I felt so much more comfortable on set. It took me some time, but I realized that Malik was right. I was there for a reason. The only person still rude to me was Jamie. But whatever, I didn't care. She was clearly just insecure and felt threatened by my success. Even though I didn't get nervous about my job anymore, there was still one thing that really scared me. My family's curse. Okay, curses aren't real, but I couldn't help worrying anyway. When my mom and grandma were my age, they both ran into some really bad luck. My grandma got into a car accident, and my mom almost got trapped in a house fire. Besides, I'd been lucky for so long. No one could have a perfect life forever. Malik and I got dinner at my favorite restaurant for my birthday. Malik gave me this gorgeous diamond necklace, and the food was amazing. But I couldn't fully enjoy my meal because I was thinking about this stupid curse.
Babe, you know there's nothing to worry about, right? What happened to your mom and grandma was a coincidence. Besides, they're both still here. They got through it.
I know, you're right. I just get anxious sometimes, even when my brain tells me it makes no sense.
You know what I do when I'm feeling anxious?
Before I could ask, there was a loud bang as Malik slammed his knee against the table, pretending to hurt himself. Our plates and silverware jumped, and half the restaurant turned to stare at us. I started laughing. I loved that Malik was willing to make a fool of himself just to make me smile. The table started to shake again. Okay, Malik, you should probably stop before they kick us out.
That isn't me.
All of a sudden, the walls started to shake too. I heard glass shattering, and people were getting up from their tables. Everyone was scared.
Don't panic. It's an earthquake. Come on.
We ran for the exit. Just before we got to the door, I remembered I forgot my necklace. I started to turn back for it, but before I could move, a big chandelier ripped from the ceiling and fell right on top of me. Then everything went dark. There was a strange beeping sound. What was that? When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. My parents were looking down at me with worried faces, and there was someone else there too. A boy who I didn't recognize.
Alba, we are so glad you're awake. You scared us.
What happened?
There was an earthquake. You had an accident at the restaurant where you and Malik were having dinner.
I guess the boy's name was Malik. But why was I having dinner with him? Oh, my head was pounding. I must have hit it pretty hard.
What's the last thing you remember?
I just got the call back letting me know I got the role, and I was on my way to the studio to start my first day. Oh no, I hoped I hadn't missed my first day. I'd worked so hard to get this role. Honey, you really don't remember anything after that? About the show? About me? Do we know each other? Malik looked so sad in that moment, but I didn't know what to do. Everything was so foggy, and my head was killing me. After I got home from the hospital, my mom sat me down and explained everything. I had amnesia, and I was missing almost a full year of memories because of my concussion. She said my show was really successful and I was a popular actress, and that boy from the hospital was my boyfriend. After you fell, he ran back into the restaurant to carry you out while the whole building was shaking. We're very fortunate that he was there to help. Wow, sounds like that boy Malik might have saved my life. On set the next day, everyone was so sweet and understanding. Even though I didn't remember all the acting I had been doing, the super famous actress named Jamie Hart went through the scripts with me and helped me catch up. I saw Malik too. He smiled and waved. I think he could tell I still didn't remember him though, because he turned sad and didn't come over to talk. The strangest thing happened. When the director called action, I didn't feel nervous at all. I had been so scared to start my first day, and I barely slept at all the night before, but here I was, nailing it. Then I remembered, this wasn't my first day. It just felt like it was because of my injury. It was all so strange. After a while, though, I got back into my routine. Things were going really well with the show. Jamie and I became great friends. We'd go on shopping sprees and have spa days and everything. I was surprised one day at the studio when Malik approached me. I felt like he had been avoiding me. He was always sweet when we spoke, but it was usually just small talk, and that sad look never left his eyes.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something. I know everything's messed up and weird since the accident, but you're someone really special to me. And I know you don't remember, but I was someone special to you too. Maybe we could start over.
What did you have in mind?
Something casual, no pressure. There was a smoothie place you really liked. Maybe we could hang out there.
That I hadn't forgotten. Strawberry banana was my favorite. That would be nice. Malik and I got smoothies later and strolled around the park. The way the sun shimmered on the pond was so pretty. And Malik was so nice and funny. I could see why I must have liked him. I felt bad though because he seemed to know so much about me, but everything he told me about himself was brand new information. I tried really hard to remember, but I just couldn't. Ugh, stupid earthquake. On set the next day, Jamie came up to me after she saw Malik and I talking. Look, I don't know if I should say this because I don't want it to seem like gossip. What is it? You can tell me. Jamie glanced around and lowered her voice. It's about Malik. I'd be careful around him. He's one of those people who only talks to successful people because he's trying to boost his own career. It's pretty gross. I was shocked. That wasn't the vibe I got from Malik at all. But Jamie knew him much better than I did, and she'd been such a good friend to me since my accident. We were best friends before that too. At least, that's what she told me. Malik and I were supposed to hang out again that day after we finished filming, but I told him I wasn't feeling very well. I could tell he was disappointed. It made me doubt myself for a second. Was this really the right decision? We had fun getting smoothies, and my mom said he saved my life. But then I remembered what Jamie told me. Hollywood was full of fake people. You had to be on guard to protect yourself. What if he had lied to my mom about saving me? Jamie came over one night so we could practice lines. I had a huge monologue the next day, and I wanted it to be perfect. Jamie was so generous with all the time she put into helping me. Suddenly, my dog Rocco started to growl at her. Rocco! I couldn't believe it. Rocco was such a sweet and lazy dog. He loved everyone. What's his problem? Sorry, he must have smelled one of your pets. He's not usually like this. I don't have any pets. The next day, Malik approached me while we were getting ready to film.
Hey, is everything okay? I tried calling and texting, but you never answered.
Yeah, I've just been really busy.
Okay, Alba. Have fun with your new best friend, I guess.
What's that supposed to mean?
You blew me off last week, and now you're giving me the cold shoulder. And you spend all your time with Jamie, who you don't even like.
Of course I like her. And Jamie has really been there for me since my accident. You barely even talked to me until a few days ago.
I was trying to give you space. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to handle you forgetting me. It was like we were strangers again, except I still had all these great memories of us together.
I didn't ask to get a concussion. You're acting like I did it on purpose.
That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone from now on.
I thought my day couldn't get any worse, but just then, the director came up to me and told me that my monologue had been given to Jamie. I was devastated. I found Jamie getting her hair and makeup done for the big scene. Hey, what happened? They just told me that you're doing my monologue instead. Oh, I told them that you were still feeling really tired from your accident and weren't up for such a big dramatic scene. I thought you'd be happy. Thought I'd be happy? You knew how important this was to me. Why would you do that? I thought you were my friend. That's how things work here, sweetie. It's really not a big deal. And if you don't mind, I need to get ready for my monologue. I spent the rest of the day trying not to cry. I felt like Jamie had taken a mask off and I'd finally seen the real her. A selfish monster who'd been using me this whole time. At the end of the day, I snuck onto an empty set and finally cried and let it all out. Everything was so messed up. My accident had ruined my life. It was that stupid curse. I knew it. My mom might not believe in it, but how could she say it wasn't real now? I stared at the set. It was this huge, dark sky filled with galaxies and stars and comets. The door opened. Malik saw me and started to head over, a little bit hesitant. Suddenly, he tripped over an electrical cord and almost fell. I burst out laughing. He was such a goofball. He smiled and sat down beside me.
Hey, so I know I said I'd leave you alone, and I still will if that's what you want, but I wanted to give you this first. I went back for it after the accident.
Then he took out this beautiful necklace. It looked oddly familiar. When he handed it to me, our fingers touched, and suddenly, everything came rushing back to me like a flood. Malik and I were playing with my dog Rocco, the two of us cuddling while we watched a movie. On the red carpet together getting our photos taken. I remembered it all. Malik. I took his hands. He looked at me with a puzzled expression, and then he saw it in my eyes. That I remembered him. That I remembered us. He leaned in and kissed me in front of the galaxies and stars. A moment later, a security guard came in.
Hey, you guys can't be in here.
Malik and I laughed and then raced off the set holding hands. The next day, I found out that Jamie had been fired. It turned out that she was only acting like my best friend because she had heard a rumor that her character was being written off the show. I would have tried to help her if she'd just been honest with me, but now it was too late. Anyway, things went back to normal. Eventually, I stopped thinking about the curse. It wasn't real anyway. The only real thing was life's ups and downs, and I couldn't control that. All I could do was be here in the moment. In this moment, I was enjoying a strawberry banana smoothie with my boyfriend. And it was perfect. Malik grinned at me.
You know what would make this moment even more perfect? If more people liked and subscribed to MSA,
he said with a knowing wink. I couldn't help but laugh at his suggestion.
Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Want to know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix, and unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. Come on, little angel, it's time to cry. But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like two birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place. Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?
You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody.
I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart, and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but he didn't come, even on my birthday. I felt shattered.
Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him.
I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her, but one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed. I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No, I was just...
Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind, because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom. Look at what your daughter did. I told you she's only trouble. Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned. Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing! Oh, stop, you're just being nice. Wait, who are you? I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you. But before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun. When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied. That's very nice, honey, but I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too. Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right. Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer. But minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank. And since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay. I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move. Honey, what's the matter? I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open. That was weird. I remember locking it. Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her. And it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while, but one day while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss? I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want." I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and
Be an Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing.
No, what are you talking about?
You have a crush on him. It's so obvious.
Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom. And pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost. Honey, I can see him too. Of course you can. I'm a real human. What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom, too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works. Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb. Believing there was some ghost. Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful. But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself. Enough. I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem. And this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way. Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again. Mom, stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better.
I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish.
No more ghost stuff?
Never.
Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate.
Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Right. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times.
course. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue? Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it. So I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room. I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay? The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent.
And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine? Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it. Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore. But we're best friends. And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again. Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara walking to her house. What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her.
I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay?
But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work. My awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup, and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird, and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could. So I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there. And moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss. Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait, Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen— Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a— Emma, I'm such an idiot. I've ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you. Hey there, I'm Christina. Hit that like button and smash subscribe to MSA for stories that'll make your head spin. But first, show your love for MSA with our awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. Life used to be all fun and games with my twin Nadia. We did everything together. Watched cartoons, played games, and even wore identical clothes. We were so alike, even our parents got mixed up. But as we grew older, things changed. We started liking different things, and by the time we were in 5th grade, everyone saw that Nadia was way smarter than
than me. Mom was a university teacher, and she was always talking about Nadia's good grades to everyone and giving her extra lessons. She tried with me once, but when I didn't understand quickly, she just sighed. Some kids shine, others don't. It made me feel bad. Nadia's study sessions grew longer, and our playtime disappeared, like our matching outfits.
How about a cartoon break? For old time's sake. Can't. Mom thinks they're just a distraction now.
And then, Mom started giving me more and more house chores. At first, I didn't mind helping, but then I noticed she was doing it on purpose to keep me away from my sister. Leave your sister alone. She's studying. Go wash the dishes.
But I just wanted a little help with my math.
Ask your teacher for help. Nadia's busy, and those dishes aren't going to wash themselves. And after that, you can organize your closet. If you can't manage that mess, you're not going to get very far ahead in life.
You don't always have to be like that. It's all right, Christina, honey. Let's go do the dishes together.
Nadia and I were growing distant. Mom paid me no attention, and she and Dad fought a lot, mostly about the way she treated me. And I couldn't help feeling that I was the reason our family was tearing apart. Eventually, Mom and Dad split up, and I ended up moving out with Dad to a really dingy apartment.
Look on the bright side, honey. Adventures await us.
Adventures, huh? More like nightly mouse marathons and indoor rain.
This place just needs a little love, and you can choose the decor. Pink for your room?
Maybe black, just like my future. Surprisingly, I came home to find one wall in my room painted black.
Dark moments show us how the little things can shine.
He put bright flowers against the black wall.
Notice how the colors stand out now?
It's pretty, I guess.
You'll understand someday. Always look for the bright spots.
Positive thinking was tough, especially with school growing weirder by the day. Everyone at school thought of me as the other dumb sister. Even my teachers seemed to feel sorry for me. Christina, maybe put in some extra effort? You might surprise yourself.
Sure, I'll ask Mom for help. Oh, wait, she's too busy with her star student.
I left the classroom upset when I heard Nadia's voice behind me in the hallway. What's wrong now? Just another day of me growing tired of being compared to you.
It's not my fault. I just keep to myself. It must be nice not worrying about anyone else.
I was walking off, but Nadia grabbed my arm.
Hey, listen, I know you're upset, but there's something I can't tell you right now. It's why I am the way I am now. Please trust me. Or maybe you're just self-absorbed, and that's some stupid, mysterious lie you made up to make yourself sound more interesting. Well, it's not working, 'cause not interested.
Later, Nadia went to a fancy school for smart kids, and things got quiet. I missed her a lot, because even though we drifted apart, she was still my twin after all. And after that, I hardly saw her anymore. Even when I visited Mom's place, Mom was always too wrapped up in her own world, and I couldn't help but notice that among the family photos on the walls, there wasn't a single one of just me. On my 15th birthday, Dad had a big grin and said he had a surprise for me.
Guess what? I've got a girlfriend. She's Italian and she owns a pet shop. Let's go see it. Vanessa's super cool. You'll see.
We walked into the pet shop, and it was like a jungle. Instead of puppies and kittens, there were snakes and big bugs. Holy moly, what is this? Vanessa had a big snake around her neck and smiled.
That's just Ziggy, my whip scorpion. He's nice once you get to know him.
Vanessa was full of energy and made the scary animals seem cool.
And this majestic creature is Mr. Bean, the python. He's quite the gentleman.
I thought I was the man in your life.
Oh, you are. But Mr. Bean here is the silent type, and he never complains about my cooking.
The way they were flirting with each other was so cringy. On the drive back, Dad wouldn't stop talking about Vanessa, and it was too much. Dad, I like Vanessa, but I'm not ready for a new mom. He looked sad, but I had to say it. Next time he invited me out with them, I said no. It felt like everyone was moving on except me. Dad had Vanessa, Nadia was busy being smart, and here I was feeling stuck and unnoticed. Vanessa, the snake lady, started hanging out at our place a lot. One afternoon, she was trying to bake a pumpkin pie, and she dumped a whole bag of flour on the floor and then tripped over the cat. I couldn't help laughing, even though I was trying to ignore her. After some time, Vanessa plopped a piece of pie in front of me, raising an eyebrow.
Truce?
She asked, and honestly, it smelled too good to ignore.
Look, I know you don't like having me in your dad's life, and honestly, I never saw myself as a stepmom. I'm more like a free spirit, you know? But hey, your dad's got my heart doing cartwheels, so let's try to be friends, huh? I'm not like your typical
But Mom, which type? Does that mean you won't give me a hard time for eating junk food? I'm the one offering pie for lunch, aren't I? Okay, she was quirky and she had a point. Later on, I found myself helping her cook, and Dad got all teary seeing us getting along. Turns out, Vanessa was kinda cool to have around, but I still felt a bit like I was on the sidelines of everyone else's game. One day in my room, I noticed the flowers next to the black wall looking sad, their petals falling. Time for new flowers. Fresh flowers had become my thing. They cheered up the room. At the flower shop, I met Mrs. Garcia for the first time. She was super cool, zipping around in her wheelchair, arranging bouquets with the biggest smile. Pick whatever makes you smile, Christina, she said, handing me the brightest bunch. I walked out of the flower shop, super happy with my new flowers. I wasn't looking where I was going and didn't see a bike coming. It knocked me over and I blacked out. I woke up in a hospital bed and Nadia was there looking super worried. She ran off to find Dad as soon as I opened my eyes. The doctor said I'd hit my head pretty badly and was out for 3 whole days, but they checked me over and said I could go home. Back in my room, something about my flowers caught my eye. They seemed cooler somehow. I grabbed a pen and paper and started drawing, really getting into all the shapes and patterns I could see. What's up with you? Did you know flowers are kind of like math? They've got these patterns that are all just cool. Nadia looked at my drawings and turned white as a ghost. No way. Here, try these math problems. Stuff that used to look like alien code suddenly just made sense. I even solved the complex equations. Did my brain just level up or what? We gotta tell Mom, like she'd care to check on me. She's not heartless, okay? She was actually worried. Don't defend her. You don't know everything. Then tell me. I told you, I can't. Ugh, then just go ahead and leave. I don't even want to know your stupid secret. Later, when Mom popped by, she barely glanced at Dad and Vanessa and came straight to me with a stack of papers. Time for a little test, Christina. After I finished, she examined the papers and just said, pack up. You're staying with me now.
Oh, what? Can we talk about this first?
No need. She's got a gift, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't go to waste. Wait, you can't just show up and decide to take her. Where were you before, and why are you suddenly loving her now? My God, I can't believe I'm even standing here listening to you, a nobody. I'm her mother. But if you must know, Christina might have acquired savant syndrome, and it's not something either of you can deal with. I can help her. She explained that sometimes a head bump can switch on a talent for things like art or math. She thought that's what had happened to me, and I couldn't help feeling excited. Could this be my shot to shine and get Mom's attention? I begged Dad, and finally, he said yes. Better watch out, Christina. My cousin in Rome got that acquire servant syndrome. He became arrogant and a real pain. Then he bumped his head again and went back to being stupid. Not that you're stupid, but you know what I mean. What kind of dumb syndrome is that, Vanessa? Did you come up with it while watching cartoons? I ignored Mom and ran to hug Vanessa before leaving. Mom enrolled me in Nadia's school, and on my first day, I felt nervous. But I noticed Nadia was popular, and people were also interested in me. When they wondered why I just started there, Nadia jumped in. She was sick and overseas for treatment. Come on, Christina. Later, I asked her why she lied. Mom's orders. Just play along, okay? That sounded weird, but I brushed it off because I had lots to do. Before long, I caught up with all the schoolwork and even started getting better grades than Nadia. That's when Mom finally said she was proud of me for the first time in my life. And late one night, I overheard Mom screaming at Nadia in the living room. You call this a report card? Pathetic. All the years I spent working so hard with you, down the drain. I'm trying my best. Your best? Your best is a joke. You're nothing like your sister. If you don't smarten up, you'll be a nobody, just like your father. Hearing this, I felt stunned. Why was Mom being so harsh with Nadia? And calling Dad a loser? That was just mean. I snuck into Nadia's room later and told her I heard the argument. Great. Now what? Mom's on my case, expecting the best, and you're making it harder. You're doing all this for her? Yes. She's always pushing me, being super strict. If I don't do well, she gets really mean, and I can't deal with that. I didn't say anything before about how mean she is, because I thought I wanted to be the best too, and she was helping me. Now, it just feels like she's making me miserable. Mom was even tougher on Nadia than I thought, and hearing that shook me. And now, Mom was dragging me to these math contests too that usually Nadia competed in. I didn't want to stress out Nadia more, but I also wanted to shine. Was that so bad? And soon, I was
was winning the math contests with record-breaking results. People started calling me a genius. Reporters interviewed me, I got my pictures taken, and I even spoke at Mom's university. All that praise and validation should have felt good, but somehow I still felt empty inside. This isn't what I wanted. Ugh! That weekend, I needed to clear my head, so I visited Dad. On the way, I stopped by the old flower shop. Mrs. Garcia was there. Hey, Christina! What's new? How are you feeling now after the accident? And catching up with her, I spilled out my whole story. She was putting together a bouquet as she listened. Then she looked up and said, "You know, Christina, a flower doesn't worry about being the tallest or the brightest in the bunch. It just grows at its own pace. That's kind of like us too." Suddenly, it made sense. Being myself was enough, whether I was winning math contests or not. Dad, Vanessa, and my friends didn't care about any trophies. They just liked me for me. They always had. Mom was the one caught up in who was the tallest, brightest flower. But Mrs. Garcia saw something else. A garden where every flower mattered. Seeing Nadia so unhappy, just trying to please Mom, made me sad. I used to be jealous, but not anymore. And I decided that something had to change. I got Dad and Vanessa on board, and we cooked up a plan. We just needed the perfect time to kick it off. That chance came during a live TV interview with me and Mom. The host asked me what it was like growing up with a ton of books. She loved it. Actually, that was Nadia. She always had her head in a book and never got to have any fun. The crowd was shocked, and Mom got stiff. I wasn't the bookworm. My smarts came after a head bump.
You mean the illness you had?
That's just Mom's story. She didn't want to acknowledge she had a dumb kid, I guess. Be quiet. I won't. And I don't care about winning math contests. Nadia doesn't either. We're done trying to please you. With that, I walked off and went backstage to find Nadia. Why'd you do that? Mom didn't bat an eye when she separated us, ruined her marriage, and used you to become popular. She ignored me all my life, and now she's using me. Nadia, we deserve better. Aren't you tired of being Mom's puppet? Come with me. We bolted before Mom could stop us. Dad was outside, ready to whisk us away. You can't take my kids.
They're old enough to choose. Or do you want to take this up in court?
Mom looked furious, but she stayed quiet, and we went home. Vanessa had a lovely dinner waiting, and it felt like a fresh start. And Nadia started helping Vanessa with the snakes, and it seemed to be her calling working with those slimy creatures. As for me, I'm still figuring things out. But for now, I'm just happy with the good stuff around me. Hi, I'm Amanda. Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. I was 5 when I realized my parents were famous. For all the wrong reasons. They were rich lawyers who were known for defending the bad guys. People in the neighborhood hated us and would leave horrible notes, throw stink bombs, or trash in our driveway almost every day. Ew, someone put cat poop on the doorstep. Just wipe it off, Amanda, and don't disturb us. We're in the middle of something important. You're playing with toys, Mom. Ugh, I feel sick. These are not toys. That's a limited edition Batmobile. Yeah, that's another thing. Mom and Dad were obsessed with collecting action figures and were oddly secretive about it. They even had a secret room where they kept their toy collection, and no one was allowed to enter it. And I was not allowed to tell anyone about their crazy hobby, which I couldn't even if I wanted to because no one at school talked to me. Every time my parents would win a case, kids would drive me crazy with sly comments. Who knew people could stoop so low for money? My dad always said they were creepy. Oh yeah? Did he also tell you that your breath smells like poop? No? Well, then he isn't as honest as you think. Because you stink! I hated it, but I wasn't gonna let them tear me down. So I put all my focus into perfecting my art. By 11th grade, I could draw portraits in under 2 minutes. When I won the junior art competition, I begged Mom to take me to a fancy dessert place. But 5 minutes into it, she started getting jittery. Oh my God, I gave birth to a sloth. Could you please hurry up? Jeez, Mom, what's the rush? I'll get brain freeze. There's an auction online for a rare Iron Man figure that I can't miss, so eat faster. I tried, but Mom kept glancing at the phone, and it made me anxious. After a while, she told me to take the bus and just left. At least I could eat in peace now. Just as I was leaving, I saw a girl my age staring at the food displayed in the shop. Hey there, do you want something? Leave me alone. I don't need your charity. The girl pushed me and I fell flat on my butt. Worst celebration ever. The next day in class, the teacher walked in with someone.
It was the girl from the dessert shop. Her name was Sophie, and she was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. She sat next to me, but didn't say a word. She smelled like a blown-out match. But later in the cafeteria, she walked up to me with a stern face. "Why are you staring at me? And what's that you're making? Oh my God, is that me?" Yeah. I just like the background and the light, so no one has ever sketched me before. You're really good. Can I keep it? Of course. Sophie and I got talking, and it turns out she was actually really sweet. She told me her dad worked abroad, and she lived with her aunt here. I miss him, but it's not all bad. Well, I live with my parents, and trust me, you're not missing out on anything. We started hanging out, and I was glad to have finally made a friend. One time in class, I'd just gone out to grab something when I saw Sophie going through my art journal. "Hey, no one's allowed to see that. You have a whole comic book planned out? You'll get this published, right?" "No, it's just random scribbling." "Well, your call, but I think the world needs to know how talented you are." Sophie's words encouraged me, and I took a week to make some edits before finally submitting it to a big comic publisher. I waited a month, but I got no response. It was a long shot anyway. But then one day, when I got to school, everyone crowded around me like I was a celebrity. "Amanda, you did it! Your comic became a hit overnight! They published it! You've got to be kidding me!" Apparently, the publishers loved my comic and they wanted to sign a contract with me for $2 million. When I told my parents, they thought I was joking, till they actually saw the contract.
I didn't know you could draw like that, Amanda.
You would notice if you weren't so busy playing with your toys. After that, my parents started giving me a lot more attention. They got me a new sketching set and would spend hours discussing ideas, which were mostly useless.
You should make your own superhero who can make frogs rain from the sky. Imagine having an action figure like that. How cool would that be?
Yeah, no thanks. I'll figure out something. But in reality, I was struggling to come up with ideas. With the publishers on my back asking for a new manuscript, the pressure was building. One day, I invited Sophie over to help me out. We brainstormed for hours, but my mind was just blank. I'm tired and starving. Stay here. I'll bring some snacks. I rushed downstairs, but when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I kept searching for her till I saw her in Mom and Dad's secret room. Whoa, I didn't know you liked superheroes this much. Yeah, it's for inspiration. Come on, let's watch some MSA. Maybe that'll help with ideas. But just as we turned, Sophie's arm hit one of the figures and it crashed loudly. Within seconds, I could hear Mom screaming as she came running.
What did you do? Do you know what that's worth?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't do it
You're sorry? Who's going to pay for this? Your dad?
Sophie turned red before bursting into tears, and then she left.
You can't scream like that at my friend, Mom! Your friend just ruined something precious. That's it. No more bringing friends over.
She's literally the only person who talks to me. God, all this over a dumb toy? You guys are the worst! I stormed off to my room and called Sophie to apologize, but she didn't answer. And when she didn't turn up for school the next day, I pulled a few strings and got her home address. And I was stunned to see that she lived in a mansion. Why did she act poor then? Amanda, what are you doing here? I just wanted to check up on you. I didn't know you were so rich. I'm not. My aunt is. Listen, I'm so sorry about Mom. My parents get crazy about those action figures. Seriously, they love them more than they love me. Don't ask me why. Wait, those aren't yours? Your parents collect those toys like kids? Are they crazy? Sophie suddenly burst out laughing, and I felt a bit angry. I know it's weird, but they're not crazy. I just came here to apologize. I'll leave. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. But look at the bright side. This is the perfect comic book material. I'm sure it wasn't easy growing up with them. So why don't you write about that? I have to agree. My life is kind of like a roller coaster. So use it. Also, do you think we can move past this whole thing? In a heartbeat. I started working on the new comic based on my childhood. I changed the names and made a few things different just so no one would know it was a true story. And when I gave it to the publishers after a month, they loved it and wanted to release it immediately. I was super happy. But then a week later, I came home to find my parents with my manuscript. How did you get that?
We have connections. What were you thinking, dragging your parents through the dirt like this? You can't write anything without running it by us. Surely we told you that.
1, no you didn't. And 2, that's ridiculous. Please give that back to me.
Nuh-uh. You're talking all about your childhood with your weird parents obsessed with their toys? You can't publish this. Do you understand?
No, I don't. And also, I don't understand why you'd neglect your own child for dumb toys. And why you won't stop fighting for criminals.
Because they pay the big bucks, okay? And we can feed you, afford your expensive school, and art supplies.
I don't care about your money. I can make my own. Now please, give me back my drawings. But they simply turned around and left with the manuscript. I spent days searching for it everywhere, except the secret room. After Sophie broke one of their pieces, they'd changed the locks. I was still thinking about how to get in there when the next day at school, Sophie came running, panicked. OMG, Amanda, you've got to see this. She showed me the news about a gang the police were after who smuggled illegal substances worth millions in action figures. I was speechless. Do you think your parents could be involved? I don't know. I know they're weird, but I don't think they're criminals. But they're always so jumpy and secretive about the action figures. Of course they're hiding something. We have to tell the police. Just slow down, will you? I need to think about this. I couldn't just call the cops on my parents. I decided to talk to them about it. But later, when I walked into the room, I saw Mom shredding a bunch of papers that looked like my drawings. Oh my God, what have you done? It took me months to make that.
Amanda, listen.
No, Mom, you listen to me. I'm done, okay? You will pay for this. I was so mad that I decided to do exactly what Sophie said, punish my parents. I went to the police station to tell them about the action figures, but chickened out the last minute. But an hour later, the police showed up at our doorstep with Sophie. Sophie, what are you doing? Your parents are liars and crooks, and people need to know that. Isn't that what you wanted too?
Amanda, how could you think we're criminals? Let us be the judge of that. Let's start with this one. Please, don't destroy our babies. These are not illegal. You can see the receipts.
Mom and Dad kept pleading, but the officers cracked open all the action figures, and they didn't find anything.
Are you happy now? All our figures are destroyed because our own daughter doesn't trust us.
How can I? You're always so weird about a bunch of toys. So much that you forgot you had a real daughter who needed you.
That's not true. And for the last time, these are not just toys. They were the rarest, limited edition collectibles worth a fortune. We didn't want someone to rob us or even ruin them out of spite. There are plenty of people who hate us. That's why we always told you to keep it a secret.
Shut up! How is this possible? You're guilty! I just know it! I won't let you guys get away with it this time!
What do you mean this time?
Your evil parents put my innocent dad in jail and got the real culprit off. And I have to live with my awful aunt who makes me do house chores all day long so I can study in a good school. Wait, is that why you became my friend? Because you wanted to get back at my parents somehow? Well, yes. But then I saw how different you were from your family, and that doesn't matter. You still lied to me. And Mom, Dad, is it true? Did you really put her dad in jail?
We don't know who her dad is. We fight so many cases, and putting people in jail is what we do.
You guys are heartless. Maybe you're not criminals, but you have committed some pretty big blunders. You've ignored me all my life and never cared about how your jobs or hobbies affected me. You've even destroyed my comic that I worked so hard on.
Your comic is in my office. What you saw that day was some useless drawings I found in my drawer. I tried to tell you, but you were so melodramatic, like always. I'll give you that dumb thing back.
That doesn't make anything right. And you know what? I'm done with you. All of you. Amanda, don't bother explaining. After that day, I ignored Sophie and stopped talking to my parents. Maybe they started feeling a bit bad because they tried making amends by helping get Sophie's dad out of jail. I was happy for her, but I wasn't ready to forgive my parents yet. Sophie left town soon after, and I didn't hear from her again. I got my manuscript published in a month, and it was even better received than the first one. The money I earned was enough to put me through a good art school, and I left home for good. Soon I got busy with studies and writing a new comic, and a whole year went by. One day, I was at a comic book store when someone tapped on my shoulder. Sophie, it really is you. I'm so happy to see you, Amanda. Sophie, you look so different. What are you doing here? I work here now. We moved to this town after Dad got out, and we're doing well for ourselves. Listen, Amanda, I wanted to call you a long time ago, but I didn't know if you'd talk to me. What I did was wrong. I was angry and foolish, and you didn't deserve that. Dang right I didn't. But who could blame you, honestly? My parents destroyed your family, so I get why you were so angry. Does that mean you're not mad at me? Maybe a little, but not as much. Let's talk more over coffee? Sounds good to me.
I used to think silence was peaceful. Then my mom fell into a coma, and silence became the loudest sound in the world. Everything just kept piling up. And worse, it was just the two of us. No rich dad, no secret inheritance, no billionaire auntie waiting to adopt me and fix my life. I tried to stay strong, but when the nurse gently reminded me again that we still had unpaid bills, something inside me finally cracked. I just nodded, locked myself inside the restroom, and finally broke down. I had already sold almost everything I loved. My iPad, my sweatshirts, even the tiny cute things that used to make me happy. What else was I supposed to give? My hair, both of my kidneys? I had almost lost hope. Please, I'll do anything. I'll study harder. I'll stop complaining about homework. Okay, maybe not completely, but I'll try. I won't even call the mean girls at school ugly goblins anymore. Just, please, I need a miracle. Just then, I heard a calm woman's voice speak.
If you want a miracle, then look up.
Wait, like treasure?
You are reading it right. A special treasure awaits you.
Is this a prank or something? Hello? I slowly turned around, expecting a hidden speaker or a hospital ghost with good acoustics, but there was nothing. I did not just hear a bathroom wall answer me.
The wall did not answer you. I did.
This is stress. People cry too hard and start hearing things, so this is totally normal, right? Just then, an arrow beneath the message suddenly started glowing. First I'm hearing things, and now I'm seeing things. What's happening?
Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
Okay. Let's say I believe you for 3 seconds. So, are we talking about gold? Money? Something that I could sell for millions? Because I don't need some riddles right now. I need some miracle, or at least some actual cash.
Or some treasure valuable enough to change your fate. Whether it becomes salvation or disaster depends on who finds it first. And right now, you're already running out of time.
Out of desperation to save my mom, I eventually gave in. I followed her out of the restroom, through the hallway, and toward the exit while she narrated every tiny step like a freaking GPS.
Continue forward, and please do not look suspicious. Proceed to the exit. Step over the small crack. Avoid the wet spot. Lift your foot slightly higher. There is an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
I stepped down, and my whole body froze.
Oh, my apologies. I meant there was an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
Too late. Soon, we reached a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. Miss, are you sure this is the right way?
The path continues forward. Though I understand your hesitation, narrow passages often awaken the mind's instinct for danger. However, if treasure were always placed in bright, comfortable places, far few people would learn anything from searching for it.
So, that's a yes?
Oh, that pretty summarizes what I've said. So, yes.
I finally stepped into the alley, and thankfully it was only normal scary and not dangerous and life-threatening scary. Just then, everything went silent all at once. Even the dramatic pigeon on the street shut up. Miss Lady Voice? Hello? Are you still here with me?
Don't worry. I'm here. Just keep walking. Do not turn back yet. Step back and just breathe slowly.
I only asked if you were there.
And I answered with additional guidance.
The alley stretched longer than it should have. Soon warm wind rushed past me, and when I looked back, the alley was gone, and I was now standing in an open field under a bright blue sky. Holy yummy cheese balls! Did I just teleport to another place? I also noticed a small glowing orb floating in front of me, shining softly like a tiny star.
Yes, you have arrived in Mondstadt, the city of freedom, a land of wind, songs, nights, and many stories carried through time.
I realized that the glowing orb pulsed when the voice lady continued yapping. So that meant her voice now had some sort of a body? So you mean I'm not somewhere in Europe and not dreaming?
Yes, this is not Europe, nor is it a dream. A world with its own laws, gods, stories, wounds, and miracles.
Why am I exactly in this unfamiliar land? I just want my mom to wake up.
Then keep walking, Sabrina. The treasure hunt begins here.
Fine. If this treasure can really give me a miracle, then lead the way.
Watch out! Explosive encounter highly likely nearby.
Explosive what? Just then, a loud boom suddenly echoed from somewhere near the trees, and a tiny red figure then burst out from behind a bush.
Ta-da! Klee is here!
Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. She is known throughout for her enthusiasm, remarkable explosive talent, and a long history of incidents that are best described as energetic.
Sorry about that. Klee was only doing a little fish blasting. Well, maybe not a little, but the fish tastes so good, so Klee thinks being grounded for a day is worth it. Anyway, are you here for the treasure hunt?
You know about that?
Uh-huh. Miss Nicole told Klee. She said a dear traveler named Sabrina would arrive.
Wait, you can hear her too? And she actually has a name?
Of course, Miss Nicole is the best. And she talks inside heads because she can't talk with her mouth. Mom says she's very smart and very nice, but also talks a lot.
Alice said that?
Yep.
I see.
Klee skipped closer and grabbed my hand like we'd been friends for 10 years.
Can Klee come play with her today, Miss Nicole? Please?
Yes, you are allowed. As far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from her beloved daughter.
Yay! But why does Sabrina look so sad? Did someone make you cry? Was it a bad guy? Klee can blow them up! Only a little. Well, maybe not a little, but Klee will try.
I'm not sad.
You are. I know crying faces. Jean makes that face when Klee accidentally causes big disasters.
My mom is really sick. She's in a coma right now. That's why I need to find the treasure so I can buy her medicines and pay the bills. Klee gave me a soft smile and squeezed my hand.
Mom always says love can travel very far, even farther than my best bombs. So your mom's love must still be with you too, even if she's sleeping.
Thanks, Klee.
You're welcome. And don't worry, we're going to find that treasure, help your mom, and only blow up the bad guys.
Maybe we can do the first two without the third one?
Klee will try very hard.
Just then, Nicole's panicked voice suddenly filled my head.
Watch out! Hilly Charles incoming!
Hilly what? Literally 6 seconds later, masked monsters burst out of the bushes, and Klee pulled out her bombs like this was a normal Tuesday.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boing, boing, boom!
Yeah! Oh my god, am I gonna die?
Stay calm. Step back. Duck! Now!
Before I could fully lose it, golden light bloomed beneath us.
Moment of birth.
A glowing flower platform rose from the ground, blocking the monsters just in time. Then a calm boy appeared above us and landed lightly.
Mr. Albedo, you came! Klee knew you would.
I heard explosions nearby and thought it would be wise to investigate. Finding Klee here confirms my hypothesis.
Sabrina, this is Mr. Albedo. He's like my big brother, and he's super smart.
Nicole quickly explained that Albedo was the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, and that his knowledge of ancient mechanisms would be very useful for our treasure hunt.
Klee is my little spark knight. I need to keep her safe and sound. Besides, investigating the unknown is certainly my thing, so count me in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier. After that, Nicole led us to Thousand Winds Temple, an ancient ruin full of broken pillars, weird symbols, traps, slimes, and things that clearly wanted me flattened. But somehow, because of Nicole's directions, Albedo's magic, and Klee's little bombs, we made it through. I thought you were just going to lead me to the treasure. You did not warn me about all this. Seriously, did I get transported into a video game world or what?
A world is only called a game by those watching safely from the outside. To those inside it, every path, every danger, every choice is real.
Wow, that was beautiful, but also very unhelpful.
Then allow me to be more direct. Keep moving. Something larger is approaching.
Larger? Just then the ground shook. From the dark corners of the ruin, 2 giant metal monsters slowly woke up. Please tell me those are statues. Please?
Unfortunately, no. Those are ruin guards. Ancient machines built for battle. And judging by the glow in their eyes, they have already identified us as a threat.
Before I could pee my pants, someone crashed down from a broken wall and stood between us and the machines like a walking shield. One swing sent a ruin guard flying back like a stupid little tin can. Whoa, this guy looked like he could punch a mountain and the mountain would apologize.
Uncle Varka, you came! Klee knew you would. Now the big metal meanies are in trouble.
Ah, the almighty Knight of Favonius to the rescue. How timely.
Ha! Miss Nicole! Didn't expect to find you leading children into ancient ruins.
And I didn't expect you to enter by jumping from a wall. Yet, here you are.
Fair enough.
When the coast was finally clear, Albedo calmly stepped toward the broken machines and found a small glowing fragment inside them. The moment he lifted it, the air around us shimmered.
The first clue has awakened.
First clue? Nicole's glowing orb rose into the air, stretched like a flower opening, and became a beautiful woman.
Well, there you are. I was wondering how long you planned to stay as a floating light.
Wait, you're Miss Voice Lady? You actually had a physical form this whole time? Nicole looked at me, and even though her lips did not move, her voice gently entered my head again.
My apologies. Until the first clue awakened, I could only guide you through a small projection of my presence. Now that the path has opened, I can take this form before you. However, for certain reasons, I am unable to speak. This is the only way I can communicate with you. Now then.
She continued yapping for 8 more minutes straight. And from what I understood, she was an angel called N from the Hexen Circle, a circle of powerful witches. She then explained that the glowing fragment was a piece of the treasure's scattered light and could lead us to the traces left across Tevat.
The treasure you seek was broken long ago. Its light scattered across Tevat, leaving traces behind. This fragment will reach those traces. The brighter it shines, the closer we are to the treasure.
Across Tevat? As in, this whole world of yours?
Several regions, yes.
That means a long trip, but don't worry. With Miss Nicole's incredible sense of direction, we'd never have to worry about getting lost.
Yay! More big adventures!
Wait, no, not yay. I need to go back. I have classes tomorrow and a sick mom in the hospital. Nobody told me this treasure hunt came with a lot of obstacles and a whole world tour.
I understand. Your fear is not unreasonable, but the treasure you seek cannot be reached by standing still. Each clue will bring us closer, and each step will return you to the wish that brought you here.
Fine. For Mom, I would continue this crazy mission. After that, everything turned into the fastest, weirdest world tour of my life. The mute angel continued her directions like an unmutable treasure hunt navigation guide, dragging us across a giant magical map, jumping from one region to another, while I tried my best to stay alive and understand what was actually happening. In Inazuma, the sea was angry, the sky was angrier, and my stomach was fighting for its life.
Storms often remind mortals that control is an illusion, and yet...
Miss Nicole, respectfully, I'm about to throw up into the ocean.
I suggest you give the kid the short version, Miss Nicole.
Very well. Storms pass.
Thank you. That one helped. In Sumeru, we finally got one peaceful break near a waterfall. Albedo sketched the view. Klee showed me Dodoko, and when she said her mom gave it to her so she would never feel lonely, my chest hurt in the softest way. After our little break, Nicole led us to Natlan, where we were nearly roasted alive. Fiery creatures chased us through rocky paths while she calmly yelled directions. And at one point, Varka carried Klee and me like luggage.
This is fun! Uncle Varka is the best!
Hold on tighter!
Every trace we followed made the fragment shine brighter. And by the time we reached Fontaine, it was full-on glowing, like it had finally remembered where the real treasure was hidden. Nicole led us beneath the water to hidden ruins, where the fragment pointed us toward the final trace, the one hiding the real treasure. Freaking finally! Soon, we found a mysterious sealed door, and Albedo figured it out like a puzzle in minutes, using one of Fontaine's underwater mechanisms like it was nothing. The sealed door opened, and I thought we had finally reached the treasure. Behind it were more passages, hidden compartments, and even more puzzles. I swear to God, is the treasure shy or what?
Ancient civilizations valued protection.
Finally, we reached a chamber where a small chest waited on a pedestal. I opened it with shaking hands, but there was no gold, no money, no jewels, nothing I could sell. Inside was just a small, broken, flower-shaped relic. No, we traveled across Tivat for this? For a broken thing?
It is indeed damaged.
We can fix this, right?
Yes, but not with gold, not with force, not even with knowledge alone.
Then how?
This relic is a vessel of hope. It reflects the heart's deepest wish. It was never meant to make someone rich. It was meant to answer the part of a person who refuses to give up.
I stared at the tiny broken flower and slowly understood. The treasure was never something I could sell to fix my life overnight. It was hope. The one thing I had almost lost in that hospital restroom. Nicole said every region had left something inside me. Courage, endurance, wisdom, strength, and truth. I held the broken relic and thought of Mom's smile, her warm hugs, and the little things she did whenever I was sad. I wish for my mom to wake up. I don't need gold or anything. I just want more time with her. Please. Just then, the relic started glowing. Golden light filled the cracks, and the broken petals slowly repaired themselves until the flower became whole again.
You fixed it!
The restoration is complete. The way home can now be opened.
A portal appeared behind us, and my chest hurt when I realized I was really leaving them. They were supposed to be just my treasure hunting team, but somehow they had become my friends. Klee hugged me first and gave me a tiny Dodeco charm.
So you won't forget Klee.
Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means what you're fighting for matters. Always remember that, kid.
If fate allows us to meet again, perhaps we could continue this conversation over dessert.
You asked for a miracle, but you were the one who kept walking toward it. Remember that, too.
After a tearful goodbye with them, I finally stepped into the light. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the hospital restroom. I thought it had all been a dream until I felt Klee's Dodeco charm in my pocket. So it was real. Everything was real. I ran back to Mom's room. The bills were still there. Mom was still sleeping. But I felt different. Scared, yes, but not empty and hopeless anymore. One day, my seatmate was secretly playing some online game called Genshin Impact, and the second I saw her screen, my soul almost left my body. The characters looked way too familiar. And then it hit me. So I was in a game? That night, I downloaded the game beside Mom's hospital bed. And when Nicole's banner finally appeared, I pulled for her. Not gonna lie, I really miss her voice and her endless yapping about lore and random facts.
Step into the world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tivat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. Experience exciting new adventures in Luna 7 Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, featuring powerful new weapons, fun minigames, and exciting rewards to enjoy. Uncover a brand new story chapter in Sumeru. Meet new Wishbanner characters like Nicole, Prune, and Lowen. One afternoon while I was studying beside Mom, her fingers finally moved. Mom?
Hey, sweetie.
Mommy, you're awake. You're really awake. I missed you so much. And for the first time in a long time, the silence in the room did not feel scary. It felt peaceful at last.